Brilliance Audio presents The Forbidden Door by Dean Koontz, performed by Elizabeth Rogers. This book is dedicated to Leeson and Marlene Pomeroy, affectionately known as the Fireball and the Firecracker, who are a wondrous delight. For all we have and are, for all our children's fate. Rudyard Kipling, For all we have and are. Staccato signals of constant information, a loose affiliation of millionaires and billionaires, and baby, these are the days of miracle and wonder. Paul Simon, The Boy in the Bubble. Creating a neural brain lace is the thing that really matters for humanity to achieve symbiosis with machines. Elon Musk. Part 1. Desperate Heart. Chapter 1. At first, the breeze was no more than a long sigh, breathing through the Texas high country as though expressing some sadness attendant to nature herself. They were sitting in the fresh air, in the late afternoon light, because they assumed that the house was bugged, that anything they said within its rooms would be monitored in real time. Likewise, they trusted neither the porches nor the barn nor the horse stables. When they had something important to discuss, they retreated to the redwood lawn chairs under the massive oak tree in the backyard, facing a flatness of grassland that rolled on to the distant horizon and, for all that the eye could tell, continued to eternity. As Sunday afternoon became evening, Ansel and Claire Hawke sat in those chairs, she with a martini, he with Macallan Scotch over ice, steeling themselves for an upcoming television program they didn't want to watch, but that might change their lives. What bombshell can they be talking about? Claire wondered.
It's TV news, Ansel said. They pitch most every story like it'll shake the foundations of the world. It's how they sell soap.
Claire watched him as he stared out at the deep, trembling grass and the vastness of sky, as if he never tired of them, and saw some new meaning in them every time he gave them his attention. A big man, with a weathered face and work-scarred hands, he looked as if his heart might be as hard as bone, though she'd never known one more tender. After 34 years of marriage, they had endured hardships and shared many successes, but now, and perhaps for as long as they yet might have together, their lives were defined by one blessing and one unbearable loss: the birth of their only child, Nick, and his death at the age of 32, the previous November. Claire said, "I'm feeling like it's more than selling soap, like it's some vicious damn twist of the knife." Ansel reached out with his left hand, which she held tightly.
We thought it all out, Claire. We have plans. We're ready for whatever.
I'm not ready to lose Jane, too. I'll never be ready.
It won't happen. They're who they are. She's who she is. And I'd put my money on her every time.
Just when the faded denim sky began to darkle toward sapphire overhead and took upon itself a glossy sheen, the breeze quickened and set the oak tree to whispering. Their daughter-in-law, Jane Hawke, who was as close to them as any real daughter might have been, had recently been indicted for espionage, treason, and 7 counts of murder, crimes that she hadn't committed. She would be the sole subject of this evening's Sunday Magazine, a 1-hour TV program that rarely devoted more than 10 minutes to a profile of anyone, either president or pop singer. The most wanted fugitive in America and a media sensation, Jane was labeled the beautiful monster by the tabloids, a cognomen used in promos for the forthcoming special edition of Sunday Magazine. Ansel said,
Her indictment by some misled grand jury, now this TV show, all the noise about it, you realize what it must mean.
Nothing good.
Well, but I think she's got evidence that'll destroy the sons of bitches, and they know she's got it. They're desperate. If she finds a reporter or someone in the Bureau who maybe she can trust.
She tried before. The bigger the story, the fewer people she can trust. And this is as big as a story gets.
They're desperate,
Ansel insisted.
They're throwing all they got at her, trying to turn the whole country against her, make her a monster no one will ever believe.
And what then? Claire worried. How does she have any hope if the whole country's against her?
Because it won't be.
I don't know how you can be so sure.
The way they demonize her, this hysteria they ginned up in the media, it's too much piled on top of too much. People sense it.
Those who know her, but that's not a world.
People all over, they're talking about what the real story might be, whether maybe she's being set up.
What people? All over where?
All over the internet.
Since when do you spend 5 minutes on the internet?
Since this latest with her.
The sun appeared to roll below the horizon, although in fact the horizon rolled away from the sun. In the instant when all the remaining light of day was indirect across the red western sky, the breeze quickened again and became a wind a-borning, as if all were a clockwork. As the looser leaves of the live oak were shaken down, Claire let go of Ansel's hand and covered her glass, and he shielded his. There was no privacy in the house, and they weren't finished counseling each other in matters of grief and hope, preparing for the affront that would be the TV program. The wind brought the dark, and the dark brought a chill, but the sea of stars was a work of wonder and a source of solace. Chapter 2. 10 miles from Hawk Ranch, Egon Godfrey heads the operation to take Ansel and Claire Hawk into custody and ensure their fullest cooperation in the search for their daughter-in-law. Well, custody is too formal a word. Each member of Godfrey's team carries valid Department of Homeland Security credentials. They also possess valid ID for the NSA and the FBI, though they work at those two agencies only on paper. They receive 3 salaries and earn 3 pensions, ostensibly to preserve and defend the United States, while in fact working for the revolution. The leaders of the revolution make sure that their foot soldiers are well rewarded by the very system they are intent on overthrowing. Because of Egon Godfrey's successful career in Homeland, he was approached to join the Techno Arcadians, the visionaries who conduct the secret revolution. He is now one of them. And why not? He doesn't believe in the United States anyway. The Techno Arcadians will change the world. They will pacify contentious humanity, end poverty, create utopia through technology. Or so the unknown playwright would have us believe. The Hawks will not be arrested. Godfrey and his crew will take possession of them. Neither attorneys nor courts will be involved. Having arrived in Worsted, Texas, shortly after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Egon Godfrey is bored by the town within half an hour of checking into the Holiday Inn. In 1896, when this jerkwater became a center through which the region's farms and ranches shipped their products to market, it had been called Sheep Shear Station because of the amount of baled wool that passed through on the way to textile mills. That's the story, and there's no point in questioning it. By 1901, when the town was incorporated, the founders felt that the name Sheep Shear Station wasn't sophisticated enough to match their vision of the future. Besides, snarky types routinely called it Sheep Shit Station. It was then named Worsted, after Worsted, the parish in Norfolk, England, where worsted wool was first made. Anyway, that's what Godfrey is supposed to believe. More than 14,000 rustic citizens now call it home. Whatever they call it, Egon Godfrey finds it to be a thin vision of a place, incomplete in its detail, much like an artist's pencil study done before proceeding to oil paints. But every place feels like that to him. The streets aren't shaded. The only trees are in the park in the town square, as if there is a limited budget for stage dressing. Near sunset, he walks the downtown area, where the buildings mostly have flat roofs with parapets, the kind behind which villains and sheriffs alike crouch to fire on each other in 1,000 old movies. Many structures are of locally quarried limestone or rust-colored sand-struck brick. The sameness and plainness don't allow the Chamber of Commerce to call the architecture quaint. At Julio's Steakhouse, where the bar extends onto an elevated and roofed patio overlooking the street, Paloma Sutherland and Sally Jones, two of the agents under Godfrey's command, having come in from Dallas, are precisely where they are supposed to be, enjoying a drink at a street-side table. They make eye contact as he passes. And in the park, on a bench, Rupert Baldwin is studying a newspaper. Wearing hush puppies and a roomy corduroy suit and a beige shirt and a bolo tie with an ornamental turquoise clasp, he looks like some nerdy high school biology teacher, but he is tough and ruthless. As Godfrey walks past, Rupert only clears his throat. On another bench sits Vince Penn, half as wide as he is tall, with a flat face and the big hands of a natural-born strangler. Vince holds a handful of pebbles. Now and then he throws one of the stones with wicked accuracy, targeting the unwary squirrels that have been conditioned by Worsted locals to trust people. South of the park stands a 2-star mom-and-pop motel, Purple Sage Inn, as unconvincing as any location in town. Parked in front of room 12 is a bespoke Range Rover created by Overfinch North America, a vehicle with major performance upgrades, a carbon fiber styling package, and a dual-valve titanium exhaust system. It's a recent perk for certain members of the Revolution. The Range Rover means Godfrey's two most senior agents, Christopher Roberts and Janice Dern, have checked in. Counting Egon Godfrey and the two men who are at this moment conducting surveillance of the entrance to Hawk Ranch, 10 miles east of Worsted, the team of 9 is complete. In this operation, they are not using burner phones, not even Midland GXT walkie-talkies, which are often useful. In some parts of the country, Texas being one, there are too many paranoid fools who think elements of the government and certain industries conspire in wicked schemes. Some are in law enforcement, or were in the military, and they spend countless hours monitoring microwave transmissions for evidence to confirm their wild suspicions. Or so the unknown playwright would have us believe. As Godfrey continues his walk through town, no longer to confirm the presence of his team, merely to pass time, the sinking sun floods the streets with crimson light. The once pale limestone buildings are now radiant by reflection, but they appear to be built of translucent onyx lit from within. The very air is aglow, as if all the light in the invisible spectrum, infrared and other, is beginning to manifest to the eye, as though the illusion that is the world will burst and reveal what lies under this so-called reality. Egon Godfrey is not merely a nihilist who believes there is no meaning in life. He's a radical philosophical nihilist who contends that there is no possibility of an objective basis for truth, and therefore no such thing as truth, but also that the entire world and his existence, everyone's existence, are a fantasy, a vivid delusion. The world is as ephemeral as a dream, each moment of the day but a mirage within an infinite honeycomb of mirages. The only thing about himself that he can say exists, with certainty, is his mind, wrapped in the illusion of his physical body. He thinks, therefore he is. But his body, his life, his country, and his world are all illusion. On embracing this view of the human condition, a lesser mind might have gone mad, surrendering to despair. Godfrey has remained sane by playing along with the illusion that is the world, as if it is a stage production for an unknowable audience. as if he is an actor in a drama for which he's never seen a script. It's marionette theater. He is a marionette, and he's okay with that. He's okay with it for 2 reasons, the first of which is that he has a sharply honed curiosity. He is his own fanboy, eager to see what will happen to him next. Second, Godfrey likes his role as a figure of authority with power over others. Even though it all means nothing, even though he has no control over events, just goes along to get along, it is far better to be one through whom the unknown playwright wields power, rather than to be one on whom that power is brought to bear. Chapter 3. The room illumined only by the netherworld glow of the TV, the vaguest reflections of moving figures on the screen throbbing across the walls like spectral presences. Ansel, sitting stiffly in his armchair, stone-faced in response to Sunday Magazine's lies and distortions, the program mirrored in his gray eyes. Claire couldn't stay in her chair, couldn't just watch and listen and do nothing. She got up and paced, talking back to the screen. Bullshit! And liar! And you hateful bastard! This was nothing like any previous edition of Sunday Magazine. Always before it had avoided both puff pieces and vitriolic attacks, striving for balance, at times almost highbrow. But this was the worst kind of tabloid exploitation and alarmism. This special, the beautiful monster, had one intention: to paint Jane as an evil angel, a traitor to her country, who wasn't only capable of horrific violence, but who also perhaps took pleasure in wanton murder. At the half-hour break, the program host teased the blockbuster revelation that they had been selling in the promos for days. In a portentous voice, he promised to feature it in the next segment. As the first commercial played, Claire perched on a footstool and closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around herself, chilled. What is this, Ansel? This isn't journalism. Not one iota of it.
Character assassination. Propaganda. These people she's up against, their veins of rot running through government and tech companies, hell-bent to destroy her before she can tell her story.
You think people are still going to defend her after this?
I do, Claire. These fools are hammering too hard, making her out to be some girl version of Dracula and Charles Manson and Benedict Arnold rolled into one.
A lot of stupid people will believe it, Claire worried.
Some stupid, some gullible. Not everyone. Maybe not most.
She said, I don't want to watch any more of this.
Neither do I. But that's not a choice, is it? We're one with Jane. They blow up her life, they blow up ours. We've got to see what's left of us when this show is done.
After the break, Sunday Magazine harked back to Jane's photo taken on completion of her bureau training at Quantico, where she'd met Nick when he was assigned to Corps Combat Development Command at the same base. There were wedding photographs, Nick in his marine dress uniform, Jane in a simple white bridal gown. Such a stunning couple. Seeing her lost son and his bride so happy, so vibrant, Claire was overcome with emotion. The narration moved to film of Nick receiving the Navy Cross, which was one step below the Medal of Honor, Jane looking on with such love and pride. Claire got up from the footstool and went to Ansel and sat on the arm of his chair and put a hand on his shoulder, and he put a hand on her knee and squeezed and said,
I know.
The narrator began to talk of Nick's suicide the previous November. He and Jane had been at home in Alexandria, Virginia, preparing dinner, having a little wine. Their boy, Travis, was on a sleepover with another 5-year-old in the neighborhood, so that his parents might have a romantic evening. Nick went to the bathroom and didn't return. Jane found him, clothed, sitting in the bathtub. With his marine-issue combat knife, he'd cut his neck deeply enough to sever a carotid artery. He left a note, the first sentence in his neat cursive, which deteriorated thereafter. "Something is wrong with me. I very much need to be dead." More than 4 months had passed since that devastating call from Jane. Claire's tears now were as hot as her tears then. That, the narrator solemnly intoned, was Jane Hawk's story, and the investigation by the Alexandria police confirmed every detail. In the days following Nick's death, friends say Jane became obsessed with what she believed was an inexplicable rise in suicides nationwide. She discovered that thousands of happy, accomplished people like her husband, none with a history of depression, were taking their lives for no apparent reason. On leave from the FBI, so deep in grief that friends worried for her mental health, she began to research this disturbing trend, which soon consumed her. Suddenly, it seemed that the tenor of the show might change, that all the terrible things said about Jane in the first half hour might be considered from a more sympathetic perspective, raising doubts about the official portrayal of her as traitorous and cruel. The program turned to a university professor, an expert in suicide prevention. He claimed that nothing was unusual about the increase in suicides over the past 2 years, that the rate always fluctuated. He claimed that the percentage of affluent, apparently happy people killing themselves was still within normal parameters. "That can't be right," Claire said. Next came an expert in criminal psychology, a woman with hair pulled tightly back in a chignon, as lean as a whippet, eyes owlish behind black-framed round lenses, wearing a severely tailored suit that matched the severity of her manner as she discussed what was known of the subject's difficult childhood. Jane, a piano prodigy from the age of 4, daughter of the famous pianist Martin Duroc. Some said Duroc was demanding, distant. Jane was estranged from him. Her mother, also a talented pianist, had committed suicide. 9-year-old Jane had discovered the bloody body in a bathtub. A year later, Duroc remarried in spite of his daughter's objection. A decade thereafter, Jane declined a full scholarship to Oberlin, rejected a music career, finished 4 years of college in 3, and sought a life in law enforcement. "And it's intriguing to consider her 6 years at the FBI," the psychologist said. As the camera moved close on her face to capture the pale solemnity of her expression, she lowered her voice as if imparting a confidence. During her time in the Bureau, Jane was assigned to cases under the purview of Behavioral Analysis Units 3 and 4, which deal with mass murderers and serial killers. She participated in 10 investigations with 8 resolutions. For a young woman who might have a long-harbored grudge against men, being immersed in the world of murderous male sociopaths, required to think like them in order to find and apprehend them, the experience could have had profound traumatic effects on her psychology. Claire shuddered, with a sense of some abomination coming. She rose from the arm of Ansel's chair. "What the hell does that mean?" On the screen now, J.J. Crutchfield. The narrator recounted the sordid story of this killer who had kept the eyes of his women victims in jars of preservative. Jane had wounded and captured him. And now, narration over video of the isolated farm where 2 vicious men had raped and murdered 22 girls. Here, the agent working the case with Jane had been shot to death, and it had fallen to her, alone in the night, to counter-stalk the 2 murderers who were stalking her. She had taken out both of them, killing the second in the cellar rape room where the victims had been killed before they were buried in the former hog pen. More video from that night, outside the farmhouse, after the police arrived. Jane conferring with officers in the crosslight of patrol cars, strikingly beautiful, like an avenging goddess, but hair wild, her uplit face made subtly ominous by a mascara of shadows. Sunday Magazine froze the video on a close-up that did not deny her beauty, but that suggested, what? A disturbing hardness about her? A potential for cruelty? Madness? Walking along a street in Alexandria, the town where Nick and Jane had lived, the program host addressed the camera. How thin is the line between heroism and villainy? Don't be stupid, Claire said. They aren't separated by a thin line. They're different countries, an ocean apart. Ansel sat silent and grim-faced. When a good person, the host said, badly damaged by profound childhood trauma, for too long is immersed in the dark world of serial killers, might she lose her way? He stopped in front of the Alexandria Police Headquarters. After the events of recent weeks that have made Jane Hawk front-page news, the police department that originally certified her husband's death a suicide has quietly reopened the case. The body has been exhumed. A subsequent autopsy and extensive toxicological tests reveal that Nicholas Hawk had a powerful sedative in his system, and that the angle and nature of the lethal cut in his neck are not consistent with a self-administered knife wound. Claire felt cold in heart and blood and bone. Such a world of deceit. Such bold, shameless lies. Nick's remains had been cremated. Only his ashes were buried in Arlington National Cemetery. There was no body to exhume. Chapter 4. Sunday Magazine on Jane's radar. Hours earlier, she had survived an ordeal near Lake Tahoe that had almost been the end of her, leaving her shaken and desolate. She had obtained evidence of murder that might help her break open the conspiracy that had taken Nick's life and so many others, but she'd gotten it at considerable emotional, psychological, and moral cost. Through a cold day darkened by storm clouds, blinded by torrents of snow, she drove south, then west, out of the Sierra Nevada, out of the blizzard, and, after many miles, out of that darkness of spirit, into grace and gratitude for her survival. In Placerville, she paid cash for one night at a generic motel, using her Elizabeth Bennet driver's license as ID because she was wearing the chopped every-which-way black wig and excess makeup and blue lipstick that made her Liz. She bought deli sandwiches and a pint of vodka at a nearby market and got Coca-Cola and ice from the motel vending alcove and took a shower as hot as she could tolerate and ate the sandwiches while sitting in bed, listening to Mariah Carey on the radio. She drank a vodka and Coke and was finishing her second drink, grateful to be alive, when her burner phone rang. She intended to call Gavin and Jessica Washington down in eastern Orange County, the friends with whom she had secreted her son, Travis, the only place in the world where he was not likely to be found. If the boy fell into the hands of her enemies, they would kill him, because they knew that his death would at last break her. When the disposable phone rang, she thought it must be Gavin or Jessie. No one else had the number. But it was Travis.
Mommy? Uncle Gavin and Aunt Jessie went for groceries, and they never came back.
Jane swung her legs off the bed, stood, and felt as if she were standing for the attention of a hangman, a noose tight around her neck and a trap door under her feet. At once, she sat down, dizzy with dread. He had been with Gavin and Jessie for more than 2 months. If something happened to them, he was alone. 5 years old, and alone. Her heart as loud as a cortege drum, but much faster than the meter of mourning, reverberating in blood and bone. Travis was a little toughy, being strong like he knew his dad would have been, scared but self-controlled. Jane was able to get the situation from him. Gavin and Jessie had realized they were under surveillance, had somehow been connected to Jane. In their Land Rover, with Travis and their 2 German shepherds, they'd escaped from their house into the dark desert hills. They were pursued.
this crazy big truck, and like even a helicopter, Mom. A helicopter that could see us in the dark.
But they avoided capture. They drove to a bolt hole, long ago approved by Jane, in the Borrego Valley, south of Borrego Springs. After settling in a small house on acreage owned by a man named Cornell Jasperson, Gavin shaved his head and Jessie changed her appearance with a wig and makeup, and they went into town to buy supplies. They meant to be back in 2 hours. 8 had now passed. They must be dead. They would not have allowed themselves to be captured, and they would never have shirked their responsibility to look after Travis. Gavin and Jessie were ex-Army, 2 of the best and most reliable people Jane had ever known. She'd loved them like a brother and sister before she'd left her child in their care, and she loved them yet more for their unfailing commitment to Travis. Even in these dark times of so much terror and death, when each day brought new threats and sorrows, new shocks to mind and heart, she had not become inured to loss. This one pierced her, a psychic bullet that would have dropped her into tears and numbing grief if her child had not been in such jeopardy. She didn't tell Travis they were dead. She could discern by the catch in his voice that he suspected as much, but there was nothing to be gained by confirming his fear. She needed to project calm and confidence, to give him reason for courage. "Where are you, sweetheart? In the house where they left you?" If he was still in the house where Gavin and Jessie had meant to hole up with him, he was more likely to be found sooner.
"No, me and the dogs, we walked over to Cornell's place like we were supposed to if there was trouble."
Cornell lived off the grid. He was not likely to be linked to Gavin and Jessie soon. Travis might be safe there for 2 or 3 days, though not much longer. The word might was a gut punch. "Honey, you'll be safe with the dogs and Cornell until I can come for you. I will come for you, sweetie. Nothing can stop me."
I know you will."
"Are you all right with Cornell?"
"He's kind of weird, but he's nice."
Cornell was a brilliant eccentric whose eccentricities were complicated by a mild form of autism. "There's no reason to be afraid of Cornell. You do what he tells you, sweetie, and I'll come for you just as soon as I can."
"Okay. I can't wait, but I will."
"We can't talk, even on burner phones again. It's too dangerous now, but I'll come for you." She got to her feet and was steady this time. "Nobody ever loved anyone more than I love you, Travis."
"Me too. I miss you all the time, a lot. Do you have the lady I gave you?"
The lady was a cameo, the face of a broken locket that he had found and that he thought important because, to his mind, if not to hers, the profile carved in soapstone resembled Jane. It was on the nightstand with other objects: switchblade, butane lighter, pen light, small canister of Sabre 5.0 pepper spray, 4 zip ties, each held in tight coils by a rubber band. The tools and simple weapons and instruments of restraint that she had cleaned out of the pockets of her sport coat before hanging it up. Plucking the cameo off the nightstand, she said, "It's in my hand right now."
"It's good luck. It's like everything is going to be all right if you just always have the lady."
"I know, baby. I have her. I'll never lose her. Everything will be all right." Chapter 5. Before dinner, Egon Godfrey returns to his motel to see if the courier has arrived from the laboratory in Menlo Park, California. Waiting for him at the front desk is a large white styrofoam chest of the kind that might contain mail-order steaks or a dozen pints of gelato in exotic flavors. This marionette theater in which he has a role is well managed, and the necessary props never fail to appear where they are needed. He carries the insulated box to his room, where he uses his switchblade to slit the tape sealing the lid in place. Clouds of pale, cold vapor issue from perforated packets of dry ice that coddle a MedExpress container twice the size of a lunchbox. In a compartment without dry ice are hypodermic syringes, cannulas, and other items related to intravenous injections. In the bathroom, Godfrey places the MedExpress container on the counter beside the sink. The digital readout reports an interior temperature of 38 degrees Fahrenheit. He swings back the lid and counts 12 insulated sleeves of quilted, silvery material about an inch in diameter and 7 inches long, each containing a glass ampule of cloudy amber fluid. 3 ampules for each person residing at Hawk Ranch: the ranch manager, Juan Saba, and his wife Marie, and Ansel and Claire Hawk. Each set of 3 ampules contains a nanotech brain implant, a control mechanism, hundreds of thousands of parts, maybe millions, each comprising just a few molecules. Inert until injected, warmed by the subject's blood, they become brain-tropic. The concept intrigues Godfrey. Although he has not received such an implant, he considers himself to be a marionette controlled by unknown forces, and when he injects people with these mechanisms, to some extent he becomes their puppeteer, a marionette who controls marionettes of his own. His mind controls their minds. The incredibly tiny nanoconstructs migrate through veins to the heart, then through arteries to the brain, where they penetrate the blood-brain barrier and pass through the walls of capillaries just as do vital substances that the brain needs. They enter the tissue of the brain and self-assemble into a complex web-like structure. The injected people are programmed to be obedient. They are made to forget they have been injected. They don't know they are enslaved. They become adjusted people. The control is so complete that they will commit suicide if told to do so. Indeed, Claire and Ansel Hawk's son, Nick, had been in a special class of adjusted people, those on the Hamlet list. The Arcadians have developed a computer model that identifies men and women who excel in their fields of endeavor and who possess certain traits that suggest they will become leaders with considerable influence in the culture. If those individuals hold positions on key issues that conflict with Arcadian philosophy and goals, they are injected and controlled. To doubly ensure they don't influence others with their dangerous ideas and don't pass their unique genomes on to a lot of children, they are instructed to kill themselves. This control mechanism might terrify Godfrey if he didn't believe that the brain and the body it controls are both illusions, as is everything else in so-called reality. His disembodied mind is the only thing that exists. When nothing is real, there is nothing to fear. You need only surrender to the unknown playwright who crafts the narrative and go where the play takes you. It's like being in a fascinating dream from which you never wake. He closes the MedExpress container and returns with it to the bedroom, where he places it in the styrofoam chest with the dry ice. When he goes out for dinner, he leaves the lights on and hangs the Do Not Disturb sign from the doorknob. Chapter 6. The shadowy room, the light of the TV that illuminated nothing, the dark at the windows, the moral darkness of Sunday magazine. Claire's chest felt tight, each breath constrained, as she stood watching a homicide detective, someone said to be a detective, a 40-ish man who looked as clean-cut as any father on a family-friendly 1950s sitcom, but who must be dirtier than any drug dealer or pimp. He spoke of an exhumed body that didn't exist, that had been ashes since the previous November, of toxicological tests that couldn't have been conducted on ashes. He claimed to have evidence that Nick murdered with his marine-issue knife. It was known, he said, that Jane had been selling national defense secrets to enemies of the country even then, and he speculated that Nick, a true American hero who had received the Navy Cross, might have grown suspicious of her, might have confronted her with his suspicions. Ansel rose from his chair. By nature, he wasn't an angry soul. He gave everyone the benefit of the doubt, rarely raised his voice, and dealt with difficult people by avoiding them. Claire had never seen him so incensed, though his rage might have gone unnoticed by anyone but her, for it manifested only as a pulse in his temple, in the clenching of his jaws, in the set of his shoulders. With the program near its end, they stood in silent sentinel to outrageous deceit, as Jane's father, Martin Duroc, was interviewed in his home, with a piano in the background to remind everyone of his renown. Jane was a sweet but emotionally fragile child, and so young when she found her mother after the suicide. He seemed to choke with emotion. I'm afraid something snapped in her then. She became withdrawn. No amount of counseling or therapy helped. I felt as if I'd lost a wife and a daughter. Yet I never imagined she would become what she is now. I pray she'll turn herself in. Jane knew that he'd killed her mother to marry another woman. He had supposedly been hundreds of miles from home that night, but in fact he'd been in the house, though she couldn't prove his guilt. Now the program ended as Duroc took a display handkerchief from the breast pocket of his suit to dab at his eyes, and Claire said, "My God, what do we do? What can we do?"
I intend to get fall down drunk,
Ansel said.
No other way I'll be able to sleep tonight. And there's nothing we can do for Jane. Damn the whole crooked lot of them.
Never in Claire's experience had Ansel been drunk, and she doubted that he meant to lose himself in a bottle this time. He confirmed her doubt by turning to her and fluttering the fingers of one hand as if they were the pinions of a bird's wing, a prearranged signal that meant time to fly. She couldn't disagree. Jane had warned that the conspirators might become so frustrated by their inability to find her that they would come after her in-laws, hoping to use them to get her. Now that these vicious shits had pulled this stunt with Sunday Magazine, they would expect Claire and Ansel to make a statement to the press tomorrow, so they would come before dawn. The telephone rang. Ansel said,
It's one friend or another. Knows Jane, saw the show, wants to say they're with us. Let it go to voicemail. It won't be the last. I'm not in the mood tonight. Call him back tomorrow. I'm getting that damn bottle of scotch. What about you?
It sickens me, Claire said. I'm furious and scared for her, and I feel so helpless.
What can I do, honey? What do you want to do?
Can't do a damn thing. This is so rotten. I'm going to bed.
You won't sleep. Not after this.
I'll take an Ambien. I can't handle whiskey like you. I'd be throwing up all night. She was amazed at how convincingly she delivered her lines. They had never practiced a scene like this. They spoke no more, as they prepared to leave before sunrise. Claire loved this house, their first and only, where they'd begun their marriage, where they'd raised Nick, where they'd learned from Nick and Jane during a visit that she was pregnant with their first, and now only, grandchild. Claire wondered when they would be able to return. She wondered if. Chapter 7. Because the revolution is everything to him, Ivan Petro works 7 days a week, and on this first Sunday in April he seems destined also to work around the clock. He is based in Sacramento, where Techno Arcadians maintain a significant network in the state government, which is as corrupt as any, more so than most. He's having dinner in his favorite Italian restaurant when he, like thousands of other Arcadians, starts receiving text messages about the incident involving Jane Hawk in Lake Tahoe, including a photograph taken there showing her current appearance. No hit team has been dispatched to nail her because a late-season blizzard in the Sierra Nevada has grounded all helicopters. Although the highways in that territory are treacherous, they are passable. No one knows what she's driving or in which direction she's gone, but she probably will want to get out of the Tahoe area, all the way out of the storm, before going to ground for the night. If she flees west on U.S. Highway 50, she'll be coming straight toward Ivan Petro. As he finishes a plate of saltimbocca, he checks the weather report and learns that snow is falling only as far as Riverton. In the 20 miles west of Riverton, there is no town of any size until Placerville, which has a population of maybe 10,000. Ivan finishes a second glass of Chianti. He doesn't order the 2 servings of cannoli that he was anticipating with such pleasure. An hour after nightfall, he's in Placerville, stalking the so-called beautiful monster on what is shaping up to be perhaps the most important night of his life. Ivan Petro appears to have a molecular density greater than that of mere flesh and bone, as though the substance of which he's constituted was first made molten in a coke-fired oven before being poured into a man shape. Teeth as blunt and white as those of a horse, face broad and flushed, as if he has spent his entire life in a stinging wind that has left this permanent coloration. People have called him Big Guy since he was 11 years old. Ivan is a hit team all by himself. It has been assumed that Jane must be staying in motels, paying cash and using forged ID, remaining nowhere more than a night or 2. The national chains in the hospitality industry will accept cash in advance from someone without a credit card, but it is far from a common practice. To avoid raising an eyebrow and attracting undue attention, she most likely prefers mom-and-pop operations, 1- and 2-star motels more accustomed to cash transactions. Placerville is not so large that it offers scores of mom-and-pop motels. With his Department of Homeland Security credentials and his authoritative demeanor, using a description of Tahoe Jane but not her name, he receives cooperation from the clerks at the front desks of the establishments most likely to interest the fugitive. In any endeavor like this, luck plays a role. If Jane chose to continue through Placerville to Sacramento and points beyond, Ivan is wasting his time. But luck strikes after his second stop. He is in his Range Rover, a 3rd motel address entered in his navigator, stopped at a red traffic light, when he sees a woman of interest come out of a supermarket. Carrying what appears to be a deli bag, she passes the Range Rover and crosses the street to the motel on the northwest corner. She resembles the photo of Jane incognita taken in Tahoe, stylish, chopped, shaggy black hair, a little goth makeup around the eyes. He can't see if she is wearing a nose ring or if her lipstick is blue, as in the photograph, but she's a looker, wearing a sport coat that's maybe cut for concealed carry. And she has attitude, moves with grace and confidence that people often mention when talking about Jane Hawk. She walks past the motel office and along the covered walkway serving the rooms. The light changes to green, and Ivan eases through the intersection, timing it so that he is gliding past when she lets herself into room 8. Most of the motel's rooms are evidently not yet booked for the night, because only 4 vehicles stand in the parking lot. Only one of the 4 is anywhere near room 8, and it is parked directly in front of that door. A metallic gray Ford Explorer Sport. Ivan hangs a U-turn at the next intersection and pulls off the street into an apartment complex across from the motel. The apartments are in an arrangement of bland stucco boxes tricked up with decorative iron stair railings and faux shutters in a sad attempt at style. In front of the buildings is a long pergola that, during the day, shades the vehicles of residents as well as those of visitors. It now provides moonshade for the Range Rover. The Explorer Sport is parked between lampposts, and with binoculars, Ivan glasses the rear license plates. Using the computer terminal in the console of the customized rover, he backdoors the California DMV and inputs the number. The vehicle is registered to Leonard Borland at an address in San Francisco. Ivan switches to Google Street and looks at what stands at that address, a 10-story apartment building. He suspects that if he visited the place, no tenant named Leonard Borland would live there. Rather than go to that trouble, he returns to the DMV system and seeks driver's licenses issued to men named Leonard Borland, of which there are several with various middle names. None of them shares the address to which the Explorer Sport is registered. This might mean only that another Leonard Borland owns the Sport but does not drive it himself, does not drive at all. But what it might mean isn't, in this case, worth considering. It's been known for some time that Jane Hawk has a source for forged documents so well crafted that the forger is able to insert them undetected into government records, ensuring they will withstand scrutiny if she is stopped by the highway patrol. Minutes after checking out the various Leonard Borlands, Ivan Petro receives an electrifying phone call. The guardians with whom Travis Hawk's mother entrusted him have been found in Borrego Springs, where they have been killed in an exchange of gunfire. The boy has yet to be located. A major search is being organized to comb every inch of the town and the surrounding Borrego Valley. Almost an hour later, following much fevered calculation, Ivan arrives at a course of action. He isn't going to call for backup and allow the credit for the capture of Jane Hawk to go to those Arcadians above him in the revolution, many of whom are in the habit of adding to their resumes accomplishments that aren't theirs. He calls them poachers, though never to their face. They are dangerous people, such vipers that it's amazing they aren't poisoned by the potency of their own venom. He treats them with unfailing respect, though he despises them. However, he is self-aware enough to know that were he to rise into their ranks and be accepted, he would no longer despise them, would find them ideal company. He despises the insiders only because he isn't one of them. Being excluded is what feeds his hatred. Since childhood, he's been a superb hater. He hated his father for the many beatings, and hated his indifferent mother for raising no objection to them. His hatred had festered into pure black rancor until, at 15, he was big enough and furious enough to pay his old man back with interest, and knock some remorse into his mother as well, before walking out on them forever. Because they had no interest in teaching him anything at all, other than fearful obedience, they no doubt still have no awareness that by their cruelty they taught him the most important of all life lessons. Happiness depends on acquiring as much power as possible. Power in all its forms: physical strength, superior knowledge, money, and more money, political control over others. His parents are ignorant alcoholics full of class resentment, but in essence they are alike to the Arcadian poachers who have thus far thwarted Ivan's ascent in the revolution. He hates them all. Anyway, he has a plan, and it's a good one that could elevate him into the hierarchy where he belongs. The motel is not a place where he can surprise her, overpower her, take custody of her, and put her through a hard interrogation without drawing unwanted attention. If he is patient, a better opportunity will present itself. If he can break her on his own, learn where the boy is, he can present both mother and child to the revolution as a single package, and in such a way that credit is given where it is due. The cargo area of the Range Rover is stocked with surveillance gear, from which he selects a transponder with a lithium battery. It's the size of a pack of cigarettes. After programming the unit's identifier code into his GPS, he crosses the street to the motel. The best way to accomplish a task like this is boldly, as though it's the most natural thing in the world to stoop beside a stranger's car and attach a transponder. The back of this particular unit features a plastic bubble containing a powerful epoxy. With a penknife, Ivan slits the bubble, reaches between the tire and the rear quarter panel, and presses the transponder to the wheel well. The epoxy sets in 10 seconds. Because it is an adhesive used to attach heat-dispersing tiles to space shuttles, there is no chance it will be dislodged by any patch of rough road or in a collision. If people in the passing vehicles notice Ivan at work, they aren't curious. He crosses the street and returns to the Range Rover without incident. However, fewer than 10 minutes pass before the door of room 8 opens and the woman exits, carrying luggage. She needs 2 trips to load the sport. She is clearly agitated and in a hurry. He is sure, now beyond all doubt, that she is Jane Hawk. He suspects she has somehow learned what has happened to Gavin and Jessica Washington, the 2 guardians of her boy who have been killed in Borrego Springs. He watches her drive away from the motel and does not at once pursue her. He doesn't need to keep her in sight in order to tail her. The transponder that he attached to her Explorer is represented as a blinking red signifier on the screen of the Range Rover GPS. Ivan waits a few minutes before reversing out of the pergola. He turns left onto the street. Jane Hawk is headed west on Highway 50, toward Sacramento and points beyond. And so is Ivan Petro. Chapter 8. Fear for her lovely boy contested with sharp grief for Gavin and Jessie. They had known the danger of committing to help Jane and Travis, but they had seen their own freedom threatened by the cabal and its Orwellian technology against which Jane had taken up arms. They had accepted the risk. They were now part of her forever. If Gavin and Jessie had been found by the Arcadians, those agents had intended either to torture them or enslave them with nano-implants to learn where Jane's child was hidden. And now the people who murdered them would scour Borrego Springs and the Borrego Valley in search of Travis. She could not let fear paralyze her, but neither could she allow it to hurry her into reckless action. During her 6 years with the Bureau, she'd endured harrowing encounters with serial killers and mass murderers, and during the past few months, with a world of totalitarian sociopaths in pursuit of her, she had faced and escaped more lethal threats than in her entire FBI career. She survived because she could stay cool in the hottest circumstances. There was no emotion hotter than the terror that blazed in a mother when her child was in peril. Losing her boy would burn her to the ground emotionally. Nevertheless, if she hoped to save him, she must be prudent and coldly calculating, must act strategically and with tactics proven through hard experience. She would need most of the night to get to Borrego Valley. Her enemies would be expecting her. They would surely staff the valley in daunting numbers. She would be exhausted, easy to take down. She needed to delay until she had a plan and was at her full strength. She couldn't sleep, so drive till sleep was possible. Wherever she stopped, she'd be that much closer to her boy when morning came. After dressing again as Elizabeth Bennet, she put her luggage in the car. She drove west toward Sacramento. Mile by mile, she told herself that the world on its metalled tracks was not engineered with malevolence, that there was mercy in the mechanism, that her child, who was the very image of his father, would not be taken from her as had been her husband, as had been her mother so many years ago. And yet her fear was great. Chapter 9. Egon Godfrey dines alone in Kathy's Cafe in downtown Worsted. Although he takes most meals without company, he is never troubled by loneliness. Were he to have dinner with 2 or 20 others, he would still be alone, for his own mind is the only thing that he can prove is real. If the cafe, the town, and the world are illusions, then so might be the minds of other people who occupy the phantom physical bodies with which he interacts. Only the unknown playwright knows for sure. For whatever reason, the unknown playwright wants the food in Kathy's Cafe to taste good, and so it does. Godfrey can't explain how a disembodied mind divorced from sensory organs can taste and smell and see and hear and feel, but he does all those things. He might suppose his situation is like that of Keanu Reeves in The Matrix, his paralyzed body suspended in a tank, the illusion of this life nothing more than a digital feed piped into his brain. To embrace that explanation, he'd have to abandon radical philosophical nihilism, which he has embraced since his sophomore year in college, prior to which he'd been deeply confused about life and his purpose. He cannot prove the existence of the tank, the paralyzed body, the digital feed, and neither can he prove that movies exist or that there is an entity named Keanu Reeves. So, he will hold fast to the philosophy that has for so long guided him. Nothing is real. All experience is an illusion provided by a mysterious source. He's just along for the ride, so to speak. After dinner, Godfrey walks through nearby neighborhoods. Worsted is an even less convincing place at night than in daylight. As early as 9 o'clock, at least 12,000 of the town's supposed 14,000 residents must already be in bed. Of the few places with any action, the busiest seems to be a bar featuring country music, which is surrounded by pickups and SUVs. The roof-mounted sign names the place Nashville West, and under that, in smaller lettering, are the words eat, drink, music. If the unknown playwright wants Egon to believe this world is real, there are instances like this when he or she, or it, makes mistakes that reveal the falsity of the scene. The sign would make sense if all three words were nouns: food, drink, music, or if all were verbs: eat, drink, listen. But as it now reads, the customer is invited to eat and drink the music, which makes no sense. Sometimes it seems that Egon is smarter than the playwright, a strange idea on which he doesn't care to dwell. In his motel room again, at 10 o'clock, he changes from street clothes to lace-up hiking boots. For 20 minutes, he sits, staring at the bedside clock. He trades his sport coat for a warmer jacket that nonetheless conceals his shoulder rig and pistol. He removes the MedExpress container from the dry ice chest and carries it out to his Rhino GX. This is the largest luxury SUV made in America, a product of U.S. specialty vehicles. It looks like a hardened military transport, but with high style, including a matte black finish. The Rhino is a symbol of his value to the revolution, or so he is supposed to believe. During the 9-mile drive to Hawk Ranch, even someone far less enlightened than Egon Godfrey ought to realize that the world is not real, because large areas remain unfinished. These vast plains are often dark to the horizon. Here and there, tiny clusters of distant lights suggest isolated habitats. It's like stepping behind an intricately assembled stage setting of a bustling city street and discovering a cavernous backstage with counterweight pulleys and fly lines and painted drops, all of it deserted and quiet, belying the metropolis visible from the audience. 8 miles from Worsted, he goes off-road, guided now by GPS, homing on a locator in the Ford Explorer driven by Pedro Lobo, one of the 2 youngest members of the team. Pedro and his twin brother Alejandro have been maintaining surveillance of the entrance to Hawk Ranch for the past 36 hours. Half a mile from Pedro's location, Godfrey switches off his headlamps. If he follows a direct line to Pedro, as shown on the dashboard screen, he'll supposedly encounter no treacherous terrain. The enormous meadow is in places runneled, and the grass stands 18 inches high. Even in this cool night, from time to time, feeble swarms of winged insects, too dimly glimpsed to be identified in the moonlight, are disturbed out of the land, clicking their brittle wings and body shells ineffectively against the Rhino GX. Pedro has established his surveillance post within a grove of cottonwoods. In the pale moonlight, the trees loom blacker than the star-shot sky. Godfrey is the last to arrive. Among the trees, in addition to the Explorer, stands the 800-horsepower Cadillac Escalade, customized by Specialty Vehicle Engineering, assigned to Paloma Sutherland and Sally Jones. Here also are a Jeep Wrangler with the Poison Spider package from Four Wheel Parts, an aftermarket builder, which is shared by Rupert Baldwin and Vince Penn, as well as the bespoke Range Rover by Overfinch, assigned to Christopher Roberts and Janice Dern. In an operation like this, undertaken in a small town, it's important to split the team among various vehicles so that they don't appear to be related and are less likely to call attention to themselves than would a group of outsiders traveling together. The 5 men and 3 women are gathered at the Explorer, half-seen shadows within the deep moon shadows of the cottonwoods, conversing softly, when Godfrey leaves the Rhino GX and joins them. The grove of trees stands 30 yards from the county road and directly across from the entrance to Ansel and Claire Hawk's ranch. Godfrey has seen film of the ranch. At its entrance, the private access road is flanked by stone posts supporting an arch of wrought iron incorporating the name Hawk. A single lane of blacktop, bordered by ranch fencing and overhung by live oaks, proceeds 150 yards through rich grassland to the ranch buildings. From this distance, in daylight, the main residence, stables, barn, and manager's house can't be seen beyond the screening oaks. During the day, with binoculars, Pedro and Alejandro took turns watching the sole entrance to and exit from the ranch. Now they monitor the place with ATN PVS 7-3 night vision goggles, mil-spec Generation 4 gear, which gather in all available light across the spectrum and magnify it 80,000 times. At 7:30 this morning, Pedro tells Godfrey, Ansel and Claire left for church in their Ford F-550. 3 minutes later, Juan and Marie Saba followed in their pickup. Are you sure they were just going to church? We have a portable satellite dish. Even out here, it links us to the internet. Then we backdoor NSA audio feed from both houses. Godfrey has to admit the unknown playwright deserves praise for a quaint detail like church, which adds verisimilitude to this Texas setting that has otherwise at times seemed thinly sketched. Alejandro Lobo says, Juan and Marie returned from church at 9:26. After church, Ansel and Claire remained in town to have breakfast. They returned to the ranch at 10:35. They've been there ever since, Pedro added. What's the situation now? Quiet in both houses, Alejandro reports. The Sabas went to bed early. The Hawks watched Sunday magazine. What was their reaction? Infuriated, sickened, helpless? He said he was going to get good and drunk. She took an Ambien. As far as we can tell, they both knocked themselves out for the night, one way or the other. As far as you can tell. Evidently, supposedly, as we are asked and expected to believe, Godfrey replies. Sir? Alejandro says in puzzlement, and his twin asks, You think we missed something? No, Godfrey assures them. He turns to the other 6 half-seen figures that might be only spirits in a Shakespearean drama, the black cottonwood shapes like some grove of yew trees where the sorrowing dead gather to lament their passing. Let's gear up, people. No engine noise to alert them. We're going on foot. In the cargo space of the Explorer are Kevlar vests and bullet-resistant helmets. They strip off their jackets and shoulder rigs to put on the vests, and then rearm themselves. Although Ansel and Claire Hawk are gunned up, Godfrey and his crew do not want to kill anyone, merely enslave them with nanotech. Chapter 10. Shortly before midnight, weighed down with weariness, vision blurring from lack of sleep, Jane paid cash for a motel room in Lathrop, California. She always wanted a king-size bed, not because she tossed and turned in her sleep, which she didn't, and not because she liked to keep a pistol within easy reach under a pillow adjacent to her own, which she did. For 6 years, she and Nick had slept in a king-size bed. Whenever she had come half awake in the night, she had reached out to find him. On touching him, she had always felt safe from the storms of life and quickly fell back into sleep. He wasn't there to be touched anymore, but as long as she left a space for him, when she reached out in the dark, his pillow and his share of the sheets were waiting for him. If drowsy enough, she could believe that he'd gotten up for a moment and would soon come back to warm the bed beside her, whereupon dreams returned to her soft and easy. But if even sleep-sodden, she realized that he was gone from her world forever. This provision of mattress consoled her with the thought that on some inconceivable shore beyond this life, he remained her Nick, his love undiminished, and saved a space for her. Although exhausted, she feared that she would lie awake for so long that she might have to get up and dress and drive on. But when her head touched the pillow, sleep instantly claimed her. On this difficult night, she expected sleep to be filled with scenes of her child in peril, but instead she dreamed of ships at sea and buses and trains. On the ship, her fellow passengers were the sinister strangers of anxiety dreams. On the train, they were Gavin Washington, his wife Jessie, Nathan Silverman, Jane's former mentor at the Bureau, and her mother, all dead in the world of the waking, but here, journeying together toward... No, not yet, Jane told her mother. Not yet. Not even for you. She disembarked from the train to board a bus on which other passengers included the 2 serial killers she killed on a lonely farm, a dark web entrepreneur she'd killed in self-defense, and J.J. Crutchfield, the collector of women's eyes whom she had wounded and captured, who died in prison. More than once, she reached out to the empty side of the bed, and each time she fell back to sleep, but always there was another bus, a train, a ship at sea. Chapter 11. The high moon, a silver coin in the sequined purse of the night. The shabby Lathrop motel poorly lighted in recognition of the fact that a swirl of neon and a declaration of vacancy at this late hour will not induce a single additional traveler to make his bed there. Parked across the street from those grim lodgings, Ivan Petro does the math for murder, but isn't able to make it work. The motel has 15 units. The number of vehicles suggests that only 6 rooms are rented. Considering that Jane Hawk is in 1 room, there are as few as 5 other guests, or as many as 10. In an apartment above the motel office, 1 or 2 owner-operators of the establishment lie in uneasy sleep, troubled by dreams of bankruptcy. As few as 6 people other than Jane, or as many as 12. If it was 6, or even 7, he might start in the apartment and kill his way to her room, eliminating potential witnesses. With a lock-release device, he can slip through any door without much noise. If he wears night vision goggles, the gloom of bedrooms will not render him blind. He can kill fast and quietly with a knife. As skilled as the Hawk bitch is at self-defense, capturing her will involve some struggle, some noise, so that he can't move against her while other motel guests, on hearing an altercation, might call 911. There are 4 reasons why Ivan excels at what he does. First, he is much smarter than other Arcadians in his cell of the Cabal. Second, he possesses not merely a passion, but also an intellectual basis for the destruction of the historic order and the imposition of a utopia run by a ruling elite. He has read all of Nietzsche, Max Weber, and Freud, so he understands how efficient and stable society would be if all the delusions of meaning and illusions of free will were stripped from the confused masses. Third, He detests those Arcadians who have thus far kept him out of the highest circles of the revolution, and he hates himself for his failure to ascend. And all this anger is jet fuel for his ambition, ensuring that he works harder than anyone else. Fourth, he has great patience. He is not a hot-headed rebel, not a wild-eyed anarchist whose ideology is so tightly wound that he rushes into action with a war cry. Under these conditions, the risk of trying to take Jane Hawk is too great. He can wait. A better moment will come. His wristwatch has an alarm function. He sets it for 5 a.m. There are no street lamps where he is parked. He powers his seat into a reclining position. He closes his eyes, and, because he is a man who cares about no one but himself and is too certain of his future to worry about himself, he falls asleep in seconds. Chapter 12. Pedro and Alejandro remain behind with the vehicles in the grove of cottonwoods. Vince Penn, an army tank on legs, wearing night vision goggles, leads the way through the meadow as insects sing to the moon. Carrying the MedExpress container, Paloma Sutherland is second in the procession. Egon Godfrey is third, and the remaining 4 members of the team follow single file behind him. At this late hour, the road is so devoid of traffic that it seems no longer to lead anywhere that man or machine still exists. Broken, lane-dividing lines glow softly like some coded message to be deciphered. The team doesn't approach the house on the private lane, which might invite discovery. They climb the fence and continue overland. The wind that sprang up at sundown has blown away to the west, leaving a stillness in its wake. The 2-story white-clapboard main residence stands under old canopied oaks. Lights glow at downstairs and upstairs windows. The Hawks are evidently up late, in spite of Ambien and Scotch. Ansel's Ford F-550 truck stands in a graveled parking area. The stables and barn are dark, as is the residence of the ranch manager, a barely visible geometric form 300 yards to the northwest. The silence is deeper than elsewhere, bereft of insect song. They take positions all around the house, except for Paloma, who stands aside with the MedExpress container. Rupert and Chris climb the back porch steps, while Vince and Godfrey move on the front. They have lock-aid lock-release guns that defeat the deadbolts with little noise. There is no alarm, for the Hawks believe themselves to be self-sufficient in matters of self-defense. They are Texans, after all, and they are ranchers. If they weren't born with full knowledge of firearms, they were born with a predisposition to learn. Any of Godfrey's team could be shot dead, including Egon himself. Guns drawn, Egon and Vince venture into the lighted foyer as Rupert and Chris enter by the kitchen door. Earlier, they memorized the layout of the house from plans imported to their laptops. Rupert and Chris will clear the ground floor. Vince and Godfrey move directly to the stairs and ascend. The house is solidly constructed, but they make some noise. Yet they arrive in the upstairs hallway without encountering anyone. Every open door is a danger, every closed door yet a greater threat. If you believe you are a physical being and can therefore die. Vince has a fine sweat on his brow. Egon Godfrey remains dry. They clear the second floor room by room, but they find no one. Returning to the stairs, Godfrey sees Rupert and Chris in the foyer below. Chris shrugs, and Rupert looks disgusted. Then, to the enormous barn. Click on the lights. Dust motes like galaxies spiraling, the scent of hay. In one corner, the Hawks keep 2 other vehicles, a Chevy sedan and a Ford SUV. Both are here. Vince Penn is big and powerful and stalwart, but the unknown playwright has chosen to make him the slowest intellect on the team. He blathers his way to a conclusion that is instantly obvious to everyone else.
Hey, You think maybe they left on horseback? Could be, huh? If they went on horseback, they could escape overland. Then Pedro and Alejandro wouldn't know they slipped out.
Onward to the stables. As light blooms, horses swing their heads over stall doors and nicker. 8 stalls, just 3 horses. How damn many horses do they have? Godfrey wonders. If they rode out on horseback, the ranch manager will know where they went. The manager's residence is reached by a single lane of blacktop cracked by weather and crumbling along the edges. Dark without and within, the craftsman-style bungalow shelters under another oak. Godfrey intends to invade it as they did the previous house. However, when they are still about 15 yards from the place, every window brightens, and exterior lamps shed cones of light as well. They halt as the front door opens. Recognizable from the photographs in the NSA's Jane Hawk file, Juan and Maria Saba step out of the bungalow. He is holding what might be a .22 rifle, and she grips a long-bladed machete. Godfrey is familiar with the concept of humor, though he doesn't find much that is humorous in his scripted existence. He's amused, however, by this couple's intention to stand off 7 heavily armed professionals with these pathetic weapons. From the door behind the Sabas appear 2, 4, 8 other men and women, all with more impressive weaponry. And from around each side of the bungalow come others, male and female, a few teenagers, all bearing firearms, some also outfitted with machetes and scabbards. About half of them seem to be Hispanic. Among this solemn little army of citizen soldiers, none appears to be amused, and in fact, Godfrey can't maintain his own smile. How long has this crowd gathered in silence, so that Pedro and his brother, monitoring the premises, have heard not a word spoken?
We want no trouble, Juan Saba says. Leave now.
FBI, Godfrey declares, rather than flashing his homeland credentials. FBI has more history, more glamour, and is taken more seriously than Homeland Security.
We're here with arrest warrants.
They possess no warrants. But a lie is not a lie when there's no such thing as truth. Words are merely words, used like tools. He holds his ID high for them to see.
Put down your weapons.
FBI, Saba says.
Yes, FBI, we are supposed to believe.
Interesting. Saba seems to be expressing the doubt of one who, like Godfrey, embraces radical philosophical nihilism. This would appear to suggest that his mind is as real as Egon's.
Some here are brave uncles, aunts, cousins,
Juan Saba says.
Some are neighbors, brave friends of Mr. and Mrs. Hawk, and friends of Jane.
Jane Hawk, Godfrey declares, is guilty of multiple murders and treason. Anyone who assists her now is an accessory after the fact and will be charged and brought to trial. There are maybe 30 people arrayed in front of the house, not one face clouded with either anger or fear, all expressionless, as if they mean to convey that their resistance isn't driven by emotion, which might wane under pressure, that it is motivated by loyalty or justice or some equally noble virtue. Into their challenging silence, Godfrey says, "If you insist on standing with a traitor and murderer, if you won't help us find Ansel and Claire, I'll call for backup. You can't outlast a federally imposed siege of this property. Get real, Mr. Saba." After half a minute of silence, perhaps intended to establish that he is unmoved by this threat, Juan Saba says,
"You don't want a big, loud thing here. You come with your needles to make slaves of Ansel and Claire. Such devil's work can be done only in the quiet dark. They aren't here anymore. You can't force us to help you find them. We'll make much noise and shine the light of justice on you."
This is a twist that Egon Gottfried hasn't seen coming. Jane has told her in-laws about the brain implants, and they have shared this with Juan Saba, who shared it with these others. And they are all credulous enough to believe this mind control story to be a fact. Rupert Baldwin has little patience for the pretensions of common folk like this, who believe in the myth of constitutional rights. Loud enough for Saba to hear, he says, "We're not going to allow this bunch of shit-kickers to push us around, are we?" Godfrey has no objection to a shootout. His physical existence is an illusion. He can't be killed. It would be interesting to see how such a close-quarters pitched battle might turn out. However, just as he can somehow see, hear, feel, taste, and smell with this illusion of a physical body, he can also experience pain. Godfrey has no copy of the script. It always seems that the unknown playwright trusts him to intuit what he is expected to say and do. Godfrey has come to believe that when his intuition isn't keen enough to discern what is wanted of him, the unknown playwright inflicts pain, in one form or another, to encourage him to try harder to be true to the narrative in the future. Godfrey and his crew are not clad head to foot in Kevlar. A lot of pain can be inflicted with a leg wound, with an arm wound. In Godfrey's experience, clandestine action is what is usually expected. He isn't likely to be rewarded for instigating a shootout. Saba says, "These friends will be with Maria and me while we do chores and oversee the day workers, and while we sleep. We won't be taken by surprise. We won't be easy." "Even if they went on horseback," Godfrey says, "we have ways of tracking them, ways of finding them." "Then go to your ways," Saba advises. "You'll live to regret this." "There is no regret in doing right. Go to your ways."
Arrogant shit-kicker,
Rupert Baldwin snarls. Before the situation might spiral out of control, Godfrey orders his people to concede and return to the grove of cottonwoods. When they are with Pedro and Alejandro, wrapped in the fabric of cottonwood shadows threaded by moonlight, he takes the MedExpress container from Paloma and sends his people back to their motels. Only Rupert Baldwin is given a task, which it is hoped he can complete before noon. Rupert is brilliant at tracking quarry through the millions of tearless, blinkless eyes that monitor the country's buildings and streets, that observe from security cameras in reeking alleyways and from satellites in airless orbit. Furthermore, Rupert is reliably quick and vicious in the face of any threat. They will find Ansel and Claire soon enough, and in time, the Sabas, Juan and Maria, will be humbled and cruelly used. And why not? Like everyone else, the Sabas are merely concepts that can't be proven real, symbols that can never be deciphered, figments, meaningless distortions of light. Chapter 13. Cornell Jasperson knew many things, such as he knew thousands of books because he had devoted his life to reading. On his 5-acre property stood a shabby little blue stucco house with a white metal roof shaded by unkempt queen palms. Set back from the house, a forbidding ramshackle barn seemed to tremble on the verge of collapse. Cornell Jasperson knew, as few people did, that the barn was structurally sound and that within it, accessible only through steel doors with electronic locks, was a library for the end of the world. As he walked through that library now, he knew it remained as precious as he had intended it to be when he had it built, but he also knew it was no longer as safe a refuge as it had seemed before. The hidden, windowless 40-foot square library was lined with 1,300 linear feet of bookshelves on 3 walls and part of the 4th. 4 intricately figured Persian carpets warmed the polished concrete floor. Many seating options, chairs and recliners, no two of the same style or period. He knew the layout so well that when reading, he could move from one sitting place to another that better suited his mood without taking his eyes from the page. Side tables and footstools, lamps, 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 table lamps, floor lamps, shades of stained glass by Tiffany, blown glass, etched glass, colored and cut crystal. Cornell loved light filtered and softened by color and texture, and this library lay bejeweled with light. Cornell knew that civilization was a shaky construct, that many civilizations had collapsed throughout world history. He knew, or at least believed, that the current civilization would collapse. He was what they called a prepper, prepared for the end, ready to ride out 30 months of chaos and violence during which a new civilization might rise out of the ruins of the current one. Within the 600,000 forbidding acres of the Anza Borrego Desert State Park, Little Borrego Springs was the only town, and at this southern end of Borrego Valley, the residences were few. When the distant cities lost power, water, and access to gasoline, when the food distribution network collapsed, millions would perish. The desperate survivors might seek fertile, defendable land, but they would have no reason to trek all the way to the parched and barren wastes of the Anza Borrego. Here, at least, there would be no need to stave off savage hordes. Anyway, the library was not where he would hunker down during the days of blood and terror. This treasury of books served as his waiting place, hidden away from the world, but not as grim as the underground bunker, where, at the penultimate moment, he would take refuge via a well-concealed secret passageway, living under the world like the Phantom of the Opera or some troll. Cornell knew that most people thought he was strange, even creepy. He'd been diagnosed with Asperger's disorder and various forms of autism. Maybe all those diagnoses were correct, or maybe none were. His IQ was very high, and he'd made a lot of money while sitting alone in a room, developing apps that had proved enormously popular. When he was rich, no less than when he'd been poor, people thought he was strange, even creepy. 6'9", long-boned, knob-jointed, with large and ill-set shoulder blades that he thought were reminiscent of the plates on the backs of certain dinosaurs, with strong hands large enough to juggle honeydew melons, or human heads. Cornell knew that over the years he had frightened many people who entered his presence unexpectedly. A few had been unable to fully repress a startled cry of fear. His cousin, Gavin, and Gavin's wife, Jessica, insisted that he had a sweet, round face, like a milk chocolate brown baby Jesus, and a few other people told him similar things, but they were probably just being kind. When Cornell looked at himself in a mirror, he couldn't tell if his reflection might be pleasant or fearsome. His face was his face, so he was too familiar with it to reach a final conclusion. Sometimes he thought he looked like that black actor, Denzel Washington, but at other times he thought, Frankenstein. Cornell knew that women would never chase after him like they probably chased Denzel. He would forever be a target of snarky teenage boys and drunkards with something to prove. But that was okay. As part of his personality disorder, or whatever it was, he couldn't tolerate being touched anyway. He was happiest alone with a book. As Mr. Paul Simon had sung, "I am a rock, I am an island." Anyway, Cornell knew all that and a great deal more, but he did not know what he should do about the boy. He stopped beside the recliner where Travis was lying curled upon himself, sleeping in the golden light of a Tiffany lamp. 5 years old. Cornell could hardly believe that he had ever been as small as this child. Travis was scarily little, like he could break apart if he just rolled off the recliner. Now that Gavin and Jessica had gone away and not come back, the boy had no one to take care of him except a shambling, misassembled man who didn't know how to take care of anyone except himself. Gavin and Jessica's dogs, big, dangerous-looking dogs, German shepherds, had come with Travis. Now they padded through the library to stand on the farther side of the recliner, watching Cornell as Cornell watched the boy, as if they thought he might try to harm Travis. Cornell said, "Don't bite or claw me, please and thank you." The dogs said nothing, though their eyes seemed to speak volumes, mostly regarding their distrust for this big, strange man. "I never had dogs," he told them. "I never had a son. Can't have a son if I can't tolerate being touched, even a woman's touch." The dogs cocked their heads, as if considering this revelation. "I like to be alone," the boy murmured in his sleep. "Or I thought I did," Cornell said. Chapter 14. Egon Godfrey behind the wheel of the huge Rhino GX, headlights cleaving the prairie dark ahead, infinite blackness to both sides of the county road, the soft glow of the instrument panel and the hum of tires on blacktop, so convincing that he can almost believe the car and the road and the night are real. In time, Worsted again, as barely sketched as some town in a low-budget western, the buildings mere facades, no citizens afoot after midnight, a lone and bold coyote slinking past the dark drugstore, eyes radiant in the headlights. Godfrey is neither angry nor even disappointed about the turn of events at Hawk Ranch. In this honeycomb of illusions that is his existence, nothing matters enough to warrant strong emotions. Having passed his motel, Godfrey doesn't know where he is going. He is only along for the ride. He is not surprised, however, when he passes Nashville West, pulls to the curb half a block from the roadhouse, switches off the lights, and kills the engine. Although closing time must be approaching, several vehicles remain in the parking lot. When he gets out of the Rhino GX, Godfrey hears country music, a live band, not a jukebox. Eat, drink, music. He moves to a corner of the roadhouse where a burned-out light welcomes shadows and those who need them. The wait is not a long one. A weather-bitten man in cowboy boots, faded jeans, a checkered flannel shirt, and a white Stetson exits Nashville West. He is singing with a slur the song that the band just finished playing. Even someone who believes in the reality of all things as they appear might think this man is too much of a walking cliché to be real. He approaches, what else? A Ford pickup on which is fixed a bumper sticker that declares Texas True. "Hey, cowpoke," says Godfrey, stepping close behind the man. He thumbs the button on the handle of a collapsible baton. The instrument instantly telescopes out to 20 inches, and he raises it high. When Wyatt Earp turns to favor him with a loose smile, Godfrey hammers the steel knob at the end of the baton into his whiskey-flushed face. The crunch of bone crush, the rush of freed blood, the shock of sudden sobriety in the widening eyes, the Stetson spinning up as the cowpoke folds down, denim and flannel to blacktop. Godfrey hammers the arms raised in defense, fingers snapping like breadsticks, and knocks out of the man the feeble cry for help that is more of a wretched gagging than it is a shout. 5 blows later, the task complete, Egon Godfrey thumbs the button which collapses the baton. He returns to the Rhino and drives away. His heart rate is maybe 60 beats per minute. He isn't breathing hard. What he's done required little effort and no anger or other strong emotion. The cowboy, like everyone and everything else, means nothing to him. Godfrey isn't angered by the turn of events at Hawk Ranch, and he harbors no spite, certainly no rage, against the stranger in the roadhouse parking lot. As always, he merely intuits what the script requires of him. He is not an independent agent. There is no objective basis from which to determine what is true or real. Consequently, nothing is true or real except his mind. He is only along for the ride. Chapter 15. A departing guest slammed a door. Jane half woke in the motel room in Lathrop after 5 hours of sack time. She lay for a while in the dark, in a slowly dissolving web of sleep, trying to imagine that she had only dreamed the death of her husband and the danger to her child, that she had herewith awakened into a world where she and Nick and Travis still lived in Virginia, facing a future filled with the promise of peace and grace. She possessed an ability to adapt quickly to change and threat, though not by resorting to denial, at which she was no good at all. She threw aside the blanket, swung her legs out of bed, and knew this was still a world of murder, slander, envy, theft, deceit, and implacable evil, where peace must be won each day, where legions didn't know grace, or, perceiving it, thought it mere weakness. Having showered the previous evening, she dressed and made herself up to look like the photo on another of the forged driver's licenses she possessed, this one in the name of Eleanor Dashwood. When all this began, she had shoulder-length blonde hair, which was now cut short. She pulled on a pixie-cut chestnut-brown wig. Non-prescription contact lenses morphed her blue eyes brown. Stage-prop glasses with black frames gave her a studious appearance. A successful disguise was a simple one. The reflection in the bathroom mirror wouldn't fool her son, but she didn't look enough like the traitor in the news to be recognized on the street. No casual disguise could deceive the facial recognition software married to security systems in airports, train stations, and bus depots, which was why she could travel only by car. She loaded her luggage into her Explorer Sport, a stolen and remade vehicle without GPS, purchased with cash from an off-market dealer in Arizona. She drove out of Lathrop, south, on Interstate 5. Hours later, she left the interstate for a truck stop, filled the SUV's tank, and bought takeout, ham sandwiches, black coffee. She ate in the Explorer, in a remote corner of the parking lot, far from easy observation by all the drivers coming and going. She was still more than an hour north of Los Angeles, in this busy plot of commerce, aswarm with trucks and other vehicles, the magnificent and sparsely populated San Joaquin Valley all around, and the blue sky, as serene as the world under it could never be. She used one of her burner phones to call another disposable that she'd left with a friend who had lost his wife and one of his 2 daughters in this secret civil war. He was now hiding out in Texas. His name had been linked to hers in the news. When Luther Tillman answered on the 3rd ring, she said, "Just me."
Best 2 words I've heard in days, knowing you're out there.
Good to hear your voice, too. In metropolitan areas, the National Security Agency had planes that could be launched to scoop telecom signals from those carrier waves reserved for disposable cell phones and apply track-to-source technology to locate terrorists communicating in the run-up to an attack. Neither Jane nor Luther was in a metro area. There was no chance this conversation would be monitored in real time by anyone. Nevertheless, they used no names and spoke discreetly. What was impossible yesterday might have become possible today. Referring to Luther's daughter, Jolie, who had almost been injected with a control mechanism, whose sister and mother were now enslaved and lost to her, Jane said, "How's the girl?"
Angry. But not angry with me anymore for getting involved in this. She knows I really had no choice. She's smart. Resilient.
So how are you?
Not good. Feeling lost. But hanging in there.
Jane took a breath to speak, hesitated, shuddered, and took another breath. Man, I so hate what I'm about to do.
If there's any way I can help, tell me. I'm going a little crazy here. Being off duty, it's not me.
Jolie needs you there.
She wants them crushed for what happened to her mom and sister. She wants that real bad. I want to give her that.
And if she loses you too?
If we don't blow this wide open, she not only loses me, she loses herself, her future, her freedom.
Jane sat in silence for a moment, watching a large motorhome negotiate the parking lot. Then she said, "You know what's the most important thing in the world to me?"
Yeah. You showed me the cameo.
Now I need to go into a very tight place and get him out of there before they find him. I'm not able to do it alone.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Neck deep.
Where are you? Where do you need me to be?
My friends, where you are now. They'll fly you to Palm Springs tomorrow morning, then drive you to Indio. She gave him an address.
What do I need to bring?
What you used to carry every day to work, she said. He'd been a sheriff in Minnesota, and whatever else he might have brought to work every day, he always carried a gun. She said, "First thing after we hang up, have someone there take a photo of you, a headshot." She gave him an email address. On the subject line, put emergency. The only message should be, "You're expecting the attached photo." Luther read the email address, and she confirmed it.
You better believe we'll do this, he said, no matter what it takes.
I believe. I have to, or otherwise fall apart, she said. With you, I believe we will. We'll do it. He said,
I owe you for what I have left, for Jolie. I love you for that.
You're the best. Just stay cool.
Hell, I've had ice in my veins for days now.
Chapter 16. In the distant southeast, tilled fields moist from irrigation, issuing a thin mist from the respiring earth. Much nearer, and to the south, a weedy field leading to an open grove of live oaks. In the truck stop parking lot, Jane reviewed her options one more time, the people from whom she might seek help. She needed someone in addition to Luther Tillman. Her preference among the possibilities was an unlikely choice, but she kept returning to him. A week earlier, in Texas, she had been driving the desert night in a black Ford Escape when a Texas Highway Patrol officer pulled her over. She'd left him cuffed to her vehicle, which had been hot once it had been connected to her, and made off with his cruiser, a black and white Dodge Charger. Certain that she couldn't outrun the roadblocks, she'd used the patrol car's light bar to pull over a Mercedes E350, intending to take the car and use the driver as cover, because the police would be looking for a woman alone. She hadn't expected that she and the 81-year-old widower who owned the E350, Bernie Riggowitz, would spend more than 12 hours together, or that they would bond so completely. Now she took from her wallet a photo of his late wife that he'd given her, with whom he'd driven all over the country on extended road trips. Miriam was lovely, her face a portrait of kindness. Jane called Bernie's cell number. When he answered, she said, "I'm looking at this picture of Miriam you gave me, and I can't help asking myself, how did a guy like you win over a doll like her?"
I'm no plosher, so I won't say I was a double for Cary Grant back then, but I was sweet as halva. Halva and chutzpah can take a guy a long way. Plus, I could dance a little. How's by you, Alice?
She had told him that her name was Alice Liddell, because he never followed the news.
Pfah, it's all lies, or depressing.
He hadn't known she was the most wanted fugitive in America, only that she was
mixed up in something you need to mix yourself out of.
Maybe by now, Jane said, you know more about me.
Oh, you're everywhere. I know all kinds of schmonces about you now. I might believe 1% of it if I was stupid. But anyone wants me to spill anything about you, they can go talk to the wall.
You're a peach. Where are you, Bernie?
I'm here in Scottsdale with Nasia and Segev making over me. Everything ipsy-pipsy, but...
Nasia was his daughter, Segev his son-in-law. But, she said,
But they want me to stop traveling, move in here, be pampered to death. They think Miriam's in that grave. They won't understand she's out there everywhere we ever went together all those years of driving. I'm not lonely on the road, 'cause she's always with me.
Nasia is your only child, isn't she?
My best blessing now that Miriam's gone. So I have to pretend maybe I'll give up the road, which I won't.
You know, I have such a blessing, too.
Do I know? Since I found out, I can't sleep for worry. You never mentioned when we had our little drive together.
You didn't know who I was then. My kid is suddenly in a very bad jam. I can't get him. Speaking about her helplessness brought a tightness to her chest, a knot of emotion that made it hard to speak for a moment. I can't get him out of this jam alone.
The way you talk, a person would think I'm a stranger. You can't just tell me what I should do?
It's going to be damn dangerous. I have no right.
Are we mishpacha or what?
I don't know what that means.
What it means is, it means family.
That's very sweet, but in fact, we aren't family.
I know my own family, Bubala. Who is and who's not. Didn't you call me Grandpa one day in Texas? And didn't I tell that nice policeman you were my granddaughter? So then, it's settled. Tell me what, when, where.
Under that serene blue sky, on the tumultuous surface of the earth, as long as there were Bernies and Luthers, there was hope. Jane said, "You and Miriam traveled sometimes in a motorhome."
We took most trips by car, some in a Fleetwood Southwind. It's a different country one way from the other, but always beautiful.
You could still drive a motorhome?
Can I walk? Can I talk? Can I twiddle my thumbs? I could drive you coast to coast without a bump.
What size was that Fleetwood of yours?
32 feet, but I can do longer. Gas is better than diesel. A diesel pusher, engine and back, will be a lot heavier and harder to turn. Where are we going?
Tell you tomorrow. Let's meet in Indio, near Palm Springs. She gave him the address. Can you be there tomorrow afternoon?
Indio's 5 hours from here. I could be there and back and there again with time to stop for a nosh. You got a motorhome?
I'll have one. From Enrique, the guy we visited in Nogales that time. Meanwhile, have someone take a photo of you, a headshot. She gave him the email address that she'd given to Luther.
Don't you worry, Bernie said. Whatever we need to do, we'll do it twice.
There's no way I can ever thank you enough, Bernie.
So before you hang up, say the word for me.
What word?
What we are, and always will be.
Her voice caught again in her throat. Mishpoka.
Pretty good. You should let that kh rattle against the roof of your mouth a little better, but not bad for a first try, Bubala.
Chapter 17. Godfrey never sleeps more than a few hours. He doesn't know why he needs any sleep. Sleep is a requirement of the body, and his body isn't real. A disembodied mind should function without sleep. But he isn't the author of this drama, isn't responsible for the conflicting details that suggest a careless playwright. He is only along for the ride. After a late breakfast in the Holiday Inn coffee shop, he walks 2 blocks to the Best Western, where Rupert Baldwin is staying. The sky over Worsted is woolly and gray. The air pools in stillness, but a pre-dawn breeze earlier smoothed a layer of pale dust along the gutter, in and out of which wander paw prints laid down by a dog or by the coyote that he saw the previous night. At the Best Western, when Godfrey knocks on the door to room 16, Rupert calls out, "It's not locked." In the same hush-puppies and rumpled corduroy suit and beige shirt and bolo tie that he was wearing for the operation at Hawk Ranch, Rupert sits at a small table with 2 chairs. Through reading glasses, he squints at one of 2 laptops that are open and in use. The bedspread has not been turned back, though it is slightly rumpled, as if Rupert had rested sleeplessly atop it for a short while before getting on with the search for Ansel and Claire Hawke. Closing the door behind him, Godfrey says, "Couldn't sleep?"
Didn't need to.
Intrigued, Godfrey asks, "Do you ever?" Without looking up, Rupert asks,
Do I ever what?
"Need to sleep?"
Not when I have Hershey's Special Dark and can wash down some crank with Red Bull.
He taps a can of the high-caffeine energy drink, beside which is a bag of miniature dark chocolate candy bars. "Crank? You're using methamphetamine?"
Not often. Only since this case. I hate this slut. I want her dead sooner than now. I want her in-laws injected and licking my boots, and then I want them dead.
"There's another one," Godfrey says. "A conflicting detail. You never wear boots." Rupert finally looks up from the laptop, frowning, his stare as sharp as the prongs of a meat fork.
Something wrong with you?
Godfrey shrugs. "Things should have gone better last night."
Better? Hell, it couldn't have gone worse.
Rupert returns his attention to the laptop.
When all the Hawks are dead, including her brat, I'm going to surprise that shit-kicker Juan Saba, cut off his package and feed it to his wife before I blow her brains out.
"You sure are passionate about this. Dedicated to the mission."
In case you haven't thought it through, it's us or them. And it's damn well not going to be me. One rogue bitch bureau agent and her bumpkin in-laws can't get the better of us. We're an ass-kicking, head-busting machine. Never been anything like us.
Stepping behind Rupert, Godfrey considers the laptop screen. An analytic program is assessing and enhancing an image taken from orbit. Changes occur with such speed that he can't understand what is before him. Find anything? Where maybe they went on horseback?
I backdoored our satellites. Government, commercial. Couldn't get shit on this part of Texas after sunset yesterday.
What about China? China is all about weaponizing space and orbital surveillance, so NSA has seeded a rootkit in their military's computer network. A hacker like Rupert can dive in and float through the Chinese system at such a low level they don't know anybody's swimming there.
I finally found some relevant Chi-Com video,
Rupert confirms. Although it is as dark as Satan's colon on those plains at night, the Chinese are even more interested in what America does in the dark than in the day. They fear the U.S. has mobile missile platforms that are shifted around at night. The Chi-Coms have highly sensitive look-down capability in infrared, and Rupert is working with a segment of streamed video that he cloned from their archives.
In that meadowland, after a cool day when the ground didn't soak up heat, there's not much background infrared to filter out.
But there's wildlife, Godfrey says.
Most too small to matter, except deer. And deer travel in small families, usually more than two. It's largely federal land, not licensed for grazing, so we don't have to sort out a lot of cattle.
Pointing to the constantly melting and solidifying image on the screen, Godfrey says, "What am I going to see when this clarifies?"
Horses are big. 1,500 or 1,600 pounds for Claire Hawke's mare, 2,000 for Ansel's stallion. They put out strong heat signatures, especially carrying riders and exerting themselves. I've processed this once, just now giving it a final cleanup.
When a scene resolves and freezes, it isn't like the raw image captured by satellite. It's been analyzed and enhanced, translated, to make sense to the human eye. The straight-down angle on the meadowland is rendered in shades of gray, faint whirling feathering patterns that represent the effect of a fitful breeze in the grass. Here and there, faint reddish hazes represent ground source heat, and scattered small hot red points might be the issue of wildlife. The most prominent features in the image are two ruby-red heat signatures, brighter and larger than the others. As Rupert works the keyboard, the static image evolves into a video stream. The red signifiers move through the gray featherings toward a bisecting band without pattern, near which are clustered reddish geometric shapes, representing 6 or 8 buildings.
By the time the Chi-Com satellite passed over here, the Hawks had already gone almost 20 miles from their ranch.
How do you know those aren't a couple deer?
A female deer tends to follow a male, behind and a little off to one side, and deer won't travel as directly as this. They wander. These are horses, under the guidance of riders.
But we can't know this is Claire and Ansel Hawk.
The satellite captured them at 2:10 a.m. There's not likely to be a pair of other riders out at that hour.
What are those buildings?
Another ranch. The band of gray without pattern is the state route that passes through Worsted before it gets to this place.
When the video ends, Egon Godfrey says, "That's all you have?"
Satellite's moving damn fast. You don't get a feature-length film of anything.
What if they didn't stop at that other ranch? They might have passed it by, crossed the road, and gone somewhere else. Rupert turns to the second laptop and calls up a file.
Just finished putting this together before you knocked.
The first photo, captured from Google Street View, shows a gated entrance to a property and a sign that reads, Longren Stables. Rupert clicks away the first photo and splits the screen for 2 Texas DMV images of driver's licenses, one for Chase Longren, one for Alexis Longren. They appear to be in their early 30s, good-looking in spite of the poor quality of DMV photography.
Husband and wife, Rupert says. We recently became suspicious of them. Maybe they're a conduit for messages from Jane to her in-laws. Nick Hawk and Chase Longren were best friends in high school.
Godfrey considers the 2 faces. Chase still looks like a high school jock. Alexis is a pretty woman. It's noon. Almost 10 hours since the 2 riders on horseback, if they were riders and horses, had been captured by the satellite. Godfrey says, "Let's go have a chat with the Longrens." Chapter 18. The woman in Reseda, known as Judy White, but also as Lois Jones, neither of which was her real name, claimed to be a Syrian refugee, though her accent sounded sometimes like Eastern European Slavic, at other times flat-out Russian. She didn't answer her phone in any traditional manner. "You have wrong number. Go away." From experience, Jane knew neither Judy nor Lois would hang up. "We've done business before." "I'm not in business. Read palms, tell fortunes. My gift is life mission, not business. Enrique introduced us." "You have wrong number. Go away." "When I saw you a week or so ago, the last thing you said to me was go. Go where you go. You want to die, so go die." "Was nothing personal. Just opinion, observation. My gift." "You're going to get 2 photos by email." Jane explained what she needed. "I want to stop by and get everything in 3 hours. Want. Everybody want. It's impossible 3 hours. I'll pay triple the usual. Don't die on way here. Nobody to pay us. I'll do my best to get there alive." "So you say." Judy and Lois terminated the call. Chapter 19. This guy said he knew a guy who bought cars from Enrique de Soto, reworked wheels to outrun anything a cop might jack around in. This guy who knew a guy, he swaggered like some TV wrestling star. Enrique's product started out stolen and went for a makeover in Nogales, Mexico, where its identifiers were removed and the GPS was stripped out. The vehicle was either given a new engine, compatible to the Batmobile, or otherwise supercharged. Anything you purchased from Enrique came with a valid California DMV registration, or with one from a DMV of your choice in any Canadian province. This guy who knew a guy also knew what sweet prices Enrique charged for his merchandise, and he was dumb enough to think that Enrique kept a bank's worth of cash on the premises. Ricky DeSoto worked out of several weathered barns on a former horse ranch near Nogales, Arizona, directly across the border from Nogales, Mexico. The front barn held no vehicles, but was stocked with junk furniture and other items to provide Ricky with cover as an antiques dealer. So that morning, this guy who knew a guy came into Ricky's office without an appointment, smelling of some pussy boy cologne, obviously a bodybuilder, shaved and waxed bullet head, tattoo of a snake around his throat, wearing a loose black raincoat in a warm, rainless morning. He was accompanied by a nervous dude who resembled Mick Jagger but even skinnier, with the bad teeth of a meth head. They evidently didn't think they looked like what they were. The one with the tattoo mentioned a good customer of Enrique's and started talking cars, a lot of shit picked up from bad movies. The meth head thought he was casual, easing around the office, pretending to admire the cheap vases and the mantel clocks that passed for collectibles, but he was moving away from his buddy and into a backup shooting position. Bullethead's raincoat didn't hang right because there was no weight on the left side to balance the concealed sawed-off shotgun in a sling under the right side panel of fabric. Ricky didn't worry that he might have misjudged his visitors. In the event that he was mistaken, he would have no regrets. When the guy in the raincoat asked if he could smoke, just to explain why he was reaching into the right-hand pocket of his coat, Ricky stepped hard on the pedal in the knee space of his desk. A 12-gauge shotgun was mounted to the center rail that supported the desktop. The pedal drew taut a wire that pulled the trigger. The skirt on the front of the desk was a mere quarter-inch panel of masonite. At such close range, the blast chopped raincoat guy mostly in the crotch and lower abdomen and blew him down. Skinny Mick had a gun in, of all places, an ankle holster. As the fool bent and fumbled for it, Ricky drew a pistol from a holster attached to the side of his office chair and stood and shot the meth addict twice. He stepped around the desk and shot the screaming guy in the raincoat, who wasn't long for this world anyway. All the gunfire and close quarters left Ricky DeSoto half deaf. He stepped around the bodies, left his office, pulled the door shut. The would-be heist artists had arrived in a Cadillac Escalade, possibly stolen, in any case, now hot. It would have to be boxed over to Mexico, given a new identity. Because he hadn't paid some punk to boost it, there would be a good profit when it was ready for sale. He didn't work the operation alone, of course, but the other guys were in the barns farthest back from the highway. By the time he walked there, with grasshoppers springing out of the tall grass alongside the oiled dirt driveway as if to celebrate him, his hearing slowly returned, though he would have tinnitus for a while. He told Danny and Tia what had happened. They knew what to do without being instructed, and they headed directly for his office. One of the benefits of having major acreage was that you had numerous places where graves could be dug discreetly with a backhoe. Ricky didn't immediately follow Danny and Tio, but stood yawning elaborately, trying to pop the tinnitus out of his ears. His iPhone rang, and as usual there was no caller ID because his clientele preferred anonymity. He took the call.
Yeah?
She said, "Hardly more than a week since I saw you. I must be the best customer you have." Sexy as she was, he knew her voice as much from dreams as from the times she'd done business with him face to face. He said,
"You're so big now, maybe I shouldn't risk doing any more business with you."
"Like I'm going to believe your balls fell off. I'm only a few 100 miles away. I'd have heard them hit the ground." He laughed.
"Bonita chica. Maybe yours are bigger than mine."
"I need a motorhome. I'm sure you've fitted them out before with cute little hard-to-find compartments."
"Could be. I got a couple right now."
"Gas, not a diesel pusher. 36 to 40 feet.
"I got a Tiffin Allegro 36. Total refit. Custom paint. Nobody ever knew her would know her now. She's so pretty."
She told him the size of the custom storage spaces she needed. She also specified a pistol that she required. He said, "Doable on both counts. I need everything by late tomorrow morning."
Shit, no.
"I'll pay a premium."
Tiffin Allegro 36-footer, new off the showroom floor, would cost you $180,000.
Like you bought it right off the showroom floor. What was your wholesale price? $4,000 to some booster?
Plus, there's the work you want done overnight.
Ricky. Will you pretend you have to charge sales tax? Listen, one thing you do need to add to the total is delivery.
You think I'm Amazon or something?
You know the address near Palm Springs. You once recommended the man there to me, but I never needed him until now. Enrique's nephew, Ferrante, operated a legit business in Indio, customizing limousines, high-end SUVs, and other vehicles, not only making them more luxurious than the original manufacturers had made them, but also armoring them and installing bullet-resistant glass and run-flat tires for wealthy people who watched the world grow darker and heard lethal violence justified from podium to pulpit. In addition, as insurance against another government screw-up that would sink the economy yet again and devastate his customizing business, Ferrante dealt in illegal arms from a secret basement under one of his factories. Because his mother, Josefina, Enrique's sister, had for some reason raised the boy in the church, he would not sell weapons to criminals, only to the upstanding citizens who purchased his armored vehicles, titans of industry and banking and social media companies, and probably to a rogue FBI agent who was maybe more righteous than the people who accused her of treason. "I assume," Jane Hawk said, "your contact there will let your vehicle on his lot and let me prepare for a trip I have to make."
We're tight. But I have to say, he's a weird duck. He does mass daily, always saying his rosary like some old abuela who wears a mantilla even in the shower. He's got this blood obsession.
Blood obsession?
You meet him, you'll see. But he's not loco. He's smart. He knows how the world works. I guarantee you can do your meet there.
I'm assuming that Tiffin Allegro can tow an SUV?
What SUV you want it to tow?
She told him. So how much will you rob me for? He stood thinking, watching the insects leap, watching a sudden flock of crows cackle down out of the sun, snaring the bugs in mid-jump, glossy black wings thrashing the golden grass and fireweed, the singing of the grasshoppers now like thin screams.
120,000 on delivery. You got that much?
Yeah, but you're a true bandit, Ricky.
There's a way I could let you have it for 70.
What way is that?
Take a break from what you're doing. Stay a month with me.
A month with you, Ricky? I'd be used up, worn out, no good for anything anymore.
I'd be gentle. You'd be surprised.
I know you'd be gentle. You're chivalrous. But I'm a widow, you know, and figuratively speaking, I'm wearing black.
I forgot the whole widow thing for a minute. My apologies.
Accepted. And don't worry about the 120. It's all in clean bills. Nobody's looking for it.
I don't worry about you, he said. I know you won't screw me. Not that way. And I guess not any other way.
Business and romance never mix anyway, she said.
Guy who had this operation before me, Enrique said, hooked up with this lady customer, ended up with his head cut off.
There you go. Let's keep our heads, Ricky. She terminated the call. Up there at the barn in which Enrique had his office, at a door that couldn't be seen from the highway, Danny and Tio were dumping a dead guy in the open cargo bed of a mule, a nice little electric vehicle that was useful for a variety of tasks. Chapter 20. The shadows of the parking lot lampposts, sheathed at noon, now slowly extending west across the truck stop blacktop, like swords drawn to defend against the dragon growl of diesel engines. Enrique de Soto had come to Jane Hawk's attention when she had tracked down Marcus Paul Headsman, a serial killer who'd stolen a car from Enrique. The FBI had too few agents and too many cases to care about the small beer de Soto operation. Headsman was the game. Likewise, over in the Department of Justice, prosecutorial overload required a triage approach to selecting which criminals to proceed against. Jane had first purchased a Ford Escape from Ricky shortly after she went on the run. She'd given him the impression that the law had never bothered him because she'd shredded the file on him, which was neither true nor necessary. Ricky was macho enough to convince himself that a good-looking FBI agent would be so drawn to him that she'd cut off the hands of justice to keep them from seizing him. One of the most dispiriting things about her current situation was the need to work with criminals whom she would have liked to put behind bars. There were degrees of evil, however, and in these dark times, which seemed to darkle deeper every day, absolute purity of action ensured defeat. The armies of virtue were either too few in number or too cowed by the volume of political hatred to be counted upon. When bargaining with lesser evils to obtain what was necessary to wage war against evil in the uppercase, she'd keep her footing if she was always alert to the stain it left on her, if she remained aware of the need for contrition, and if she would, supposing that she lived, eventually bring to justice those like Ricky de Soto with whom she'd had to traffic. Now, in a remote corner of the big parking lot, with the Explorer Sport shielding her from observation by those coming and going from the truck stop, she knelt on the blacktop and used a hammer to pound a screwdriver into the charging port of the burner phone, destroying the battery and, with it, the identifier by which the phone might be tracked. She smashed the screen and broke open the casing, intending to cross the 50 yards of weedy field and throw the debris into the ravine toward which the land sloped. In this age when every phone and computer and laptop and every car with a GPS and even every high-tech wristwatch was a beacon by which you could be tracked, measured paranoia was essential to survival. If the first call she made was to any person who might conceivably be a target of law enforcement, she discarded her burner after a single use. Luther Tillman's location was unknown to all authorities, and Bernie Riggowitz was a most unlikely subject for surveillance. However, once she had spoken to Enrique de Soto, she needed to dispose of the phone, lest someone monitoring him might learn its identifier code and even now be committing the nation's every resource to locate and apprehend her. Recently, she had destroyed a lot of disposable phones. Of course, if these days Enrique was in fact a hot target of one law enforcement agency or another, simply placing the order for the motorhome had all but ensured Jane's destruction. When the Tiffin Allegro 36 showed up in Indio, driven by one of Ricky's people, soon thereafter a demon horde of SWAT-geared Arcadians would storm the place. However, she had no choice but to trust that Ricky had taken adequate steps to mask his true identity when he'd bought the smartphone and contracted with a telecom company. She picked up the broken burner and rose to her feet and saw the guy first from the corner of her eye. He was coming through the bristled field, from the direction of the oaks and ravine, moving fast, a shotgun raised and ready. Chapter 21. From his rover, through binoculars, Ivan Petro watches Jane Hawk exit the truck stop diner with a bag of takeout and a tall drink container. Spine straight, shoulders back, with the grace and confidence of a born athlete, she exhibits none of the furtiveness or wariness that might mark her as a fugitive. The pixie-cut wig is different from the shaggy black number she wore the previous night, but neither the hair nor the horn-rimmed glasses can conceal her essential Janeness. She returns to the Explorer and drives as far from the bustling business as the pavement allows and parks next to an open field. After Ivan repositions his SUV, he uses the binoculars again, pulls her close, and sees that she is eating lunch. She has put down the window. A soft breeze stirs her hair, suggesting that she has also put down the front window on the passenger side. He watches her, thinking. When she seems to be talking on a cell phone, he decides he better seize this opportunity. His all-wheel drive vehicle has a special GPS developed by the NSA, which offers displays not only of highways, roads, and streets, but also off-road topography in considerable detail. Because Jane has chosen to have lunch in the most remote corner of the property, Ivan realizes that a way exists to get close to her without calling attention to his Range Rover or himself. He leaves the truck stop not by its exit lane, but overland. Her Explorer faces due east. He passes behind her, 100 yards to the west. She can see him, if at all, only in the rearview mirror. He crosses the 50 yards of open land and drives between two live oaks under massive anaconda limbs of hardened sinuosity. He negotiates a long slope, a carpet of beetle-shaped leaves crunching under the tires, scaring squirrels up tree trunks, and descends into a realm of gothic shadows, the dark ground patterned by a scattering of sunlight configured by the branches and leaves overhead. At the bottom of the glen, he drives east until the blinking indicators on the GPS display, red for the Explorer, green for his Rover, are parallel, whereupon he stops and switches off the engine. The slope to the north is maybe 200 feet long, but not too steep to climb. When he gets to the top, there will be about a 50-yard length of open ground between him and the Explorer. The pistol he's carrying is a Colt .45, but he doesn't want to take her down with that. He needs to capture her, not kill her, if he's going to learn where to find her child and where she's stashed the evidence that might convict some Arcadians. He gets out of the Rover and lifts the tailgate. He zippers open a shotgun case and removes a wireless Taser XREP 12-gauge. This pump-action weapon provides a 5-round magazine and fires an extended-range electronic projectile that weighs less than an ounce, but delivers a 20-second, 500-volt shock. A classic Taser arcs up to 50,000 volts, but this slug does more with less, because the waveform is precisely shaped to match the electric signals in the human nervous system. The 4 barbed electrodes on the nose of the slug hook to skin or clothes, causing intense pain and muscle paralysis, incapacitating the target with little chance of permanent injury and hardly any risk of death. With her vehicle screening the assault from those at the truck stop, he needs to disable her only long enough to cuff her wrists and ankles, and then administer chloroform with an inhaler. Ivan is at least 100 pounds heavier than she is, slabs of muscle. He can easily carry her into the trees, and then either continue carrying her or drag her down the slope to the Range Rover. He ascends through crackling drifts of dead leaves. The ground is blanketed in a camouflage of oak shadows and glimmering shapes of sunlight. It would be easy to put a foot wrong and sprain an ankle. He takes longer to reach the crest than he expected. The delay works to his advantage. When he arrives at the rim of the glen and shelters among the last trees, he sees that he needn't worry about the passenger side window being open to allow a clear shot at Jane in the driver's seat. She's out of the SUV, kneeling on the blacktop, hammering what might be a disposable phone. Although a standard Taser with wires can disable a target up to 35 feet, the XREP 12-gauge has an effective range of 100 feet. He is about half again that distance from the woman and needs to close the gap before he fires. When he steps out of the cover of the trees, there is a danger that she will see him, even as distracted as she is by the phone. The field before him bristles with weeds and parched ribbon grass, but he will make little noise forging through it. He moves fast, holding the gun with both hands, a few inches above his waist, ready to bring it up and halt and tag her with the laser sight before he fires. The powder in an XREP round is less than in a standard shell. The slug, which is comparatively light, never achieves a velocity that will kill or seriously injure. The slug is a wonder of miniaturization. 3 fins that deploy when it leaves the muzzle of the shotgun, enabling it to spin to stay on target, circuitry nestled inside shock-absorbing plastic, a microprocessor that commands a voltage capacitor to fire while also modulating the shape, intensity, and duration of the current. 2 tiny lithium batteries to power the microprocessor and provide the disabling electrical charge, a transformer to convert battery energy to stunning effect. He is maybe 120 feet from her, hasn't yet drawn her attention, and decides to close to 80, just to be sure to drop her with the first round. Then, she sees him. Chapter 22. Upon glimpsing the man in her peripheral vision, Jane might have dropped the hammer and gone for the heckler in her shoulder rig, but intuition inspired her instead to throw the hammer as she pivoted toward her assailant. He wasn't holding the weapon as if he expected a hard recoil. The sound of the shot wasn't as loud as it ought to be, and Jane knew at once that this was a Taser XREP. Fractions of a second mattered now. When she moved to throw the hammer, the laser dot on her breast had been displaced to her left arm, but the shooter had squeezed the trigger just then as the hammer left her hand. Instantly, she began to shrug off the sport coat. On impact, 4 electrified barbs on the nose of the projectile hooked the coat sleeve near the shoulder, instead of piercing her thin t-shirt over her breasts, where it would have administered a disabling shock. Even as the projectile's chassis separated from its nose to dangle on a copper wire, exactly as it was designed to do, Jane cried out at the initial and smaller localized shock to her left biceps, conveyed through her clothing. But the satin-lined sleeves were already sliding off her arms. Nearly all people, when hit, instinctively grabbed the dangling wire, which was called the hand trap, to tear out the barbs that were delivering the painful localized shock. But if she grasped the live wire, her hand would contract involuntarily. Clenching the wire tightly, unable to let go, she would receive a much bigger shock as electricity flowed through her body. She would spasm, fall, lie paralyzed for 20 seconds, and be disoriented thereafter. If she didn't grip the wire, 6 longer barbs would pop through the fabric of her sleeve and deliver the disabling shock anyway. Half a second after the nose barbs hooked her coat, even as the chassis of the projectile was separating from the nose to offer the live wire, her right arm was free. As her left arm slipped out of that sleeve, a brief, hellish current stung her fingers, but the garment puddled to the ground, sparing her from the full power of the initial shock. Although she couldn't feel the laser dot on her body, she knew her assailant must be squeezing off another round. She dropped as she drew the heckler. The second projectile shattered against the Explorer, and she rolled toward the front bumper. Chapter 23. This hateful bitch, this self-righteous, self-appointed save-the-world bitch, this counter-revolutionary pig has the reflexes of a cat, a damn hyperactive cat. She's twisting away from the laser dot and shrugging out of the coat even as Ivan is pulling the trigger, so just for insurance, he at once fires again. He's not thinking about the hammer. It's a wild pitch meant to distract him, and Ivan Petro won't be distracted. Hell if he will. He's focused on her. He squeezes off a third round. Her aim is almost as good as her reflexes. The tumbling hammer, like some instrument in an Olympic event, arcs high and spins down to strike him just as he fires for the third time. It clips his left hand, with which he holds the slide handle that chambers each round. The pain brings with it an instant numbness, so that he can't keep a grip on the shotgun with his left hand, and he can't operate it with only his right. 2 rounds remain in the taser, useless to him for the moment. The bitch is on the ground, a difficult, almost impossible target from this distance, when he has only one good hand. She rolls, and then squirms along the blacktop toward the front of the Explorer, seeking partial cover from which she can rise into a genuflection and open fire. She's seconds from using him for target practice. He has no prospect of cover in this open field, only below-the-knee weeds and ribbon grass. Instead of drawing his pistol, he throws down the Taser 12-gauge and runs in a crouch toward the oaks. Chapter 24. A cloud of midges bestirred from the grass, circling around her head like some crown of damnation predictive of imminent death. the sun seeming much hotter than it was a moment earlier, and yet a thin, cold sweat on the nape of her neck. The low-velocity rounds from the Taser 12-gauge wouldn't have drawn the attention of anyone at the distant truck stop, not with the growl of half a dozen 18-wheelers coming and going at any one time. The crack of the heckler, however, might penetrate the truck drone and alert someone. Anyway, she didn't dare risk killing the bastard. She needed to take him down, get some answers from him. How did he find her? Was there a transponder on her Explorer? If so, who else knew about it? How many others were coming? Holstering the pistol, she scrambled to her feet, stomped on the chassis of the Taser projectile that was attached to her sport coat and trailing at the end of the copper wire. She crushed it and stomped again, separating the nose from the wire, protected by the rubber soles of her sneakers. She snatched up the coat, shook it, casting off the debris, and sprinted after her attacker. He was a big bull on 2 feet, a minotaur without a labyrinth. She needed to avoid getting close-up physical with him and take him by surprise instead. She thought the hammer had struck him, might have done some damage, which was why he'd cast aside the Taser 12-gauge and fled. Fast for his size, with a substantial head start, he would reach the cover of the trees well before she did. If she plunged into the woodlet in his wake, she'd likely plunge as well into a bullet. She hesitated at the dropped Taser shotgun, but then snatched it up to be sure he didn't return for it. She angled west of him and demanded more speed of herself, and hoped that she made the tree line before he dared to stop, turn, and see where she had gone. After the bright sun, the sudden shadows pooling in the broad glen seemed to have substance, a palpable darkness that was cool on her skin and a pressure on her eyes, its weight imposing a stillness in the oak grove and stifling all sound except her breathing. She put down the Taser 12-gauge and slipped her arms into the sleeves of her coat and stood with her back to a massive tree trunk. She drew the heckler and held it in both hands, arms close to her breast, muzzle directed toward the crosswork of layered limbs above. Her stalker somewhere behind her, 50 or 60 feet to the east. Waiting for her wide-open eyes to become dark-adapted, striving to quiet her breathing, she listened intently, but still heard only the distant Peterbilts and Macs, nothing nearby. The trucks were so far away that, instead of growling, they made a throaty, threatening purr, as if they were massive saber-toothed tigers that had crossed a gulf of time to hunt long after the extinction of their species. Alert for any sound from her stalker, she knew that he likewise listened for the smallest revelation of her position. Cautiously, she leaned away from the tree and turned her head to look around it. If the canopy of oaks hadn't allowed a brace of sun spears to stab down on the black Range Rover, she might not have seen it at the bottom of the glen, about 60 feet to the east and south of where she'd parked her Explorer. The vehicle waited, glossy dark and as ominous as a hearse, shapes of sunlight in its windows like the pale, luminous faces of the long-departed. The lower half of the south wall of the glen, rising beyond the Range Rover, lay under a heavy thatching of branches. Those shadows were unrelieved. She liked those shadows, the cover they offered. He would avoid the vehicle, figuring that she'd expect him to make for it and would then draw down on him while he was exposed. For the same reason, he wouldn't imagine that she would go near it. Moving anywhere was tricky, because the ground lay strewn with dead leaves that announced her when she stepped on them, and with loose stones that would clatter out from underfoot. The big man's silence suggested that patience was one of his virtues. Evidently, he was content to wait her out. She couldn't afford patience. If he had called for backup, a small army of these Arcadian creeps might be en route. She put her back to the tree again and thought about the Range Rover and the dark slope beyond it. She looked downhill to study the frequency of trees and patted her sport coat pockets to check where everything was stowed. She holstered her pistol and sat on the ground and quietly removed her sneakers and pulled off her socks and slipped her bare feet into the shoes and tied the laces tight. With her switchblade, she cut a hole in the ribbed top of one sock. Working quickly, she knotted the toes of the socks together, extracted one of her plastic zip ties from a coat pocket, freed it from the rubber band that kept it tightly coiled, put the zip tie through the hole she'd made, and cinched it tightly to that sock. She coiled the plastic once more and stuffed it, with the socks, down the front of her jeans. She got to her feet and stood with her back against the tree once more, and tried to think of another plan. There wasn't one. Chapter 25. Egon Godfrey and his crew of 8 descend on Longren Stables in 5 vehicles, fast along the approach lane, clouds of dust roiling in their wake as if they have ignited a prairie fire. This once failed property is now a thriving horse-breeding business built on sweat equity, producing standardbreds for harness racing, show-quality Tennessee walking horses, and the national show horse, a breed that combines the Arabian and the American saddlebred. Godfrey doesn't care about the Longren's hard work, or about the beauty of the horses, or about the dust that shrouds him and his crew as they slide to a stop in the receiving yard and pile out of their vehicles, a few of them sneezing. He cares only about discerning what the unknown playwright's script requires of him next. He's pretty sure they're here to find Ansel and Claire Hawk at any cost, and they must knock heads and break knees if necessary. They are not wearing Kevlar because the law-abiding Longrens aren't likely to instigate violence. Each of them wears a hands-free earpiece walkie-talkie, and each knows what he or she needs to do. The last vehicle in the procession, the Cadillac Escalade driven by Paloma Sutherland, parks across the lane, barring exit. She and Sally Jones bail out and take up positions, pistols drawn. Chris Roberts and Janice Dern park at the Victorian-style house and move fast to mount the porch steps, he at the back, she at the front of the residence. She pounds hard on the door.
FBI! FBI!
Pedro and Alejandro set out to locate the stable hands and corral them in the fenced exercise yard outside Stable 5. Godfrey, accompanied by Vince Penn and Rupert Baldwin, makes his way quickly to Stable 3, where Chase Longren has an office at one end of the building, opposite the tack room. Vince is sneezing, and Rupert is cursing between violent fits of coughing. Godfrey keeps trying to spit out the taste of dust. The yellowish clouds drift with them. They aren't able to walk into fresh air. The persistent aggravation of the dust might make a lesser man than Godfrey concede its reality. However, he's annoyed not with the dust, which is no more real than the stables, but with the unknown playwright who suddenly seems intent on furnishing the scene with more realistic detail than has lately been his style. When they enter Stable 3, with stalls to both sides and curious horses attendant to their visitors, the smells of manure and straw and horseflesh form a fragrance divine compared to the dust outside. They breathe deeply as they stride toward the end of the structure, and Godfrey calls out, "Chase Longren? FBI! FBI, Mr. Longren." Chase Longren, 6'2", sun-bleached hair, sun-bronzed face, stands at the desk in his office, facing the open door, his expression as hard as that of a defender of the Alamo. Entering the room, with Vince and Rupert close behind him, Godfrey says, "Egon Godfrey, FBI," as he holds up his ID. "Yes," says Longren. "So I heard. You sure did make a splashy entrance. Mr. J. Edgar Hoover would be proud. We have a warrant for the arrest of Ansel and Claire Hawk. You've got the wrong ranch. They live on the other side of Worsted, about 19 miles by the state route. They came here by horseback after 2 o'clock this morning. Before you deny that, Mr. Longren, I must advise you that it's a crime to lie to an FBI agent, even if you're not under oath." Looking Rupert Baldwin up and down, Longren says, "Didn't the FBI used to have a dress code?" "We've found satellite video, infrared, that tracks them all the way from their place to yours," Godfrey lies. "I'd like to see your warrant, Agent Godfrey."
The arrest warrant is for Ansel and Claire Hawke, not you. I mean the warrant to search my property. We are in active and urgent pursuit of suspects in a matter of national security, with reason to believe those we seek are on these premises. We're operating under a broad FISA court order. A post hoc copy of the warrant is the best you'll get. Rupert Baldwin, pinch-faced perhaps because he's taken offense at the dress code remark, taps Godfrey on the shoulder. He draws his boss's attention to the computer screen on Longren's desk. The screen is quartered into 4 images, each a security camera view of part of the property, including the receiving yard where the dust has settled around the Rhino GX and other vehicles. "Mr. Longren," says Godfrey, "keeping in mind it's a felony to lie to an FBI agent, where is your security system video archived? We need to review Ansel and Claire Hawke's arrival last night so that we can determine if, and in what vehicle, they left here." Chapter 26. Ivan Petro down on one knee behind a tree, maintaining a low profile, possessed of a Zen master's patience, passionate about the revolution, his fierce ambition fueled by bitter envy of those fools above him in the Arcadian ranks, smarter than them, able to quote long passages of Nietzsche and Weber and Freud word for word. In spite of his superior qualities and advantages, he wonders if he should call for assistance after all, let others know that he has found Jane Hawke. He is uneasy when he recalls with what alacrity she escaped the 12-gauge taser. No, she's just a woman. A former FBI agent trained at Quantico, all right, but still, only a woman. Ivan is not one of those men who has no use for women. He has a use for them. One use. And he often uses them well, until they beg for surcease. He's not going to back away from this golden opportunity, not back away for backup. She is his ticket to the top. She belongs to him. She and her boy are his. He waits and listens. His left hand aches from the hammer blow, 2 skinned knuckles oozing a thin, bloody serum, fingers beginning to swell and grow stiff. His pistol is in his right hand. 20 feet east of him, Jane is betrayed by a clatter and prolonged rustle, loose stones and dry leaves sliding downhill. He turns toward the noise. Chapter 27. The live oaks were old, rooted in centuries, and most of their lowest limbs hung well above her head. The trick was to throw the stones hard and far, as high as possible to gain distance, but not so high that they were dropped short by an intervening limb. She stepped out from shelter, hoping he wasn't looking this way. She threw 1 stone, the second, grabbed the Taser XREP and plummeted downhill in long, wild strides, making some noise that perhaps was covered by whatever racket her 2 missiles produced. Fearful of a bullet, but exhilarated because action was better than paralysis. She passed 1 tree and skidded to a halt behind the next. A foot in front of her, an inpour of sunshine pooled on a drift of dead leaves. She stooped, and with her butane lighter, set the leaves ablaze. There was no danger of a catastrophic forest fire, only an isolated grove of 30 or 40 trees leafed through the glen. They were old, magnificent. It would be sad if they burned beyond recovery, but if she had to devastate the entire woodlet to save herself and her son, she would have no regret. She rose, pocketed the lighter, and drew her pistol. With Taser in her left hand and Heckler in her right, she moved fast through the shrouding gloom before the fire could flare bright enough to reveal her. Running, she squeezed off 4 rounds, counting on the reports and their echoes to cover what other sounds she made, aiming west at nothing, so the muzzle flare wouldn't be evident to him where he waited to the east of her. The crack of gunfire echoed off the walls of the glen, off the trees, making it hard to determine from which direction the shots issued, encouraging him to believe that she'd spotted him and that he needed to keep his head down. At the foot of the slope, on the floor of the glen, Jane looked back and saw reflections of the flames fluttering among the trees, pulsing shadows interleaved with those wings of light. The blaze was already bright enough to draw her enemy's attention and distract him if he raised his head. She hurried east,
avoiding shafts of incoming sunshine, glad that she was wearing dark colors, staying low as she raced toward the Range Rover, firing another 6 rounds to the west. Chapter 28. Somewhere east of Ivan Petro, the clatter of dislodged stones carries with it a rustling mass of dead oak leaves. He steps out from the tree where he's been sheltering and scans the shaded glen. In the direction from which the sound arose, the bosky murk is deep, pierced by a few thin golden stalks of sunlight, illuminating little, like the stems of radiant flowers that rise through the oak canopy to bloom out of sight above the trees. The crack of a pistol reminds him that Jane was at the top of her class in marksmanship at Quantico. He drops to the ground in a crackle of dried weeds, a disturbance of gnats swarming his nose and teasing from him a single, regretted sneeze. He lies flat through 3 more shots, the sounds ricocheting from glen wall to glen wall, the sound suppressed and diffused by the trees. After a silence, Ivan is about to lift his head to reconnoiter when she starts shooting again, 6 rounds in rapid succession. The large number of shots convinces him that he isn't the target, that she doesn't have a fix on his position. Supposing she prefers a pistol with a standard 10-round capacity, she has just emptied the magazine without a target in sight, which means her purpose must be to keep his head down while she moves from one place to another. She has spare magazines. Spare magazines and a plan. As he rises to his knees, his attention is drawn at once to the fire. 50 or 60 feet to the west, midway between the bottom of the glen and its north rim, a low, bright riffle of flames spreads not because of a breeze, for the air is still, but because it feeds on the rich fuel of dead leaves and weeds. Suddenly, the fire leaps as high as 2 feet, flailing the nearby trees with orange light, and a snake of pale smoke uncoils like a cobra swaying to a flute. This is a distraction, just as were the 10 shots she fired, just as were the rattling stones and the slithering leaf slide that had for a moment drawn his attention eastward. Distraction from what? Chapter 29. At the bottom of the glen, Jane crouched on the south side of the Range Rover, screened from her adversary, wherever he might be on the north slope. She put down the Taser XREP. She ejected the depleted magazine from the heckler and snapped a fresh one into place and holstered the gun. Success now depended on speed, disconcerting the big man with another development while he was still trying to decide what to make of the first fire and the gunshots before he committed to some course of action that she didn't want him to take. She flipped open the small port on the rear quarter panel of the Rover and twisted the cap off the fuel tank. She withdrew the knotted socks from the front of her jeans and stuffed them into the gas tank filler neck, using the stiff plastic zip tie to work them into the tank itself. When the gasoline began to travel by exosmosis through the socks, she could smell the fumes swelling in strength. She waited until the fabric ought to be saturated. Gripping the dry end of the stiff plastic zip tie, she pulled the makeshift torch out of the tank, being careful to avoid dripping fuel on herself, taking care not to get any whatsoever on her right hand. Shut the tank cap, closed the flip door. Turning away from the Rover, she peered into the darkest portion of the glen, the nearby section of the south slope leading upward under a dense thatching of limbs and leaves. The land seemed less steep here than on the north wall of the glen, but the footing could still be treacherous. With the rim of the glen defined by a narrow, ragged band of light far ahead, with blackness close on all sides, she ascended, dangling the dripping mass of cotton socks at arm's length to her left side. There seemed to be no grass or weeds here where the sun seldom penetrated. Oak tree sheddings crunched underfoot, but she thought her would-be captor must be too far away to hear. Although surface roots caused her to stumble, she kept her balance, quickly venturing 40 or 50 feet. She dropped the fuel-sodden socks in dry leaves and retreated 10 feet, and with her right hand touched the butane flame to yet more leaves downslope from the crude incendiary device. When this new fuel kindled, before the light could swell bright enough to reveal her, she hurried to the rover and crouched there once more. She watched this second fire quicken low, and at first fitfully, until it found the drizzle of gasoline that she had left when making her way up the hill, whereupon it flared into a bright zipper and sizzled directly to the source. Flames leaped high, like a demonic manifestation, and fell back, but then surged again, bits of burning leaves spiraling up on rising thermals, carried into darkness where they quivered like a swarm of fireflies. She looked west, and saw that the first fire was spreading toward the north rim, but also downhill toward the floor of the glen, not yet climbing into the trees, though some limbs were festooned with smoke-like beards of Spanish moss. He was patient, certain that if he hunkered down and waited, she would make a mistake and reveal herself. His patience had given her time to upend the situation, rattle his expectations. He was a very big man, and big men in his line of work tended to be overconfident, to have an unconscious belief that they were all but invincible. Some also had a tendency to conflate strength with wit, attributing to themselves greater intelligence and cunning than they possessed. If he was one such, he would be frustrated by his failure to rise in the ranks to a position he thought commensurate with his value to the cause. She had seen such men in the FBI and elsewhere. This frustration would explain why, once he found her, he had come after her alone instead of waiting for backup, as any clear-thinking Arcadian would have done. She was the prize of prizes, the cure for his frustration, and he must be loath to share the credit for her capture. When she'd thwarted the taser attack, especially if the hammer injured him, his confidence would have been rattled. Now, within a few minutes, she'd moved aggressively through the shadows, shooting 10 rounds and setting 2 fires, counting on chaos to unsettle him further. When a man who rarely entertained much self-doubt began to wonder if he might be vulnerable after all, then what virtues he possessed, such as patience, frequently deserted him. Fire could create its own draft. The heat from this second blaze drew toward it the cool air in the glen, a breeze that hugged the ground and chased the flames toward the top of the slope. But there were countercurrents, and when flaming debris was cast high enough by the lower draft, it was spun back into this little valley, some of it descending as harmless ashes, some still burning when it fell upon combustible material. Maybe she'd misjudged him. Maybe the chaos she'd sown would grow out of control and consume her with him. Maybe playing with fire, as she had been doing for many weeks, figuratively and now literally, had drawn the devil to her, or she to him, and this was now the fire of her final judgment. She wriggled under the Range Rover. Chapter 30. At the Longren house, Janice Dern's insistent knocking and loud proclamation of her status as FBI bring to the door a freckle-faced girl of about 12, a tomboy type in sneakers and worn blue jeans and a t-shirt emblazoned with the words Semper Fi. The kid says, "Good gracious, lady, we're not deaf." "Who are you?" Janice demands.
"Lori Longren. If you'd like to have a seat on the porch, I can bring you some iced tea or lemonade, whichever you prefer."
"Where's your mother? Your father?"
"Dad's over in his office at Stable 3. Mom is out in the potato patch, planting seeds."
"Where would that be?"
The girl gestures more or less northwest, then steps across the threshold, pulls the door shut, and squeezes past Janice.
"Come on, I'll show you the way."
Janice is the youngest of 4 sisters. As a consequence of that experience, she has determined never to have children, and, in fact, never to trust a child. She says,
Hey, wait a second,"
halting Lori at the porch steps.
"This isn't a farm. It's a horse breeding operation."
"We're versatile," Lori says. "We make horses and potatoes. Carrots, too, onions and radishes, and we sew really nice quilts."
"I know your type," Janice says. You're a conniving little shit, aren't you? Before the girl can respond, Janice turns to the door, opens it, shouts, FBI! FBI! and enters the house. The noxious child forces her way past Janice into the foyer, sees Chris Roberts following the hall forward from the kitchen, and sprints up the stairs. Here they come, Mom, and they aren't the freaking FBI! Janice races after the kid, reaches the top of the stairs in time to see her disappear into a room near the end of the hall. A door slams. By the time Janice gets there, the door is locked. If she were an FBI agent in reality, and not just on paper, this situation would present Janice Dern with a problem regarding illegal searches and seizures. However, because she's in no danger of having to answer to anyone at the Bureau or Homeland, only to her Techno Arcadian superiors, who expect results by any means necessary, she draws her pistol and kicks the door hard and kicks it again. There is no deadbolt, only a simple privacy latch, which comes apart on the second kick, and the door rackets open. Pistol in both hands, though expecting no serious resistance, let alone a firefight, Janice enters the room low and so fast that the rebounding door misses her. A home office. Laurie to the left, looking too damn pleased with herself. Devious little bitch. Her mother, Alexis, sitting at the desk, working so intently on a computer that she doesn't even look up when the door crashes open. "What are you doing?" Janice demands of the mother. "Get away from the computer!" Chris Roberts crosses the room in a few long strides, seizes the wheeled office chair, and shoves the woman away from the desk. "Too late!" cries the infuriating brat. In Chase Longren's office in Stable 3, a sudden tumult issues from the speaker in the 12-line phone on the desk, followed by Janice Dern's voice. "What are you doing? Get away from the computer!" Egon Godfrey hadn't previously noticed the red indicator light glowing above the word intercom. As they had arrived in the stable and announced themselves, before they even found this office, Longren must have opened a line between here and somewhere in the house. A young girl's voice comes over the intercom. "Too late!" Godfrey looks up at Chase Longren, who is smiling. Studying the computer screen, Chris Roberts says, "I think she just deleted the security system video archives." Ansel and Claire Hawk came here in the night, on horseback, and they left in one vehicle or another, which would have been captured by the security cameras. Janice looms over the smug child, glaring down at her, wanting to grab a fistful of her hair and pull hard and knock her down. "I know your type. Oh, I know your type, you smart-ass little puke." Undaunted, the girl says, "What kind of numbnuts would believe potatoes grow from seeds?" Raising the pistol as if to slash the barrel across Laurie's face, Janice doesn't intend to strike the girl, only to scare the exasperating, self-satisfied look off that freckled countenance. It's a patented Francine look, exactly like Janice's sister, Francine. The mother pulls a gun from under her chair and fires a round into the ceiling, bringing down a rain of plaster chips. Janice pivots toward the mother, and here they are, each with a pistol in a two-hand grip, each a trigger pull away from blood and maybe death. "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Nobody wants this," says Chris, having been careful not to draw his weapon. "Maybe I want this," Janice disagrees. "This isn't like you," Chris says. "What's got you so pissed?" "Little Miss Semper Fi, this ugly, freckled gash, thinks the rules don't apply to her." "I'm not ugly," the girl declares. "I know that for a fact." "It's you," the mother accuses Janice, "who thinks the rules don't apply to her. You and these other bastards. Get out of my house." "It's our house," Janice says, "until we give it back to you." Chris Roberts needs 2 tense minutes to negotiate an end to the standoff in Alexis Longren's home office. Chapter 31. Near the top of the north slope, Ivan Petro stands in shadow, watching firelight colonize the darkness, the thin smoke growing thicker. The acrid scent burns in his nostrils. He now knows the meaning of disquiet as never before. He has long taken pride in being above all fear, being the bearer of fear who brings it to others. Being a learned man, even although self-taught, he can define disquiet, the mildest state of fear, a general uneasiness threaded with doubt. Knowing the definition and being gripped by disquiet are, however, different things, for in fact, those threads of doubt are more like wires vibrating in his veins. There are some in the Revolution who embrace a disturbing explanation for why Jane Hawk is so elusive and so successful at bringing down everyone she targets. They think it's not just her bureau training and her natural talents that make her a singular threat. They say she is also empowered by insanity, a special kind of mad rage because of her husband's murder and the threat to her child. Some serial killers carve their way through a long list of victims, active for years before being apprehended, because their madness is strangely coupled with reason rather than being divorced from it. And they have as well a heightened sense of intuition, so that they not only think outside the box, but also outside the box that the first box came in. Ivan has thought this insane Jane explanation is fanciful at best, but in truth ridiculous. He has secretly scorned those who find the idea compelling. He's no longer sure what to think of her, though at the moment no theory exists that he would scorn. There is no way to spot her in this shadowed valley where spreading fire dances and, in its dancing, throws off 1,000 phantom figures of shadow, light, and smoke. Its many voices, some sibilant, some full of croak and crackle, provide cover for any sounds she makes. His injured hand throbs, stiff and all but useless. The thin haze of smoke makes his eyes itch and water. Although he is standing still, he finds himself breathing as fast as if he were running. The Range Rover is not at this moment threatened by the blaze, but suddenly he is sure that her intention is to disable it, so he can't drive out of the woods. She means to strand him, and then stalk him through the bewildering, shifting shapes of fire and shadow. He is a man of reason, self-taught but highly learned, a man who lives by facts and numbers and sharp calculations, with a seldom exercised imagination, with no taste for fantasy in literature or films. He is likewise proudly free of all superstition. Brains and brute strength are all he's ever needed. Yet, a previously unknown sensation crawls his spine, prickles his nerves, and in spite of the growing heat in the glen, a coldness arises within his chest. Furious that some primitive belief in the uncanny is embedded in him and waiting for the right circumstances to conjure it, Ivan is determined to repress it and assert himself as a man of reason, fearless action, and unstoppable force. There are two threats to the Range Rover, the spreading fire and the woman who set the fire. If he must kill her rather than capture her in order to drive the vehicle out of the glen before the fire consumes it, then he will. And when he presents Jane Hawk's bloody, broken body to his smug superiors, maybe he'll shoot them too, if they don't promote him as he has long deserved. Pistol in his right hand, arms straight out in front of him, he strides down the shadowed slope, as fearless as a Terminator robot from the future, turning his head left and right, scanning the woods for a target, periodically glancing back, moving fast because she would expect him to come slowly, if he came at all. Chapter 32. Such was the clearance under the Range Rover that Jane had to lie with her head turned to the side, one cheek flat to the earth. He might assume that she had taken up a position on the level bottom of the glen, behind one tree or another, where shadows hadn't been faded by firelight. Or he might think she'd gotten into the Rover, intending to ambush him as he reached to open the driver's door. She didn't believe he would give any credit to the possibility that she was lying concealed under the vehicle. For one thing, because of his size, he could never squirm beneath the SUV, and so he'd assume that the space wouldn't accommodate her either. In chaotic moments, A hunter of people had a strong tendency to calculate the options available to his target based on his own limitations if he'd been the hunted one. Furthermore, it seemed reckless of her to commit herself to such a confining space. Given her reputation and her success taking down people at the top of the conspiracy, he wouldn't expect her to be so imprudent. What seemed like a rash act to a man like him, however, was simple necessity to a mother whose child remained a couple 100 miles away, in peril, and arguably the second most wanted fugitive in America. If she'd meant to kill the man, she would have done this a different way, but there were questions for which she urgently needed answers. With bright appetite, the second fire grazed across the south slope, hungry but not yet ravenous. Unless a stronger breeze sprang up, the flames weren't likely to reach the rover before Jane's quarry appeared. Most of the smoke rose through the trees, drawn toward cooler air, but a thin haze drifted under the rover. Although the growing conflagration had many voices, the cover it would give her when she moved wasn't sufficient to mask a cough. She breathed into the crook of her elbow, the sleeve of her sport coat against her nose, peering over her forearm at the floor of the glen where perhaps the big man would appear. She cursed him silently, willed him to arrive, commanded his attendance, as if she had the power over him that he would have over the adjusted people who had been injected with nanomechanisms, prayed for his deliverance into her hands. Suddenly, there he was, visible to her only from the ankles down, evidently committed to boldness, moving fast, heading directly for the Range Rover. Then he did something she had not expected. Chapter 33. Less than 5 minutes since the first fire flared, but in that brief time, this transformation from Thoreau to Poe, from a tranquil sylvan retreat into a Halloween night scene. The previously noble trees now grotesque black shapes, backdropped by veins of fire that bleed out in a steadily greater flood. Ivan Petro has nothing to gain by caution. The glen is a stage, and the bitch controls it as if she's both author and director. She has set the scene, designed the visuals, put the rover in the center of the proscenium arch, and she's given him only one entrance to the play, down the path he's taken and straight to the driver's door. If she hasn't used these distractions to flee, if she's watching, she sees him approach and chooses to let him get closer to the vehicle. Every ancient moss-mottled tree trunk offers an assassin cover, and Ivan worries that the bitch might even have climbed into one of these long-enduring oaks to lie upon a sturdy limb and stare down at him through a filigree of leaves. He has been transformed no less than has the glen. He can smell his own sour sweat, and his stomach feels as if a knot has been tied in it. For the first time in maybe 18 years, since he repaid his father's violence with some of his own and freed himself from the hell that is family, he suffers a surge of acid reflux so strong that a bitter taste arises in the back of his mouth. If the bitch is hiding in the rover, she isn't in the cargo area, because even lying flat in that space, she'd be only an inch or two below the windows, too easily seen. She isn't in the front seat, either, because there would be too many obstacles in her way. Steering wheel, pedals, console, nowhere to get low except in the footwell that serves the passenger seat, where she would be too visible in spite of the darkness gathered in the vehicle. So if she's in there, she must be on the floor behind the front passenger seat, with her back pressed to the door, her feet braced against the transmission hump, her gun in a two-hand grip, waiting for him to appear, firelit, in one of the side windows. If she's crouched against the farther flank of the vehicle, rather than inside it, that's all right, too, because what he's about to do is likely to move her to act, and by acting, make a target of herself. Approaching the driver's side, before there's a chance she can see him from in there, he squeezes off 3 quick shots, shattering the window into the rear seat, blowing out the window on the farther side. He's a little jumpy and in pain and totally pissed off, so one round is off the mark and shatters the glass in the driver's door. If she's in there, she should have been startled into returning fire. Nor does she rise from the farther side of the rover to cut him down. Ivan scans the witchy trees, the shadowy north slope, the south slope beribboned with fire, but there is no sign of her. Expecting a bullet in the back of the head or straight on in the face, using his throbbing left hand, he fumbles with the handle and opens the driver's door. The interior light comes on. He can see into both the front and back seats, and Jane isn't in either. He sits behind the wheel and, wincing in pain, pulls the door shut. All it's about now is getting out of here faster than fast. The electronic key is in his pocket. The Range Rover has a push-button ignition. He doesn't put down the pistol, but holds it ready, using his bad hand to start the engine. Borne off the sloped south wall of the glen, phantom snakes of smoke serpentine through the shot-out back window on the passenger side, and a fit of coughing racks Ivan. For a moment, he forgets how to release the emergency brake, fumbling for a lever that he recalls from a previous vehicle. Fire is seething close on the south slope. Burning debris has ignited the layers of leaves on the floor of the glen directly ahead of him. Suddenly, he's more concerned about being trapped by fire than he is about Jane Hawk, which is a mistake. When he looks away from the south slope to remind himself where the brake release can be found, he is at once aware of a presence rising beyond the imploded window in the driver's door. It's her. She's got the Taser XREP 12 gauge. Before Ivan can bring his Colt 45 around and kill her, she fires point blank. The 4 electrodes on the nose of the cartridge hook the side of his bare neck, and the first charge, the localized charge, stings as though he's thrust his head into a wasp nest. He's aware of the pistol falling out of his hand. When the chassis separates from the nose of the Taser projectile, he doesn't grasp the wire by which it dangles, but then a second set of longer electrodes deploys. He's slammed by the primary charge, vision dazzled into brief blindness by internal fireworks as colorful as any Independence Day display. His teeth chattering until his jaws lock, pain coursing from his scalp to the soles of his feet, every fascicle of nerve fibers short-circuiting. Paralysis. Chapter 34. For a moment, Ivan Petro is a child again, shaking with pain, cowering in the shadow of his father, gagging on the refluxed acid that burns up his throat and forms a bitter pool in his mouth, as it had so often during those years lived in nervous expectation of the old man's violence. Ivan is too weak to run, too confused to hide, clenching his jaws to keep from expressing the raw ferocity of his hatred, which will only earn him more hard slaps, more punches, more cruel pinches. He tries to swallow, but he can't, so he hangs his head and lets the acid drool from his mouth into his lap. When he raises his head, he thinks their house is on fire, and he is bewildered as to the cause of this disaster. Then he realizes that he's a grown man who has put the things of childhood far behind him. He is sitting in a vehicle, his wrists zip-tied to the steering wheel, and the truth of time and place returns to him. He turns his head to his left. She's standing a few feet from the missing window, her face reflecting the firelight from the south slope. That perfect face, radiant like the face of a goddess, one eye brown, the other blue. His speech is thick at first.
Your eyes are 2 colors. You lost a contact. I know which is true. Blue is true. Jane Hawk's eyes are blue.
And you're Ivan Petro.
You took my wallet.
She tosses the wallet through the open window. It strikes his face and falls into the stomach acid on his pants. The air smells of smoke. There's a haze of it in the Rover. Leaf fires and weed fires burn low throughout the glen. Where did you first make me? She asks. Because his mind isn't yet as clear as it needs to be, he says,
Placerville. You came out of some market with a deli bag.
Where is it? She asks.
Placerville. You know where it is. You've been there.
Don't jerk me around. Time's running out. Where did you plant the transponder? He shouldn't have mentioned Placerville.
You were sleeping, so I put it up your pretty ass.
She raises a pistol, a heckler, and points it at his face. He smiles scornfully.
You think I buy that crap about how you're a cold-blooded killer? Spare me your evil eye.
I'll kill 100 of you to save my boy.
He's dead already. They filmed it for you. Slit his belly open and let him scream to death.
She only stares at Ivan. One blue, one brown, plus the round black eye of the gun muzzle. A bead of sweat passes between his eyes and down his nose. She lowers the pistol. You're parked in dead leaves. Fire under the gas tank soon. Maybe it'll do the job for me. The engine isn't running. She switched it off. Ivan can drive with his hands bound to the steering wheel, but even if she didn't take the electronic key, he can't reach the push-button ignition or the emergency brake release. His pistol is still on the passenger seat, where he dropped it. He wheezes, as if the smoke has gathered in his lungs. He fakes a coughing fit while he strains to strip the teeth of the zip tie on his right wrist, which is cinched low on the steering wheel, not in her line of sight. It's a ratchet latch. Straining against it draws it tighter. It can't be loosened once snug. It can only be cut. He coughs and strains nonetheless, because his wrists are as thick as ankles, and he is 275 pounds of hard-trained muscle and bone, and his hatred for this bitch is more intense than ever it was for his father. No power on earth is greater than hatred, for it can destroy nations and fuel genocides in which millions die. He is empowered by hatred so virulent and implacable that no binding can restrain him. She moves back a step or two. The transponder. Quick now, or I'll go search for it myself, leave you to burn. He can't pretend to be racked by coughing forever. Continuing to strain against the zip tie, he buys time by telling her what she wants to know.
The kid hasn't been killed. Not even been found yet.
Then maybe you have a chance.
Transponder's attached with epoxy. Can't remove it.
If you want to live, tell me true.
True. You've got to hammer it apart.
The white-hot pain in his right hand now exceeds that in his left, the plastic tie cutting into his flesh, his fingers slick with blood. But he thrives on pain, eats it, and is nourished by it. He has grown from child to man on a diet of pain.
It's in the back wheel well, passenger side.
Who have you told about my Explorer? The license number?
No one. Those bastard poachers would take all the credit, and keep me down.
He can smell his hot blood dripping from his hand. A blackness pulses around the perimeter of his vision. The pain is so terrible that it brings into his throat another flood of bitter acid, which he swallows hard to repress. What's wrong with you? She wonders.
You twisted, crazy bitch! You're what's wrong with me!
You're sweating more than it's hot.
Makes me sweat bullets, telling me I'll be left to burn.
You're doing something there. Having backed away, she approaches again. What are you doing? He chokes on another rush of acid, and it foams from his nose, and his breath stinks as if it is the exhalation of a corpse. Chapter 35. Sitting behind the steering wheel, Ivan Petro reminded Jane of a realistically detailed special effects mannequin, like those that had sometimes been used in old horror movies made before computer animation became ever better and cheaper, when the script called for the head to explode. The cords of muscle in his neck were as taut as winch cables. His skull almost seemed to inflate, flushed face swollen and streaming sweat, nostrils flared, eyes protuberant, the arterioles in his temples prominent and throbbing. Yellowish foam suddenly gushed from his nostrils, and he let out a cry that seemed to be an expression equally of rage and despair, and following that cry came a stream of vicious obscenities and a spray of foul spittle, as if he meant to kill her with the intensity of his hatred. When she stepped close to the broken-out window in the driver's door, she saw his right hand against the steering wheel, like the carved stone fist of some wrathful god who could cleave the planet with a single blow, the zip tie embedded in the flesh of his wrist, blood oozing as black as tar in the half-light, his shirt sleeve saturated to the elbow. That band of hard, binding plastic was 1/4 of an inch thick, and the angled teeth of the one-way ratcheted clasp was a marvel of design. The zip tie had proved far more reliable than handcuffs. She had never known anyone to be able to free himself after being properly manacled. It simply wasn't possible. Ivan Petro surely realized the futility of this struggle, yet his fury escalated, his hatred intensified, his effort increased, as though this brief imprisonment had driven him into raving madness, so that he'd strive to break free until a cerebral artery ruptured and death flooded through his brain. The zip tie snapped. His sledgehammer fist flew from the steering wheel, braceleted in bloody plastic, a volley of blood drops spattering the dashboard, the windshield, even as the damaged hand dropped toward the pistol on the passenger seat. Cut muscle, sprained tendons, injured nerves didn't affect him, as if some mystical entity had taken possession of him, some dark spirit not constrained by the laws of nature. Jane said, "No," and he said, "Yes." And she shot him twice in the neck as his hand came off the passenger seat with the pistol. Stunned, Jane backed away a few steps, feeling as if she had crossed from the waking world into a manic dream without the need to fall asleep. If he'd snapped the zip tie, then maybe anything could happen. Maybe the ravaged flesh of his bullet-torn throat could mend before her eyes, and the bullets whistle backward through the smoky air and into the barrel of her heckler, and return to the magazine, as if they had never been fired. Ivan Petro remained slumped in the driver's seat, however, and the dreamlike horror began to relent, until, as fire flared through the leaves around the rover, she recognized something chilling about the angle of the dead man's head. It was tipped slightly forward and toward his right shoulder. The posture of Petro behind the wheel of the rover was similar to that of her Nick when she had found him sitting in the bathtub, dead by his own hand. No, not just similar, the same. The angle of the head, the bloody throat. For a day after her beautiful Nick removed himself from this world, she had been in a state of shock. Before her muddled thinking cleared, before she grew certain he hadn't been capable of suicide under any circumstances, those first 24 hours were like a century in purgatory. In confusion and grief, she searched her heart for what guilt might be hers. What might she have done to turn him away from self-destruction? What could she have been for him that she had not been? Why hadn't she recognized his precarious state of mind? She had known him too well, however, to accept for long that he had taken his own life. They were not just lovers, not just husband and wife, not just creators of their lovely boy. Their souls were so precisely configured to fit together that she and Nick were a two-piece puzzle, a puzzle solved when they took their marriage vows, the meaning of life made pellucid to them when they became as one. Now, the angle of Ivan Petro's head and his gruesome throat wound put her back in Virginia on that terrible evening just days before Thanksgiving. For a moment, the world seemed so strange that she couldn't hope ever to make her way through it to a place of peace. But only for a moment. Part of Nick remained alive, their boy, and she could not fail Travis. To fail him would also be to fail Nick for real this time. "Screw that," she said. She turned her back on Ivan Petro and sprinted across the glen, up the north slope, where thin strata of pale smoke moved west to east, layered ghosts swimming toward a different haunt. Shadow-robed trees loomed in solemn threat, like the unforgiving judges in some final court. As she ascended, her eyes stung, and her nostrils burned, and her chest ached. When she drew near the crest, Concussion waves trembled through her from the explosion of the Range Rover's fuel tank, but she did not look back. She broke from the trees into the field of weeds and ribbon grass, greedily inhaling clean air, blowing out the smell of smoke. Passing the hammer that she had thrown at Pietro, she plucked it off the ground. At the Explorer, she snatched up the screwdriver and the pieces of the shattered burner phone, threw everything onto the passenger seat. When she went around to the driver's door, she saw a dark and churning column just now emerging through the treetops in the glen, a few tendrils of lighter smoke rising elsewhere. She drove around the perimeter of the parking lot toward the exit lane. It seemed that people at the truck stop had become aware of the fire in the woodlet only after the explosion, and the sudden greater rush of smoke that followed it. As far as she could tell, no one associated her with those events. Out of the truck stop, quick onto Interstate 5, southbound. Sirens in the distance. The wailing rose higher, but then faded, and she never saw the sources or was able to deduce from where they came. Fewer than 10 minutes had passed in the glen. She was an hour north of Los Angeles, early enough to beat the rush hour traffic that would clog every artery in and out of the city. She thought of the dead man in the woods. The shakes took her. Others might have hoped for good luck tomorrow in Indio and later in Borrego Valley, but in times as troubled as these, she placed no hope in the cruel gods of fortune. She trusted only in her own preparations and actions, in the power of love to inspire her to do the wisest thing to the best of her ability. She pulled into a rest stop before the Tejon Pass, waited until she had the place to herself in the wheel well of her Explorer, and used her hammer to render it inoperative. The backplate of the device couldn't be loosened from the epoxy that fixed it to the car, but when she examined the fragments that fell to the pavement, she was confident that the SUV was not trackable. Once more racing south on I-5, she wanted music, a song written out of profound love. She chose pianist David Benoit playing Kay's song, which he'd written for his wife. She turned up the volume. Piano chords and notes are known not only to her ears, but also are felt in her fingertips, weave through her heart, nourish her soul, as milk makes strong the bones. Chapter 36. The grieving boy, who'd taken most of the night to fall asleep, still slept and slept. The dogs needed to be toileted and fed, but leaving the boy alone seemed wrong. Cornell ought to do something. What? To be prepared for when the mother came to collect her child. Like Mr. Paul Simon had sung, the mother and child reunion is only a motion away. This was more responsibility than Cornell usually shouldered. When he tried to sit near the boy and read, he couldn't concentrate on the prose. He worried that he was going to do something, or fail to do something, that would endanger Travis. Now he stood over the lazy boy recliner again, watching the child. Travis breathed so softly. Maybe he wasn't breathing at all. Cornell wanted to touch him, see if he was alive, but dared not. All night, the German shepherds had patrolled the library, taking turns sleeping, sniffing Cornell, trying to induce him to pet them, which he couldn't do, because it might be like touching a person. Any place where another person touched him was a wound that didn't bleed blood, that bled the very essence of him, his mind and soul. By a touch, another person could drain Cornell out of himself and leave his body a mindless husk. This was a false fear related to his personality disorder, but knowing it was a false fear didn't make him less fearful. Strange. Otherwise, he respected reason, but this streak of unreason was baked into him like a vein of cinnamon in a morning roll, though cinnamon was a good thing and unreason was not good. The dogs were agitated. They needed to potty. Cornell didn't want the dogs to potty on his Persian carpets. If he tried to put the dogs' leashes on their collars, they might touch him. No good, no good, no good. The dogs might be trained not to run away, but what if they did? The boy loved them. He'd be devastated if the dogs ran away. Here was what responsibility meant. It meant making decisions that affected someone other than Cornell himself. When the dogs started whining, he said, "All right, I'll take you out, but don't run away from me, please and thank you." Outside, the day was warm and bright, with none of the soft colors of the library lamplight that he loved so much. The dogs ran a few yards from the door before they peed. Then they sniffed around for a minute, and finally both squatted to poop. Cornell was embarrassed, watching the dogs toilet, but he was also fascinated, because they seemed self-conscious, glancing at him sheepishly, maybe because he hadn't watched them do this before. When they had pooped, they stood staring at him expectantly, ears pricked forward. After a minute of confusion, he realized they expected him to pick up the poop in plastic bags, like people did. He didn't have plastic bags. Besides, except for the graveled area around the blue house, in which cacti and succulents were the only landscaping, the rest of this acreage, including that in the vicinity of the barn, was a mess of dead grass, sage, long-stemmed buckwheat, assorted weeds, and bare earth. Leaving poop wasn't as offensive as it would have been on a golf course or a church lawn. As Cornell moved toward the house, his hulking freak show shadow preceding him, the dogs watched. When he called them, they glanced at the poop and regarded him with puzzlement, maybe wondering why he was so poorly trained. But at last, they came to the house with him. The large bag of kibble stood in the kitchen where the boy had said it would be. His suitcase of spare clothes and other items was in the smaller of the two bedrooms. After locking the door, Cornell returned to the barn, carrying the kibble in one hand and the suitcase in the other.
"Come along, please and thank you," he said to the dogs.
And it delighted him that they trotted at his side, one to his left, one to his right, as if they cared for him the way they cared for the boy. The electronic key in his pants pocket automatically unlocked what appeared to be a flimsy, man-sized barn door that was, in fact, steel behind its rotten plank facade. He and the dogs stepped into a white vestibule. He closed the door behind him. After a few seconds, its lock engaged with a hard clack. The electronic lock on the door before him responded to his hand on the knob and unlocked itself so he could push through into the library. To the left of the door through which Cornell entered, another door led to the bathroom. To the right lay the part of the fourth wall that wasn't lined with books, but instead featured a kitchen counter, cabinets, a double sink, two large sub-zero refrigerators, two microwaves, and an oven. The boy stood peering in one of the sub-zeros. The dogs whined with pleasure and hurried to the boy. Travis turned to Cornell.
"Mr. Jasperson, can I ask something?"
"Can you? Yes, of course. And call me Cornell."
"What runs the refrigerators?"
Cornell blinked at him. He put down the kibble and suitcase.
Runs? Well, the power company."
"What happens after the world ends?"
"The world won't end, just civilization."
When the boy frowned, Cornell explained.
"Just cities and stuff, not the planet, not the planet, not the planet."
"So what runs the refrigerators then?"
"A generator. A big tank of propane buried out there. It'll run library and bunker 14 months, or just the bunker for 30.
"What then?"
the boy asked.
"Maybe a new civilization will start up."
"What if nothing starts?"
Then I'll probably be dead."
"Probably," Travis agreed.
"I thought you never go into town."
"I don't ever go to town anymore. Hardly ever did, even when I lived in the little blue house. I don't want to scare people."
"So where do you get chocolate milk and stuff if you never go into town?"
"Gavin comes down here once every month like clockwork. He stocks the refrigerators."
"Maybe he will. If he's not."
If he's not dead, if he's not dead, if he's not dead."
The boy closed the refrigerator and regarded Cornell solemnly, as did the dogs.
Mr. Jasperson, why do you say things 3 times?
You can call me Cornell. I don't say everything 3 times.
But you say some things 3 times.
Things I don't want to happen or wish weren't true. Or sometimes things I think aren't true, but wish they were.
Does that work?
No, but I feel a little better. Do you want something to eat?
I'm kind of hungry.
I can make eggs scrambled or fried, cheese or not, or eggs all other ways, with toast. I can make bologna sandwiches, mustard or mayonnaise, or both. I can make many kinds of meals.
Are you hungry? The boy asked.
I am. I'm hungry.
Then I'll have what you're having, the boy said.
The dogs padded to the bag of kibble, sniffing with excitement.
I should feed the dogs.
Cornell bent to the bag.
They're nice dogs, so far. They don't bite, so far. Not so far.
They like you a lot, Travis said.
Cornell froze. Hunched over the bag, he turned his head to stare at the boy.
How do you know?
Can't you see? They like you.
I don't see. I don't know how to see that.
Well, they do. They like you.
Cornell looked at one dog, at the other. They wagged their tails.
Maybe it's just because I have the food.
No, they really like you.
Around other people, Cornell always felt too big and awkward and strange, even around his cousin Gavin, and he felt no less so around animals. Before this, dogs barked at him, cats hissed, bared their teeth, and fled.
Maybe not. But that would be something. That would be something. That sure would be something.
Chapter 37. If he believed they were real, Egon Gottfried would hate Texans, and if he believed Texas was a real place rather than a concept, he would never go there again. Chase and Alexis Longren, with their 3 daughters, Lori, Daphne, and Artemis, are being temporarily detained in the living room. When Chris Roberts and Janice Dern attempt to interrogate the family, all 5 detainees act as though they are gathered here by their own choice. They pretend to be unaware of any intruders and speak only to one another, mostly about television shows they have seen recently. They are certain that Godfrey and his crew aren't legitimate authorities, or at least that they aren't loyal to either the Bureau or the country. Clearly, through her in-laws, Jane Hawk has poisoned the minds of these people. Egon Gottfried observes this impudence until it bores him. Then he goes to the fenced exercise yard at Stable 5, where Pedro and Alejandro have corralled all the employees, 8 men and 2 women. 9 of those 10 are day workers and can claim not to have been on the property at 2 a.m., when Ansel and Claire Hawk arrived on horseback, and perhaps soon thereafter left by a more comfortable form of transportation. Only one of them, Bodie Houston, a lean-muscled, sun-seared 30-something guy with jet-black hair, has been here all night, in a small ranch manager's house. He claims to so admire the FBI, its history and its high standards and its incorruptible agents, that he bitterly regrets having slept too soundly to have seen anything. Bitterly regrets it.
As a kid, see, all I ever did want to be was FBI. What an honor if I could help you fellas. Damn, but don't I feel as useless as a 5th leg on a horse?
Godfrey regards him in silence after that speech, trying to decide whether the unknown playwright wants him to handcuff Bodie Houston, drive him to a remote location, and throw him off a cliff, or walk away. He chooses to walk away. Chapter 38. Cornell's library for the end of the world. Windowless, quiet, a fortress of books. In one of the reading areas, 4 mismatched but beautiful armchairs faced one another in a circle. Between the chairs were antique tables, each of a different period. Stained glass lamps on the tables, the colored light so soft and pretty. Chairs and everything standing on a late 19th century Tabriz carpet in shades of red and gold. Cornell had tried to make the library match his idea of what heaven would be like. Except he hoped that he wouldn't be alone in heaven, and that he wouldn't look scary to people there, and that he would know what to say to the other people he met. Now, he had company, and it seemed like this was a test to see if he might be ready for an afterlife in which he wouldn't be alone. The 2 big dogs were lying on the carpet, each with its tail tucked between its legs, one of them snoring. Cornell had quickly grown more comfortable with the dogs than he'd thought possible on first encountering them. For one thing, there was no need to carry on a conversation with the dogs. Cornell sat in a wingback chair. The boy was lost in a big club chair. By contrast with the child, Cornell felt like a pterodactyl folded onto a perch meant for a sparrow. Feet on footstools, they faced each other from the north and south points of the reading circle. The dining trays were hooked over their chair arms.
"Sandwiches are real good," the boy said.
Cornell wasn't sure what to say, though it seemed safe just to describe the sandwich.
Buttered bread, 2 slices of bologna, 2 slices of cheese, 1 Velveeta and 1 provolone, sliced tomatoes, a little mayonnaise, put in a sandwich press and toasted.
That seemed to go over well, so he added,
2 sweet pickles on the side, and a little bag of potato chips for each of us.
"The cola is good with the sandwiches," the boy said.
Having read everything on the soda can, having an eidetic memory, Cornell decided not to list the contents of the beverage, but he did quote a fact he found interesting.
"Canned under the authority of the Coca-Cola Company, Atlanta, Georgia, 30313, by a member of the Coca-Cola Bottlers Association, Atlanta, Georgia, 30327.
The boy said,
"I've never been to Atlanta."
"Neither have I,"
said Cornell.
"We should go someday."
"No, that's a scary idea."
"Scary why?"
"Too far, too big,"
Cornell said.
"I guess it is if you say so."
This conversation thing with a new person was easier for Cornell than it had often been before. After a silence, the boy said, "You're Uncle Gavin's cousin."
"My mother, Shamira, was his mother's sister, but the family disowned her, and she disowned them when she was 16, before I was born. The family never knew about me."
"How do you disown somebody?"
"You push them out, close the door, and never see them again."
"Wow, that's mean. Why'd they do that?"
"My mother was a terrible, angry drug addict and a prostitute."
"What's a prostitute?"
"She sold sex." "Oh, you didn't hear that. You didn't hear it. You didn't hear. She made love for money."
This conversation thing had broken Cornell into a sweat. The boy said,
"Making love is making babies. She made babies?"
"Just me. I was a baby once."
"So who's your dad?"
"Nobody knows. It's a big mystery."
"Doesn't your mom remember? You should ask her."
"My mother died when I was 18.
The boy put down his sandwich.
"That's really sad."
"It was a long time ago. Go ahead and eat. See? I'm eating." "She died of a drug overdose. She couldn't help herself. We have to eat. We can't help ourselves."
The boy sat looking at his sandwich. Then he said, "It isn't right, people having to die."
No, it isn't." It isn't right. It isn't right. But that's the way it is. And we have to eat.
So, if the family never knew about you, how does Uncle Gavin know?
When I got rich, I hired a detective to find my family and tell me about them. Gavin was the one I thought I might like, and I do. I like him, or liked him. He's the only one I let know about me, which is why maybe you're still safe here. You're still safe here. You're safe here.
I sort of feel safe.
That's good. That's nice. Now, eat your sandwich, please and thank you.
The boy took a bite of the sandwich and chewed thoughtfully and swallowed and said,
How rich are you?
About 300 million.
Wow! I can't count that high.
It's scary,
Cornell said. Thinking about all that money was so frightening that he almost put down his sandwich, but he needed to be a positive role model for the boy, so he continued eating.
How'd you make all that money?
I invented several very popular apps.
I heard of apps, but I don't know any.
You will one day. Anyway, by the time I was 24, I made so much money it scared the bejesus out of me.
Why would money scare you?
I started out with $10. 4 years later, after taxes, I had 300 million. That can't happen unless a civilization, unless all of this, the way we live, is a mouse of cards.
A what?
I apologize, please and thank you. Sometimes the wrong word comes out of me. House. Our civilization must be a house of cards. So I decided to get ready for Apocageddon.
And so you built this secret library.
And the even more secret bunker. Do you think I'm crazy?
No, you aren't crazy. You're real smart.
Pleased by the boy's praise, Cornell said,
I wouldn't have been able to do it and keep it secret without all the Filipino workers who couldn't speak a word of English.
Chapter 39. Beginning to wonder if the script calls for him to be stymied by a bunch of mule-headed Texas horse traders, Egon Godfrey checks in with Rupert Baldwin, who is busy in Chase Longren's office in Stable 3. Rupert has gone through the contents of the desk and the filing cabinet without finding anything of interest, and he has scattered those papers on the floor, perhaps as payback for Chase's comment about the Bureau's dress code. Rupert considers himself a sartorial rebel. He is fond of his corduroy suits and bolo ties. Using Longren's computer, he has backdoored the DMV to search state records for vehicles registered to the Longrens or to Longren stables. Pickup trucks, horse vans, 2 SUVs, a Ford sedan. Rupert says, I gave the list to Vince. He's checking to see if there's a set of wheels that should be here but isn't. The unknown playwright is in a mood for dramatic efficiency because even as Rupert finishes speaking, Vince Penn bursts into the room like the burly star of a former circus act featuring a bear.
All the vehicles are here except for the Mercury Mountaineer. I checked the garage, all the stables, the hay barn. I went into the house and checked under the beds, but it's nowhere.
He looks from Godfrey to Rupert Baldwin, to Godfrey again.
The last part about the beds, see, that was just a joke.
In the interest of moving things along, Egon Godfrey doesn't get into a conversation with Vince. On learning that the Mountaineer is their search target, Rupert uses his DMV registration to consult a cross-referenced National Security Agency directory that contains the unique GPS transponder code of every vehicle in the country. He obtains the one by which this particular Mountaineer can be tracked by satellite. Godfrey watches as a map appears on the screen and a blinking red indicator signifies the location of the vehicle.
It's not moving. Maybe parked, says Rupert.
Parked where?
Downtown Killeen, Texas.
How far from here is that?
Not far,
says Vince Penn.
I was in Killeen for a few weeks once. Met this girl there. She wasn't beautiful or nothing, but she was pretty enough so I thought I might marry her. Then it turned out she was a whore, and it wasn't marriage she wanted.
Somewhat more helpful than Vince, Rupert says,
It looks like about 130-some miles. Nearest helicopter we could use is in Austin. By the time it came here and picked us up and flew us to Killeen, it'd be quicker by car. We have to drive through Austin, which will slow us down, but we can still make it to Killeen in 2 hours. Maybe 2 hours 15.
Chapter 40. Cornell Jasperson kept thinking that something very bad was about to happen. He and the boy were getting along so well, and the dogs had not attacked him. Nevertheless, every now and then Cornell stiffened and lifted his head and listened intently, in expectation of a sudden threat. Not the collapse of civilization, not yet, but something not good. For dessert, they enjoyed pineapple coconut muffins, which they tore apart and ate with their fingers, still sitting in the circle of lamplit chairs.
While I lived over there in the little blue house, I did all the construction drawings myself.
You said Fippeline workers. What are they?
The boy wondered.
Filipino, from the Republic of the Philippines, half a world away. 7,000 islands, though most people live on 11.
Gee, couldn't you find workers closer than half a world?
Not highly skilled construction workers who spoke only Tagalog and couldn't tell anyone in Borrego Valley that they were building a secret library and bunker, please and thank you.
Tagalog is a funny word.
It sort of is.
A crawly feeling quivered down the nape of Cornell's neck, between his misshapen shoulder blades, along his spine. For no good reason, he looked at the ceiling in expectation of something.
What's wrong?
The boy asked.
Nothing. Anyway, by the time I made 300 million, I also made a lot of connections with powerful people. I located the workers, got them visas and green cards, brought them from the Philippines. They were nice. They worked hard. Sometimes they sang at night. Their singing was very pretty.
What did they sing?
Mostly about Malaysian legends and the sea and the stars and Buddha and Jesus. Sometimes Elvis Costello in Tagalog.
Cornell sang a few lines in Tagalog, amazed to be so relaxed. He sang without feeling silly. He looked at the boy when they were talking, though he didn't usually look so directly at other people.
These muffins are really good, the boy said.
Cornell licked sweet icing from his fingers.
Very kind of you to say so.
How do you talk to the Fippelines without them knowing English?
Before I hired them, I learned Tagalog. They lived in trailers on the property and never went into town. And by the time they flew back home, I'd made millionaires of them all.
That's humongous! 12 millionaires!
It cost a lot more than that. Counting materials and all the donations, it cost an arm and an egg.
You mean leg?
Leg. I don't know why that happens, that word thing. Anyway, it cost a farm and a leg. Oh, there, it happened again.
The boy laughed. So did Cornell, though a moment later he was frowning at the cluster of 4 security monitors that hung from the ceiling. When a warm-blooded moving creature larger than a coyote drew within 10 feet of the building, a soft alarm would sound, and an image of the visitor would appear on each screen. From any point in the library, he could see what was happening outside. The screens were blank.
Donations to what?
The boy asked.
To, like, wounded warriors? Uncle Gavin and Aunt Jessie give to them, and others like them.
These were donations to some officials to let us have a high construction fence, to build without getting plans approved, without inspections. A secret bunker isn't much good if it's not secret.
You mean payoffs? Bribes?
How does a 5-year-old boy know payoffs and bribes?
I'm going on 6. And anyway, my mom's FBI. I'm an FBI kid.
Yes, of course. An FBI kid.
These are the best muffins ever, the boy said.
I got the recipe from one of the construction workers. They grow a lot of pineapples and coconuts in the Philippines. Would you like me to get you another muffin?
Sure, you bet. That would be great, please and thank you.
When Cornell lifted his tray and scooted forward in the chair and put the tray on the footstool, the 2 dogs raised their heads to consider the unfinished muffin.
Nothing of that belongs to you,
Cornell said. The good dogs lowered their heads, and he regretted having spoken sharply. At the kitchenette, as he took a muffin from a Tupperware container and put it on a small plate, he glanced at the security monitors a couple times, though no alarm had sounded. He supposed that he was just Cornell being Cornell, too smart for his own good, as his mother had often said, plagued by a weird developmental disability, afraid civilization was going to collapse, but even more afraid that someone might touch him and drain the soul out of his body. He was maybe a little too obsessed with death. As Mr. Paul Simon had sung, "We come and we go, that's a thing I keep in the back of my head." Chapter 41. Egon Godfrey leaves 6 of his people to keep the Longren family and their employees in custody at gunpoint until they hear from him. The detainees must not be allowed to place an unsupervised phone call during that time, which would surely be a call to Ansel and Claire Hawke to warn them that they have been traced to Killeen. Rupert Baldwin and Vince Penn will accompany Godfrey. As they climb into their Jeep Wrangler and as he approaches his Rhino GX, Janice Dern, who followed him from the house, calls out, "Hey, Egon, can I have a minute?" Janice is a dedicated revolutionary and an effective agent, but she seems too tightly wound, as if one of these days an escalating series of dire sounds, gears stripped, springs sprung, flywheels fractured, will arise within her, culminating in a glittering, smoking ejectamenta of clockwork fragments bursting from her ears, nostrils, mouth, and other orifices. She stands too close to Egon, as though she had personal space, and she makes insistent eye contact, as she always does. "You've got to leave me the ampules and a hypodermic needle and everything else I need to inject a control mechanism." "Inject who?" "Lori Longren." "One of the children?" "See, then we'll have someone in the family to report to us." "The brain has to reach a certain stage of development before the implant can assemble and function properly. 16. You know we only inject after the 16th birthday." "Oh, please, that's such a steaming pile of horse shit. Just theory." "It's fact," Egon says, though in truth, like so much else, this is only what the unknown playwright wants them to believe. As Paloma Sutherland moves the customized Cadillac Escalade that blocks the driveway, and as Sally Jones waves them through, Rupert and Vince leave in the Jeep Wrangler. "Only after their 16th birthday," Godfrey repeats. Janice Dern draws a deep breath, blows it out in exasperation. "They didn't try enough kids to be sure the problem is universal." 9, Egon says. "Every one had a psychological crack-up within 3 months. Physical collapse, too. Had to be terminated." 9 is too damn small a sample to prove anything. It's worth a try with Lori. This family can lead us to Jane Hawke. If the brat goes batshit crazy and bleeds from the eyes, so what? Why do you care?" "I don't. I'm along for the ride. I just do what he wants." She frowns. He who? The unknown. Egon looks away from her yellowish-brown flypaper eyes, but they remain stuck to him as he reconsiders his reply. My Arcadian operator. You answer to me, I answer to him. So ask him for permission to inject Lori Longren. The worst he can do is say no. He meets her stare again. We're wasting time here. I need to get to Killeen. Janice Dern is quite attractive if you don't look into her eyes for too long. They are eyes less suited to a woman of her physical charms than to a miscreant come forth from a toxic womb, malformed and insane at birth, to whom value and pleasure are to be found only in hatred. Janice, I can't give you a control mechanism for the girl. It's not what the script calls for. Tears well in those eyes that previously have been as dry as cinders. She doesn't shed them, but the tears shimmer and glimmer. She puts one hand to his face, tenderly pressing it against his right cheek. Leaning even closer, she whispers, If you can't do this for me, then could you instead think of Lori the next time you need to let off some steam? Genuinely bewildered, he says, Let off some steam? You've never shown an interest in me, but I've always been so intensely drawn to you. My desire is unrequited, and I've resigned myself to that. But next time things go so wrong you need to relieve the tension, instead of wasting some drunken cowboy with a Texas True bumper sticker, think of that snarky little bitch Lori. This twist in the script leaves him speechless. The unknown playwright's wicked imagination has at last thwarted Egon's usually reliable intuition. He never saw this coming. Assuming that his silence means he fears her disapproval, Janice slides her fingers along his cheek to his mouth and presses them to his lips. No need to explain yourself. And please don't think that I've declared my feelings in the hope that we might have something together. I'm resigned to your disinterest, but I've loved you from afar, and I'll continue to love you. You're so strong. You do what you want, take what you want, always with such certainty that you'll triumph. The cowboy could have had a gun, and the others, the ones I know about anyway. In each case, something could have gone very wrong, but you were fearless. I watched. I saw. When she takes her fingers from his lips, he remains so amazed that he can't help saying, No reason to fear them. None of them was real. Nothing is real. They're all just plebs, plotters, rabble, two-legged cattle, she says, under the misconception that they are both talking about the unwashed masses who will eventually come under the rule of the Arcadians, unaware that he is expressing his philosophy of life, his radical nihilism. Do you have siblings, Egon? No, there's no one but me. No one real. How fortunate. I had 3 older sisters. You hate children? I don't allow myself such strong emotions. What's the point, if nothing's real? Well, I have enough hate for both of us. Think about it, Egon. You don't have to love me in return. But maybe someday, when you're stressed out and you need relief, maybe you can come back here and do this one thing for me, just out of the goodness of your heart. She walks away from him and returns to the Lundgren's house. Egon gets behind the wheel of the Rhino GX. He drives out to the end of the private lane that serves Lundgren's stables, where Rupert and Vince are waiting for him in the Jeep Wrangler. They turn right onto the highway, east, toward distant Austin. The afternoon sky is vast and empty. The fields dwindle to every horizon, as if they have become the sole feature of a world that has been shorn of its mountains and drained of its seas. Egon Godfrey wonders what the script requires of him aside from this trip to Killeen. His usually reliable intuition regarding the author's intent fails him for the moment. He has no feeling for whether he's supposed to kill Lori Longren or Janice Dern, or both. Mile by mile, indecision plagues him. and his tension grows. Chapter 42. The green plaque on the gate announced Grandpa and Grandma's place. Behind the white picket fence, on the manicured lawn, 3 gnomes sat on tree stumps, 2 smoking pipes and 1 playing what might have been a lute. 3 other gnomes danced in delight. The blades on the 4-foot-high windmill turned in the mild breeze. There was an ornate bird bath, too, but no feathered bathers. Perhaps some avian instinct warned them not to dare it. The sign above the front door read, "Bless this house." Jane rang the bell. Judy White and Lois Jones, one and the same, yet neither, opened the door. 50-something, buxom, well-rounded, jet-black hair, egg yolk yellow fingernail polish, blue toenails. She wore flip-flops, a too-tight leopard-patterned sweatsuit, 7 diamond rings, numerous gold and diamond bracelets, and a necklace of matched sapphires. She took the cigarette from between her lips and let smoke drift out of her mouth rather than blow it, and then she said, "So, you look like something happened." "Something did, but I'm here." "You have 3 times usual money?" Jane held up the paper bag that had contained her truck-stop sandwiches. "Come in, darling. Sit. I see if Pete have everything ready." The house reeked of cigarette smoke that would have dropped little grandchildren like Malathian felled mosquitoes, had there been any grandchildren, which there weren't. The interior, darkish, with far too many heavy antique furniture and brocade draperies and Persian carpets, offered none of the kitsch that fancified the front yard and served as a disguise. The woman went to her husband's large workroom at the back of the house, leaving Jane alone with the 2 white cats as big as bobcats. One was lying on a sofa, the other on a lazy-boy recliner. They watched her as if she were prey. Jane moved toward a leather armchair, but the yellow-eyed cat leaped off the sofa and sprang onto that seat before she could occupy it. As she turned toward the now empty sofa, the green-eyed cat abandoned the recliner and took the first cat's original perch. When Jane looked at the lazy boy, both cats hissed. She said, "I'll just stand," which stopped the hissing. At the back of the rambling house, where visitors were rarely wanted, Pete Jones, who was also John White and perhaps numerous other people, worked with several antique presses, laser printers, laminating machines, and so much other more exotic equipment that the place had a Frankenstein air. Instead of reanimating the dead, however, he produced impeccably forged documents of all kinds. The vision in leopard sweats reappeared in the archway between the living room and dining room, carrying something like a dress box that contained Jane's order. "I put on table. You look, darling." She set the box on the table and removed the lid. In the center of the dining room table stood a crystal ball on a silver plinth. Beside it lay a deck of tarot cards, fanned out and ready for shuffling. Jane examined everything in the box. "Very good. Very nice. My compliments to Pete."
"Better than nice."
"Yes, you're right. It's all excellent." The woman accepted the sandwich bag and took from it the 2 bricks of $100 bills held by rubber bands. She riffled the edges of the bills across her thumb, twice with each brick, cocking her head toward the sound. "No need count. You always honest," she said, though she had probably done an accurate count with her devilishly sensitive thumb and hearing. "It's so nice to be trusted," Jane said.
"You want to know?"
"Know what?" Judy Lois White Jones nodded her head at the crystal ball and the cards. Her smile was humorless, feline. Her eyes were as black and her stare as viscid as pools of tar. Jane said, "I don't believe in all that."
"Don't have to believe to be true. We'll be rich, we'll be poor, we'll be happy, we'll be sad, we'll live, we'll die. Just have to ask."
At the front door, as she stepped outside, Jane turned and met the woman's eyes. "I make my own future. So do you."
"But what is future?"
crystal and cards could tell. Have a nice day, Mrs. White-Jones. I know I will. Maybe, maybe not, the woman said, and closed the door. Chapter 43. The Jeep Wrangler and the Rhino GX are making good time until, north of Austin and south of Georgetown, they come upon an 18-wheeler that, minutes earlier, jackknifed on Interstate 35. The thin-skinned cargo trailer has split open, spilling a load of colorful athletic shoes designed by the nation's current #1 rap star. Maybe 100 large cartons have tumbled onto the roadway, and most of these have burst open, casting forth uncountable shoeboxes emblazoned with the rapper's face, and in turn the lids have flown off these smaller containers. A day-glow rainbow of expensive footwear is drifted across what little of the roadway the overturned vehicle itself does not block, and, in fact, the sudden avalanche of high-priced gotta-have sneakers seems to have overwhelmed a less-than-substantial Mini Cooper, smashing it into the guardrail. 2 Texas Highway Patrol officers have recently arrived on scene, and beyond the barricade of truck and shoes, a southbound ambulance is flashing its way along the shoulder of the road. Traffic backs up so quickly in Egon Gottfried's wake that before he quite knows what has happened, he's locked in, bumper to bumper, with the vehicles behind and in front of him. He sits for a minute, wondering what the unknown playwright expects of him. Then he gets out of the Rhino to assess whether he might be able to maneuver out of his lane onto the shoulder of the highway and then reverse southward to the nearest exit. Just then, a 3rd Highway Patrol officer comes along, putting down flares along the outer edge of the lane to keep the shoulder open for emergency vehicles inbound from the south. Godfrey halts the trooper, presents his bureau ID, and says, "You'll have to help us here. I and my men in that Jeep Wrangler urgently need to get past this mess." The trooper is maybe 6'4", built like a pro wrestler. He stares down at Godfrey in silence for a moment, frowning as though he has been addressed in a language known only by people on another planet. Then he says, "Sir, in these circumstances, your DC badge means about as much to me as your library card. We got people hurt and a road to open." As the officer turns away, Godfrey says, "I want your full name and badge number. There will be grave consequences if we don't get to Killeen within an hour." The trooper seems to swell 2 inches taller as he turns on Godfrey. "Sir, with all due respect, if you've just got to be in Killeen inside an hour, may I suggest you best stick a propeller in your ass and fart your way there?" Godfrey does not know what to say to that, and perhaps wisely he chooses to say nothing. After going forward 3 vehicles to the Jeep Wrangler and conferring with Rupert, he walks back to the Rhino and gets behind the wheel. He turns on the engine and powers down the windows and switches off the engine, and tells himself that this delay doesn't matter. None of this has any meaning anyway. The overturned truck is not real. The shoes are not real. The rude highway patrol officer is not real. Killeen is not real. Godfrey is only along for the ride. The delay means nothing to him. So, it's curious, then, that he has the urge to get out of the Rhino and draw his pistol and shoot the trooper in the back. He is reasonably sure, however, that if he did such a thing, he would be going off script to such an extent that he would inevitably be punished for misinterpreting the playwright's work. As Egon Godfrey strives to be only a disembodied mind with no stake in these events, other drivers and their passengers in some of the surrounding vehicles realize the nature of the treasure that has spilled out of the overturned Peterbilt. Doors are flung open and people spring out. They dash forward into the heaps of ruptured cardboard containers, snatching up $300, $400, and $500 Dayglow sneakers, some still in their boxes, others loose and surely mismatched as to size. In a kind of ecstasy, they hurry back to their cars and SUVs with armfuls of celebrity footwear, only to return to the melee for more, while those people who remain in their vehicles look on with shocked and fearful expressions. as if they find themselves trapped in a traffic jam during a zombie apocalypse. The shoe shoppers are not real. The sneakers are not real. It all has no meaning. Egon Godfrey is only along for the ride. But when he thinks of Killeen, where perhaps Ansel and Claire can yet be found, he looks at the collapsible baton lying on the passenger seat, and he remembers the drunken cowboy outside Nashville West, and he is overcome with the urge to use that effective weapon on a few of these greedy shoe collectors, an urge that must be resisted. Chapter 44. Palm Springs. The Santa Rosa and San Jacinto Mountains, stark and mostly barren, plunging dramatically to the idyllic valley floor, palm trees stirring gently in the warm currents of the day, glittering shops and restaurants lining Palm Canyon Drive, all sun-splashed and palm-shaded, with an air of unhurried living. Places like this, built with tradition as much as with wood, stone, nails, and mortar, had once made Jane feel safe. Places where the storied past flowed through the present, where a way of life was largely preserved, evolving, but slowly and with grace. These days, perhaps such impressions were illusions. Maybe no place could long sustain against whatever new theory and collective madness was championed by the lords of the electronic and social media that saturated life. As their highest principle, those shapers of the future believed that the past was in all ways unspeakably primitive, that all change was for the better. A block back from Palm Canyon Drive, she found a modest motel charging immodest prices even on a weekday in April when the in-season rates slowly began to phase toward the off. The afternoon temperature was 84 degrees. A month from now it might be 110, and nearly as hot at midnight as at noon. The clerk took her cash, Xeroxed her driver's license, gave her a key card. The luggage she carried from the Explorer to room 17 included a titanium alloy attaché case containing $210,000, about half of what she had taken from a creep named Simon Yegg 3 days earlier. All the higher echelon Arcadians squirreled away large sums of cash, getaway money that, in a crisis, would see them through to new lives under different names in distant countries. In spite of their arrogant confidence that they could establish utopia, they couldn't rid themselves of a tumor of doubt that prickled in their brains. Flanking a small table were a pair of skirted armchairs. Jane lifted part of one skirt and slid the attaché case under the chair. She hung out the Do Not Disturb sign and engaged the deadbolt. She parted the draperies enough to see the Explorer and watched for 10 minutes. But no one showed an unusual interest in the SUV. For a while, she sat on the edge of the bed, holding the burner phone that Travis had called last night. She pressed it to her chest, as if it were some magical object that would compel her boy to pick up his phone down there in Borrego Valley, as if the mere fact of holding their phones at the same time would conjoin their hearts and minds so that she would feel him close and know that he was safe. She dared not call him. Her enemies, who were legion, had surely by now established continual surveillance of Borrego Valley by aircraft equipped to fish from the air those carrier waves that were reserved for cell phones. The latest technology even allowed them to focus on transmissions from disposable phones within a 50-mile radius. An analytical scanning program, customized for this operation, would search the transmissions for key words like Mom and Love and Dad and Sweetheart and Travis. As she'd warned her boy when he called the previous night, it was now too dangerous to even use disposable phones. Reluctantly, she returned the phone to one of her suitcases. Chapter 45. Above the flatness of the city of Killeen, the sky appears likewise flat, as it shades toward sapphire prior to twilight, and not only flat, but also heavy, as if it is a massive descending slab that might crush everything on the earth under it. Arriving less than 5 minutes after Rupert and Vince, but woefully late, Egon Godfrey parks on the north side of the street. When he steps out of the Rhino GX, he feels oppressed under that too solid-looking sky. The historic district of Killeen, Texas, dating to the 1880s, features 1- and 2-story buildings with common walls, so it appears as if many enterprises occupy one long construct. The squat structures are mostly brick, painted brick, and stone. Substantial iron railings separate the sidewalks from the street. It's as if the locals are aware the sky is descending with tremendous weight and therefore build low and solid as a defense against calamity. The meterless parking is vertical to the sidewalk, and the Longren's white Mercury Mountaineer is angled nose to the curb in front of a realtor's office, across the street from Egon's Rhino GX. For a city of more than 140,000, there is little traffic on East C Street at this hour, perhaps because some businesses closed at 5 o'clock, a loan company, law offices, and because others are evangelical operations like Friends of Jesus Apostolic Ministries and the Upper Room Deliverance Center. Some storefronts with heavily tinted windows are unidentified, may be occupied or maybe not. Godfrey interprets the light traffic and the lack of business signage as just more evidence of the unknown playwright's periodic laziness when it comes to sketching in the details of a scene. There are also a karaoke bar and a Mexican restaurant with bar, however, so things might be livelier after night has fully fallen. As if the unknown playwright is aware of Godfrey's criticism and wishes to tweak him, the crosswalk at the end of the block is a swath of highly detailed brick in an intricate diagonal basket weave pattern that only a master mason could have executed so precisely. 8 or 9 pedestrians are afoot, half in army uniforms, no doubt stationed at Fort Hood, which is adjacent to Killeen and nearly surrounds it. On his journey to the Mountaineer, where Rupert and Vince wait, Godfrey passes 3 soldiers, each of whom greets him, "Howdy," and "How're y'all?" and "Evening, sir." He takes this as further tweaking, and he replies, yeah, and "Right back at ya," and yada yada.
"Vehicle's unlocked," Rupert reports to Godfrey. "We've combed through it. Nothing, except the key was left under the front seat." "We think that means they're not coming back for it," Vince adds. "Abandoned it. Just walked away. Maybe hiding in Killeen, or maybe got some other wheels. Seems like a dead end."
"There's no such thing as a dead end," Godfrey says. However, he has noticed there are no traffic cams in this area and no evident security cameras over entrances to these businesses. This fact, more than the historic buildings, makes him feel as though he has been thrown back in time to the Wild West when, to keep tabs on the population, authorities were limited to just their own eyes. A tall, white-haired, distinguished-looking man is watching them through the glass door of the nearby real estate agency. Because Godfrey is highly attuned to the rhythms of the role he is expected to play, he recognizes that this man is an important walk-on character who might have information that will swing the pursuit of Ansel and Claire in a new and more fruitful direction. "Wait here," he tells Rupert and Vince. When Godfrey approaches the door of the real estate agency, it opens, and the white-haired man steps outside.
"Unless I've lost my nose for righteousness, you gentlemen have the look of the law."
"FBI," says Godfrey, and presents that ID. The man insists on a handshake.
"Jim Lee Cassidy. I'm honored. Agent Godfrey."
He nods at the Mountaineer.
"That handsome vehicle was driven by a down-home church-clean, shoulders-back couple who couldn't have been nicer if you held a gun to their heads. But being a suspicious old fart, I felt something wasn't right about 'em."
"They wanted to rent a property or something?"
"No, sir. As they got out of that Mountaineer, it just happens I'm going from my car to my office carrying a valise not latched right. It comes open, spilling an embarrassment of private papers on the sidewalk here. A mischievous breeze scatters stuff every which way, so those two go scrambling after everything as if the wind is taking their own admission papers to heaven. They hadn't helped. I would have lost some things of considerable consequence.
From an inner coat pocket, Godfrey produces a photograph of Ansel and Claire.
That's the very pair,
Jim Lee Cassidy confirms. The Hawks have striven to keep as low a profile as possible, and the Arcadians have used their influence with the media to keep Jane's in-laws out of the story, hoping to foster in them the false idea that they are not being intensely observed. He says, "What was it about them that made you suspicious?"
Well, sir, once the papers was gathered up, me and him fell into conversation. Just 2 minutes or 3, but the woman kept tugging his sleeve and reminded him they had reservations. Plus, it seemed every passing vehicle worried her, the way she looked after it, and when a police car cruised by, it made 'em both jumpy.
When was this? Godfrey asks.
I was coming back from showing a house to this young couple as sweet as 2 dill pickles. Had an appointment with a good client in my office at 10:30, so it was maybe 5 minutes past the hour.
This morning? These reservations she was worried about, they wouldn't have been for lunch in some restaurant, not at that hour. Did you see where they went from here? Jim Lee Cassidy taps the side of his head with a forefinger, as if to say he is always thinking.
I contrived to linger till I saw 'em go all the way to 2nd Street and turn right. From there, it's not another block to the bus station. Maybe a bus reservation?
If they wanted a bus, why not park nearer the station?
You're just asking to be polite. I figured they didn't want it known they left Colleen by bus. Wanted to look like they was still here somewhere. Could you tell a helpful fellow what they done?
Child pornography, Godfrey lies. Cassidy's face tightens with righteous anger.
I'd known that, they'd never made it to the bus station.
He shakes his head.
They looked clean-cut as if they was baptized every day of their lives. You just never know about people anymore, who they really are.
Nobody's real, Godfrey says. It's all like one big video game, virtual reality. You just never know. Chapter 46. What a nice day it had been. Maybe it shouldn't have been such a nice day, with Gavin and Jessica probably dead and with so much trouble about the boy. But good and bad came at you with no rhyme or reason. One moment it was raining money, the next moment it was a shitstorm. Cornell needed to take things as they came, not get too happy or too upset. If he got too happy or too upset, he felt oppressed, as though his feelings had weight and were crushing him, and his skin grew so tight it seemed like it might split, and his nerves crackled, and a buzzing rose in his bones, as if tiny bees had built a hive in his skeleton. Then he had to lie down in the dark and the quiet, and he had to think of a pool of water in some deep cavern, a stillness of water, with no shapes of light quivering on it, nothing swimming in it. He had to let the black water soothe his tight skin, let the silent water quiet his nerves, let the cool water drown the bees in his bones, let the water buoy him, so that the weight of big emotions was lifted from him. Anyway, after their lunch, Cornell had thought the boy would watch TV. He believed that ordinary children mostly watched TV and played video games and tormented one another relentlessly. That is, ordinary as compared to the abnormal child that Cornell had been. A little satellite dish hidden on the roof of the barn fed the TV in Cornell's library. He never watched any programs or the news, which was all depressing or lies. He turned the TV on only for a minute every day to check that the regular shows were still being aired, because that meant the end of civilization hadn't yet begun. This boy didn't care about TV either. He just wanted to see his mother, and he mostly sat on the carpet, cuddling with the dogs. The boy would have to wait for his mother to get there, and getting there wouldn't be easy, considering that, according to Gavin, Every law enforcement agency was looking for her. She would not arrive sooner than tomorrow, maybe even later than that. Suddenly, it had occurred to Cornell that Travis's mother might not get to them at all. She might die. Mothers died. His own mother had died of a drug overdose. If the boy's mother died, where would the boy go? His father had died months earlier. If Gavin and Jessica were dead, and if the mother died, would the boy have anywhere to go? The mother must not die. She must not die. She must not die. A terrible sadness had come over Cornell as he watched his 3 visitors and thought how the boy might have nowhere to go. Although Cornell was good at math and coding and designing popular apps, he wasn't good with big emotions. Big emotions made him grow heavy and tighten up and crackle and buzz. He had to put this terrible sadness away before it grew so heavy it weighed him down, before it forced him to leave the boy alone and go to the bunker and lie in the quiet darkness for hours. He pictured the sadness as a gray brick of lead weighing on his heart. He pictured putting it into a FedEx box and addressing it to someone who really needed to be weighed down by sadness, like some terrorist bomber who killed people. He pictured the FedEx truck driving away, dwindling into the distance, gone from sight. Although this made Cornell feel better, if he just sat there watching the boy cuddling with the dogs and waiting for his mother, he would get sad again. So he would have to do what he had always done to keep himself balanced and steady. He said, "I have to read." The boy looked up from the dogs.
"What are you going to read?"
Not Ralph Waldo Emerson. No, 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 not ever again. And not Sigmund Freud. He was crazier than any of his patients. I like to read novels, short stories. Fiction makes me feel better.
"I can read a little," the boy said.
That's very good. Being able to read a little at your age, that's very good,
Cornell said as he got up from his armchair.
"Would you read to me, Mr. Jasperson?"
Halfway out of the chair, Cornell froze. He was in an awkward posture, one hand on a chair arm, still pushing himself up, one foot on the floor, one leg in the air to swing it over the footstool. But nevertheless, he locked in that configuration, as if his joints had fused. He blinked at the boy and opened his mouth to speak, but he had been struck speechless. Reading was a personal matter to Cornell, more personal than anything else. When drawn into a story, he was free. He could become the central character, male or female, child or adult, and live a different life from his own, no longer abnormal in either appearance or behavior. No one ever read aloud to him. He was an autodidact. He had never conceived of the possibility of reading aloud to another person. It seemed to be a dangerous sharing of himself, and a rude intrusion into the interior life of the listener.
"My mother sometimes reads to me,"
the boy said. Supported by one hand and one leg, still with one leg in the air, Cornell said,
Really?
"My dad used to read to me too, and Uncle Gavin."
How very strange,
Cornell said. The boy frowned.
"It's not strange at all."
It isn't?
"No, it's nice. Parents read to kids all the time."
Not my parents.
"I'd read to you if I could read better."
Cornell's raised leg came down to the floor, and whatever the cause of his paralysis, it passed. He stood, thinking for a while, and then said,
We wouldn't be on a sofa. We'd be in separate chairs, at a distance.
"Sure, whatever. Can I sit in the lazy boy, and can the dogs get in the chair with me when they want?"
They have not attacked me, Cornell said. They have not attacked me. They have not attacked. They're good dogs. They can have their own chair, or share yours.
"Great. So what are you going to read?"
Give me a moment to decide, please and thank you." Intrigued by the novelty of reading aloud, Cornell went off to prowl the shelves. The boy was smart, though maybe not yet ready for Dostoevsky. Cornell hadn't been ready for Dostoevsky until he was 13. Dickens? Maybe. He moved along the shelves, reading titles, and finally selected one. He settled his considerable frame into his armchair and said, "I've read this one 4 times. You'll like this one." He opened the book and began to read. First of all, it was October, a rare month for boys. Not that all months aren't rare, but there be bad and good, as the pirates say.
"What book is it?"
the boy asked. Cornell held up the novel so that the boy could see the jacket and the author's name. Something Wicked This Way Comes by Mr. Ray Bradbury. It sounds very scary, but it's not really. It's magic.
"Scary is okay," the boy said. "Scary is just the way things are sometimes."
And in this manner they had passed the long afternoon, Cornell reading and the boy listening, and the dogs, sometimes one, sometimes both, sharing the lazy boy with their young master. At first, reading aloud to someone was the strangest thing, though after a while, it wasn't strange at all. What a nice day it had been. Now night fell on Borrego Valley. Chapter 47. After stripping out of her clothes and removing the wig, she took her pistol into the bathroom and put it on the vanity. Although the shower was gloriously hot, she didn't linger in the spray. She dressed in fresh clothes. The pixie-cut wig smelled less of smoke than did the garments she'd shed. New contact lenses made her blue eyes brown. She put on stage-prop glasses with dark frames. After washing her underwear and t-shirt in the bathroom sink, she hung them to dry on the shower curtain rod. She paged through an issue of Palm Springs Life magazine and found an ad for a dry cleaner. She drove there and paid an express charge to be able to pick up her sport coat and jeans the next morning. She thought it darkly amusing, the most wanted fugitive in America tending to such mundane tasks. In the movies, a protagonist on the run never took a break from the chase to buy toothpaste. In a restaurant, she ordered a 12-ounce filet mignon, hold the baked potato, double vegetables, a glass of Camus Cabernet. After ordering dinner, she took a pill from a bottle of acid reducer and chased it with water. From a pocket, she retrieved the cameo that Travis had given her. Waiting for the wine, she worked the soapstone carving between thumb and forefinger, as a penitent might caress the beads of a rosary while petitioning for mercy. Chapter 48. The Trailways bus station in Killeen, Texas, is so thinly sketched that only a fool would believe it's real. A single-story white metal building with a minimum pitch roof, not even a pretense of style. There is no landscaping whatsoever, unless you are of the opinion that half an acre of medium-gray asphalt paving modeled with darker oil stains is the equivalent of greenery, predicated on the fact that blacktop and plants are both carbon-based. Garage bays, where buses are parked, cleaned, serviced, and repaired, occupy most of the structure, and the public area is cramped and drab, but tidy. Although the space is clean, the 20-something woman at the ticket counter is immaculate and more detailed than her environment. Pleasant to look at, she wears her lustrous blonde hair in a ponytail tied with white ribbon. No makeup, no eyeshadow, no lipstick. Her well-scrubbed skin is smooth, with a slight pink flush. When she smiles, her teeth look as if they have never made contact with food or drink to sully them, and the whites of her eyes are as clear as purified milk. She wears a spotless white dress with a Peter Pan collar, and as Egon Gottfried approaches the counter, the woman's hands glisten with sanitizing gel as she works them together. He flashes his FBI photo ID. "I need to talk to whoever worked this counter this morning." She is Sue Ann McMaster, who never before met an FBI person, who can't imagine what she could tell him about anything that would be worth his time, who is near the end of her second shift today because Lorene Clavin took a bad fall this morning and couldn't work the afternoon. She says she loves the smell of Purell hands, and as the last of the gel evaporates, she asks what he needs to know. When she sees the photo of Ansel and Claire, she smiles broadly.
Oh, yes, they were lovely people going to Houston for the birth of their first grandchild, just bubbling with excitement about it.
What time did their bus leave?
It was supposed to depart at 10:25, and maybe it was 5 minutes late. We have 3 buses a day going to Houston, and our on-time departure performance is over 90%.
What time do they arrive in Houston?
Oh, hours ago. 3 o'clock is the ETA.
She checks her computer.
Pretty close perfect. They docked in Houston at 9 minutes past 3.
Can you give me the address of the terminal in Houston? When Godfrey comes out of the bus station, Rupert and Vince are leaning against their Jeep Wrangler, staring at the sky. The darkness and the wealth of stars should create a perception of the immensity of the universe and the emptiness between its infinite suns, but it feels no less heavy than before, and still seems to be coming down on him, in spite of the fact that it's only an illusion. He is beginning to think that this perception of a looming, crushing weight arises from an intuitive sense that somehow he is screwing up, that Ansel and Claire are slipping away in spite of all the resources at his disposal, that he no longer understands the script and is in the process of displeasing the unknown playwright. The Killeen Police Department is within a block of the bus station. The watch commander is pleased to provide 3 FBI agents with a private office and computer. Houston is one of the increasing numbers of cities from which the NSA now receives real-time input of video from airports, train stations, and bus depots. While Rupert Baldwin backdoors the NSA data center in Utah and swims through the immense ocean of digital data, seeking archived video from the Houston terminal to which the passengers from Killeen were delivered hours earlier, Godfrey bounces some questions off Vince Penn. He expects no useful answers, but this helps him frame his own theory of what Ansel and Claire's intentions might be. At the hour they left the Longren Ranch, say 2:30 in the morning, with hardly any traffic on the roads, they should have been here in Killeen by 4:30, if not sooner. According to Jim Lee Cassidy, they had just parked their Mercury Mountaineer outside his real estate office at a few minutes after 10 o'clock. That leaves 5.5 missing hours. Where were they all that time?
Maybe a motel. Getting some shut-eye,
Vince suggests. After that TV show, they figure they're targeted. They'll be injected, so they go on the run. Only to stop for some shut-eye?
Everybody's gotta sleep. Even Dracula sleeps, and he's the living dead.
When you go on the run, don't you take essentials? A few changes of clothes, toiletries, cash?
I never been on the run.
Jim Lee Cassidy didn't say anything about them having luggage. If they'd had bags of any kind, when he saw them go 2 blocks and turn right at the corner, he would have known they were going to the bus depot. He wouldn't have had to guess.
Well, he's a realtor,
says Vince. Godfrey knows he shouldn't ask. What does that mean?
They're like surgeons. They work with real things, so if they can't be certain, they won't say they are. They only guess.
Surgeons and realtors, huh?
And astronauts, Vince adds.
Here we go,
Rupert Baldwin says.
Their bus, pulling into the terminal in Houston earlier today.
The 3 of them huddle before the computer, watching as one by one the travelers disembark. The camera provides a clearer image than is sometimes the case. Ansel and Claire are not on the bus. Chapter 49. The night, feathered by palms and ferns, perfumed by jasmine, now by burgers on a barbecue, the blood-red blooms of a trumpet vine in a lighted arbor, young women's laughter so innocent that it seems to come from another world in which no degradation of any kind exists. And 1 block later, Glenn Miller's softly swinging string of pearls issuing from the open window of a house. After dinner, Jane walked residential streets. In the velvet shadows and subdued lighting, she gazed at a diamonded sky as mysterious as always it would be. Every ordinary thing was in this moment extraordinary and precious beyond valuation, rich with meaning, but the meaning ineffable, all of it endangered in these darkening times. Eventually, in a pocket park, she stood watching the motel across the street where she'd taken a room. A few people came and went, but none concerned her. She focused on the window of her room where she'd left the lights on, waiting to see the drapery panels part slightly or tremble as someone moved against them. Nothing. She crossed the street and let herself into the room. She was alone. Wherever death might come for her, it wasn't here or now. Chapter 50. The watch commander at the Killeen Police Department happens to know the manager of the bus station, Dennis Van Horn. He calls him at home and introduces Egon Godfrey, who then takes the phone. According to Van Horn, the bus driver from Killeen, Lonnie John Bricker, has finished his day by driving another coach that departed Houston at 4 p.m., scheduled to arrive in San Antonio at 7:10. Now, at 7:26, it is likely that Bricker is still at the terminal in San Antonio, filling out his trip report. At 7:39, again in the office provided by the watch commander, Godfrey sits at the computer, Vince standing to his left, Rupert to his right, and conducts a Skype interview with Lonnie John Bricker. The bus driver is a burly, balding man of about 50. His round and rubbery face has a perpetual look of sweet bewilderment that underlies his every other expression. It is a face that makes him likable on sight, and no doubt is comically expressive when he tells jokes to his buddies at the local bar. Bricker frowns and leans warily toward the screen out there in San Antonio, as though Godfrey might be a tiny man hiding inside that distant computer.
Well, no offense intended, but I still can't know for sure you're in Killeen. And when you held your badge thing to the camera, I couldn't see it clear enough to know was it real FBI or from some junior G-Man playset.
In instances like this, Skype is a time-saving convenience. However, it's harder to intimidate the hell out of the subject of an interview when you are not in the same city with him. You can't loom over the guy or accidentally knock a mug of hot coffee into his lap. Godfrey says, "The head of security at the terminal there, Mr. Titus, has confirmed my identity to you."
No offense intended to him either, but he's near as much a stranger to me as you are. Don't I need myself a lawyer here?
You're not a suspect, Mr. Bricker. You're a witness who might have seen something in regards to a case of national importance.
What I've been doing all day is hump one bus to Houston and hump another bus to San Antone, so all I've seen is highway and some asshole drivers. The true FBI isn't after speeders and tailgaters.
According to the laws of physics established by the unknown playwright, when the urge to pistol whip some idiot overcomes you, that is also not possible via Skype.
I'm just stating for the record, says Bricker. You told me I'm not a suspect, and I don't need to lawyer up. So whatever I say here, it can't be used against me in a court of law.
He raises one hand in a pledge.
So help me God.
Lonnie John Bricker has opened his own law practice.
All right, then, says Godfrey.
I sent Mr. Titus 2 photos, and he printed them out for you. Bricker glances at the photographs lying on the desk beside him, and then he squints at the screen again.
What about them?
Do you remember that man and woman being passengers on the bus you drove from Killeen to Houston earlier today?
Why wouldn't I remember them? Or at least her. She's maybe almost 60, but she's still a looker, and she sure had an eye for me. A lot of the ladies think us bus drivers are romantic figures,
always off to some far place.
What do you mean she had an eye for you? According to what Godfrey knows about Claire Hawke, this doesn't sound like her. How could you tell she had an eye for you? Leaning back in his chair, Bricker smiles smugly and shakes his head.
No offense intended, but if by your age you haven't learned to see the love light shining in some beauty's eyes, you probably can't never be taught how.
When Vince Penn snickers at this statement, Godfrey restrains himself from putting the bus driver in his place with a sharp rebuke and from shooting Vince dead, thereby removing him from the script. Mr. Bricker, can you tell me where they got off the bus?
It was a full-booked run, door to door, no in-betweeners. They got off in Houston.
Do you remember seeing them get off? Bricker broods for a moment.
They could have got off while I was at the exterior luggage compartments getting people's bags.
Did this man and woman have luggage?
I think maybe just carry-on. Maybe none.
Well, the problem is we've reviewed the security video in Houston. They never disembarked there. The look of bewilderment underlying Bricker's other expressions takes command of his rubbery face.
I don't know what that means.
When all the passengers have received their luggage, do you return to the bus to be sure everyone has gotten off?
I generally walk the aisle, take a look around. Wasn't anyone there.
Is there a lavatory on board the bus?
That's right.
Do you always check the lavatory at the end of a trip?
Sometimes.
Why not always, routinely? Getting defensive, Bricker says,
I don't clean toilets. Only reason to check the lav is if there's a couple passengers you think might have a habit. One of them might go in there to shoot up, so you find a junkie dead of an overdose.
Has that ever happened to you?
No, but I heard of it.
So you didn't check the lavatory this time?
There wasn't any obvious freak aboard. They were a straight arrow bunch, nice and quiet from Killeen to Houston.
What happens to the bus after you've offloaded the luggage and all the passengers are gone?
I drove a different bus to San Antone. The one from Killeen, it was cleaned, fueled, serviced as needed, got ready for its next leg. I don't know maintenance routine. You'll have to ask somebody else about maintenance routine. Can I go now, or am I in trouble?
Why would you be in trouble, Mr. Bricker?
No good reason. But the law does get it wrong sometimes.
After a silence, Godfrey says, You aren't in trouble. But I would be remiss if I didn't make sure you understood that lying to an agent of the FBI is a crime. After a silence of his own, Bricker says,
I didn't lie. What would I have to lie about? I just drove from Killeen to Houston.
I'm happy for you, Mr. Bricker. I'm happy you didn't lie. When people do lie, we always find out sooner or later. Chapter 51. The freckle-faced little bitch keeps smirking at Janice Dern. She's been told to keep her smart mouth shut or it'll be taped shut so she doesn't speak. But the kid can mock and insult with a look as well as with a word. If Francine, the eldest of the 4 Dern sisters, wasn't still alive, Janice would need to consider that this tomboy bitch is the very reincarnation of the other. To discourage rebellion against this illegal detention, the 10 employees have been locked in Stable 2. The exits from the long building are being guarded by Pedro and Alejandro Lobo. Some of the detainees have spouses or others who expect them to return home at a certain time. They have made carefully monitored phone calls to explain that they will be working late. Very late. The family poses a different problem. They draw strength and confidence from one another. As a unit, they're dangerous. To better manage them and to prevent them from conspiring to do something reckless, they have been separated. Here at the house, Alexis Longren is shackled to a chair at the kitchen table, watched over by Chris Roberts. Chase Longren has been locked in a windowless half-bath off the downstairs hall, sitting on the toilet, cuffed ankle to ankle and wrist to wrist, with a trammeling line that links the cuffs and prevents him from standing. Paloma Sutherland, who has left Sally Jones alone to block the driveway with the Cadillac Escalade, is with the two younger girls, 8-year-old Daphne and 6-year-old Artemis, in the bedroom that they share. Paloma has a way with younger children. They might even like being imprisoned by her. Anyway, Daphne and Artemis are too young to have been fully corrupted by 12-year-old Laurie, though Daphne earlier exhibited moments of spirited resistance. Janice has assigned herself to the oldest of the Longren girls. Posters decorate Laurie's room, horses standing proud, horses galloping, airborne skateboarders performing ollies and flips, a solemn Marine in the Corps' most formal dress mess uniform, right arm across his chest, hand on the hilt of his Mameluke sword. Laurie's ankles are zip-tied to the front stretcher bar of her desk chair, preventing her from getting to her feet. Her left hand is likewise bound to an arm of the chair. Janice leaves the girl's right hand free, as an insult. You need one hand to pick your nose. You look like a girl who picks her nose a lot. Do you eat your boogers? You sure look like a geek girl who eats her boogers. You want to give me the screw you finger, don't you? That's the kind of crude, rude girl you are. So I left your hand free for that, too. But you know what? If you give me the finger, I'll use the butt of my pistol on it, like a hammer, break all 3 knuckles. You're done giving me shit. I won't take any more. Laurie neither sulks nor cringes timidly. She sits in stoic indifference, though she is alert to everything Janice does. A bookcase containing perhaps 100 volumes, paperbacks and hardcovers, all young adult novels. Janice has never read any of the books, has never heard of any of the authors, but she spends a few minutes examining the collection, making little sounds of derisive amusement or sighing or shaking her head, conveying contempt for the girl's puerile taste in literature. She searches the dresser drawers as well, disarranging the contents. She withdraws some garments for a closer look and then drops them on the floor, treading carelessly on them when she suspects the items are ones the girl particularly likes. Finally, she picks up a side chair and carries it to the desk and sits facing Laurie. Janice says nothing, but only stares at her prisoner's profile. After a while, Laurie glances at her, expressionless, and then turns her head forward once more to contemplate the desk. "What's all this shit on the walls?" Janice asks. Laurie says nothing. "It's okay. You can talk. I won't tape your mouth shut. What kind of girl's room is this, anyway?" "It's stuff I like." "I don't see any girl things." "Horses are girl things. Lots of girls love horses." "Okay, but what I don't see is any girly things." Laurie says nothing. "When will you turn 13? "Next month." "What's it to you?" "Do you skateboard?" "Yeah." "What's with the Semper Fi t-shirt and the poster? You want to be a Marine someday?" "I could be if I wanted." From a distance of maybe 2 feet, Janice stares at the girl's profile in silence. Finally, she says, "So are you a lesbo?" "No. Of course not." "Other girls, real girls, they'd have posters of boy bands." "Boy bands and actors, that's not who's cool," Laurie says. "So who do you think is cool? Girl bands, actresses with long, smooth legs and wet mouths you could kiss." Laurie faces Janice again and glares at her. "You're disgusting, crude and stupid." Janice smiles knowingly. "So who do you think is cool?" "People who do what's right but tough to do. What takes guts, what takes a spine." "Well, you know, it takes a spine for a lesbo to out herself," Janice taunts. "Maybe you didn't notice, but the Marine in the poster is a guy. He's a hunk."
All by himself, he could wade through an army of boy band types and knock them all flat.
They're eye to eye now, and face-offs are something Janice does well. She has an intimidating stare that disturbs people. They meet it and they're afraid, but they're often even more afraid to look away. One of the men she's taken up with and later dropped told her that she has axe murderer eyes. Another said that during sex, her yellow-brown eyes were as wild as those of some jungle animal, some fierce predator, which turned him on, except eventually he realized that her stare was predatory when sex wasn't on the agenda, even in moments that he thought were tender. She receives such insults as compliments. She uses her stare as though it's a stiletto, piercing people with it, some of them being people into whom she would enjoy sliding a real blade. When the girl doesn't soon look away, closer, until their faces are a foot apart, and she lowers her voice almost to a whisper. Did Jane Hawk tell you about the brain implants? Or maybe she told your daddy and you overheard it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No. Even if your daddy knows, he wouldn't have scared you by sharing it. But I will. Maintaining eye contact, Janice touches a forefinger to the crook of the girl's left arm. Laurie twitches but says nothing and doesn't look away. That's where they find a vein and inject you. With 3 big ampules holding maybe millions of tiny machines suspended in liquid, each just a few molecules. Nanoconstructs. They swim through your blood, into your head, assemble themselves into a web, a control mechanism powered by the electrical current in your brain. Then you're told to forget it happened, and you forget. For the rest of your life, we own you, but you don't know it. For the rest of your life, you do exactly what you're told, and you're happy to do it. If we say kill your sisters, you will. If we tell you to kill yourself, you will. No more snark from Laurie Longren, no more smirking, no cheeky backtalk, no attitude. Just obedient little Laurie, so eager to please, eager to kiss my ass if I want it kissed. Janice reads desperation in her captive's eyes and knows that she isn't misreading this. The girl can't keep a faint tremor out of her voice.
If you had such a thing, you'd already be injecting me.
I would, yes. Oh, I'd love it. I'd keep you for a pet. But my boss decides who and when, or maybe someone above him decides. My boss says the script requires us to be discreet, to be selective in who we choose to enslave with injections. The script doesn't call for us to do millions of you overnight. Frowning, the girl says, "What script?" It's just the way he talks. But you listen to me, little Miss Attitude. If I get my hands on those ampules, whether it's a week from now or a year, I'll come back for you and inject you. I don't care what the script says, what my boss says. You'll spend the rest of your miserable life looking over your shoulder, but you won't see me coming. Then you'll be my bootlicker, little Miss Lick-Spittle. Intimidated, the girl breaks eye contact, but then gathers her courage and says,
Heck, you're just a walking, talking pile of horse shit, that's all you are.
She meets her captor's eyes again and smiles.
What kind of numbnuts thinks potatoes grow from seeds?
Janice sometimes has a problem with temper. It's not as though she needs counseling or therapy. Screw that. She's not a chronic sorehead. She certainly doesn't have a psychological condition. She is just a hard-charging achiever who sees how the world works and who knows how it should work and who gets damn impatient when she encounters people like this freckled smart-mouth brat who is all attitude, who'll never be anything but sand in the gears. There is no danger that Janice will beat Laurie Longren to death the way Egon beat that drunken cowboy to death. How beautiful Egon was in his cold, efficient rage, a maître de ballet, bringing the grace of dance to brutal violence. Janice isn't going to pull her pistol, isn't going to shoot this kid in her smug, smirky face. There's no danger of that whatsoever. Her response to the mockery about the potato seeds is measured, exactly the degree of corporal punishment required to teach this insolent child some manners. She raises her arm and slaps Laurie's face hard. There has to be some pain, after all, if a lesson is to be learned, and then backhands her with equal vigor. The girl gasps in shock, but doesn't cry out. Janice gets up and goes into the adjacent bathroom. For a while, she runs cold water over her stinging hand. When she returns to the bedroom, the girl sits, stone-faced. She doesn't in any way acknowledge her captor's presence. A thread of blood sows its way from the right corner of her mouth, down her chin, along her slender throat. Janice doesn't return to the chair that earlier she put near the girl, but she doesn't take the chair back to the place from which she moved it, either. Let the little bitch dread the resumption of their chat. Let her wonder when the conversation will begin again, where it might lead, what consequences it might have. Instead, Janice goes to the bookcases. She tears the print blocks out of the boards of the hardcovers and rips apart the paperbacks. It is most likely from books that this wayward child acquired her attitude. That was certainly the case with Francine, Janice's childhood tormentor, who would have treated Cinderella far worse than Cindy's hateful stepsisters had treated her. Chapter 52. The Department of Homeland Security has recently opened an office in a wing of the Killeen-Fort Hood Regional Airport. Egon Godfrey and his men possess Homeland Security ID as genuine as their FBI credentials. Before they leave the Killeen Police Department for the airport, Godfrey calls the Deputy Director of Homeland and requests that he instruct the on-duty personnel at the airport office to welcome him and his men as VIPs. The Deputy Director is an Arcadian. This is another advantage of conducting a secret revolution from inside the existing government rather than mounting an armed rebellion from outside. The authorities you will one day exterminate or convert with nanomachine implants are pleased to assist you. There is no resistance, and they have ready for your use just about any expensive piece of equipment you might require. When Godfrey arrives, carrying the MedExpress cooler with the control mechanisms meant for Ansel and Claire, this Killeen outpost of Homeland has readied a twin-engine helicopter, fully equipped for night flight, 9-passenger capacity. The pilot is on site to take them to Houston, where they will put down in the vicinity of the bus terminal before 10 p.m. The Rhino GX and the Jeep Wrangler will be driven by Homeland agents stationed in Killeen, though they won't reach Houston until midnight. They will deliver the vehicles to the Hyatt Regency Hotel, downtown, where Godfrey, Baldwin, and Penn will spend the night. The Rhino and the Jeep appear on the vehicle inventory lists of Homeland, the FBI, and the NSA, but none of those organizations shares such data. So no question will be raised as to why Egon and his men, ostensibly Homeland agents, are driving FBI vehicles. And so it is. A helo that can't be proven to exist lifts off from Killeen, a city that can't be proven to exist, carrying 3 men whose bodies are only concepts, and whose minds, except in Godfrey's case, might also be nothing more than concepts, ferrying them to Houston, another city that can't be proven to exist, through a night sky that had earlier seemed as solid as stone, but that, of course, is no more verifiably real than anything else. Because Godfrey and his associates haven't had dinner and won't have time to eat in Houston, a selection of sandwiches from Subway is provided aboard the helo. Although the sandwiches are no more real than anything else, they are tasty, aromatic, filling, vividly detailed in their appeal to all 5 senses. So real. This isn't the first time something as ordinary as food has briefly shaken Egon's belief system. Sometimes when he is weary and tense and frustrated, Radical philosophical nihilism is a most difficult faith by which to live. He doesn't doubt the truth of it, however, because he recalls how lost he was as a young man, how self-destructive and afraid, before taking the class in which he learned there is no objective basis for truth, that nothing can be proved either by science or math, or by religion. All is illusion. If he were a better radical nihilist, he would be neither tense nor frustrated. He should just let himself be carried along by the script, enjoy the ride, go with the flow. Like some huge nocturnal dragonfly, the helo passes over the Houston sprawl, descends into it, and puts down in an empty lot across the street from the bus station. The wind from the churning blades stirs up ghostly winged figures of dust that fly away into the lamplit streets. Godfrey and his men wait until the blades cease whisking the air and the dust settles before they disembark and walk to the nearby terminal. The head of vehicle maintenance is Louis Calloway. Off duty at this hour, he has returned from his home to walk them through what happened with the bus from Killeen when Lonnie John Bricker signed over possession of it and drove another coach to San Antonio. What it boils down to is this. The garage has a number of high-ceiling bays in which buses are parked between trips. Here, the interiors are cleaned, and a mechanic inspects the vehicle's engine, drivetrain, and other systems, using a checklist of items to be confirmed. There are no walls between the bays. It's a cavernous space, shadowy in places. If Ansel and Claire failed to disembark on arrival from Killeen, if they hid in the tiny lavatory, they might have gotten out of the bus once it arrived these bays, and might have entered another bus that had been serviced. They could have hidden in the second coach's recently cleaned lavatory, waiting to be on the road before stepping out of the cramped lavatory to take seats for which they never purchased tickets. Although this scenario is possible, there are problems with it, most of which even Vince Penn is able to identify. For one thing, no passengers are allowed here. Ansel and Claire would have needed to be as schooled and skilled as covert agents, as well as supernaturally lucky, to slip out of the Killeen bus and into another one without being seen by the workers in the garage. Furthermore, they would have needed to exit the first coach quickly before someone came to clean it, and within seconds board another bus on which service had been completed, there to hide in the lab. But how would they know which vehicles were serviced and which were not? And what would they do if the new vehicle in which they hid was fully booked and later proved to have no open seats when they emerged from its lavatory? Perhaps they took the risk. If so, it has paid off. No driver in mid-trip has reported an excess of passengers. But would they commit to a bus without knowing its destination? Maybe. Because of their daughter-in-law, they know surveillance of travelers is ubiquitous these days. To disappear during a trip via any form of public transportation, they need some ruse like this. From Louis Calloway, head of vehicle maintenance, Godfrey requests a list identifying the buses that were in the service bays when the coach from Killeen was there, the cities to which those buses were next dispatched, the addresses of the terminals that were ultimate destinations, an ETA for each, and other scheduled stops between Houston and the end-of-trip terminals, if any. Following up on these leads and reviewing the archived video from all these terminals in search of Jane Hawk's in-laws will be a huge amount of work. After a long and eventful day, Godfrey and his men are too tired to take on this task. As it seems the script requires, he emails his immediate Arcadian superior and attaches the list that Calloway provides. He asks for support staff to follow these leads while he, Rupert, and Vince catch a few hours of sleep. In the back of the taxi, for the trip to the Hyatt Regency Hotel, Rupert takes the hump seat, with Godfrey to his left and Vince to his right, to spare his boss the ordeal of sitting beside the ever-chatty Agent Penn. The MedExpress carrier is on the floor between Godfrey's feet, the readout showing 41 degrees, still plenty cool enough to keep the nanomechanisms in stasis. They aren't a block from the bus station when Godfrey receives a call from the leader of their cell, Sheila Draper Cruxton, a Court of Appeals judge. Their smartphones share an NSA-devised encryption program guaranteeing a private conversation. She has received the Callaway list and is assigning people to follow up on it. Like revolutionary political movements since time immemorial, the Techno Arcadians are organized into cells, with a limited number of people in each. If one Arcadian goes rogue, he won't know enough names to betray a significant portion of the conspiracy and destroy it. Those at the top of each cell receive instructions through a regional commander who is known to them only by a nom de guerre, and all the regional commanders get their orders from the members of a mysterious central committee who, through surrogates, recruited them. The unknown playwright seems to love all this hugger-muggery, though Godfrey could do with less of it. Anyway, Judge Draper Cruxton has received word from her regional commander that the people with whom Jane Hawk secreted her child were killed Sunday afternoon in Borrego Springs, California. The boy is surely hidden somewhere in Borrego Valley. In the past 24 hours, Arcadians from various agencies have quietly established observation posts at every road entering the valley. A substantial contingent of agents has infiltrated the territory, not merely to search for the boy, but also to be ready for the mother, because it is believed she will come for her child. In fact, according to Judge Draper Cruxton, earlier today an Arcadian attached to the Department of Homeland Security was shot to death in an oak woods north of Los Angeles. A fire was set to cover the crime. There is reason to believe that the dead man crossed paths with Jane Hawk, and that she is already on her way to the boy. The elegant Sheila Draper Cruxton is a deeply cultured woman, a paragon of refinement, and Egon likes to listen to her feminine and mannerly yet very direct voice as she says, "These developments make the search for the in-laws more urgent by the hour." "We're doing all we can," Godfrey assures her, keeping his voice low enough that the cab driver can't hear. "I'm trying my best to follow the script." "I assure you I did not intend those to be words of criticism. I have every confidence in your ability and dedication. However, if the in-laws know anything about where the unfortunate child might be hidden in Borrego Valley, we must extract the information from them post-haste. When Jane goes there for the boy, we should already be waiting with him. We can play the spider and she the buzzing fly." "What do you want me to do?" "You should get some sleep, but be prepared to jump at a moment's notice if the Callaway list should lead us to the in-laws somewhere there in Texas." "I can do that. I can jump. You know I can jump," Godfrey says. Listening to himself, he realizes he is mentally fuzzy. "Are you quite all right?" Judge Draper Cruxton asks. "Just tired. Been a lot of busy scenes in the script lately." "How very true," says the judge. "We are forcing Hawk into a corner. This little drama is accelerating to an endgame. Another thing, those control mechanisms that were sent to you in Worsted, did you leave them with your people there?" "No, I've kept them with me. They were meant for the in-laws." "Very well, then. I will send 6 agents to support your people at the Longren Ranch. They will bring more control mechanisms. Just in case we are unable to find the in-laws, it has been decided that we must inject Chase and Alexis Longren on the off chance they know Ansel and Claire's ultimate destination." "I doubt the in-laws shared that with them." "I doubt it as well," says the judge. "However, Chase and Alexis have fucked us over. I have no patience for coddling such human debris. We'll zombify these ignorant shit-kickers and peel their brains for what they know." Never before has Godfrey heard such dialogue coming from his poised and cultivated cell leader. He wonders what the unknown playwright means to signify by her descent into crudity. Is the intention to convey that perhaps, in spite of the judge's expressed certainty, she isn't really sure they can bring down Jane Hawk? Chapter 53. The room in darkness, but for the drapery-filtered light from the window opposite the foot of the bed. A soft and spectral glow ribbed with thin shadows marking the folds of fabric, like an X-ray of some alien species with strange bone structure. The motel stood on a quiet street, but Jane couldn't rest. Lying in bed, head raised on pillows, she wasn't able to keep her eyes closed. Faces foiled sleep, materializing in her interior darkness. Gavin and Jesse Washington, Nathan Silverman, her mentor at the bureau. Nick. Repeatedly, Nick. Her mother, lost these many years. Most disturbing of all, Travis. Disturbing because her unconscious chose to include him among the gallery of those other faces, all of which belonged to people who had gone to graves. She turned on a bedside lamp. She went into the bathroom. On the vanity stood a motel ice bucket, a can of Coke, and a half-full pint bottle of Belvedere. Too often, she needed vodka to sleep. She was determined not to make a habit of it, but she had to be rested tomorrow for the ordeal in Borrego Valley. Anyway, it wouldn't be vodka that killed her. For something to do while she finished a Belvedere and Coke, she retrieved the titanium alloy attaché case from under the skirted chair. She took it to the bed and opened it, and considered the 21 banded packets of $100 bills. $210,000. She'd stolen it from a thief, though such street justice didn't make the money clean. This was war, however. Wars were expensive. She took 12 packets from the case and set them aside, the money she owed Enrique de Soto for the motorhome and the vehicle it would be towing when it arrived in Indio. A white plastic bag lined the little waste can in the bathroom. With a pair of scissors that she carried in one of 2 suitcases, she cut the bag into a flat sheet and used it to wrap the brick of money. She sealed the folded ends with Scotch tape that she also carried in a suitcase. She was a well-prepared traveler. Scissors, tape, antacid, vodka, 45 compact with sound suppressor, switchblade, zip ties, spray bottle of chloroform that she had made herself from art store acetone by the action of chloride of lime. Damn if I'm not a regular Girl Scout. She went to bed, turned off the lamp, and slept. Chapter 54. Chris Roberts opens the door to Lori Longren's room, and Janice Dern looks up from the pile of books that she has torn apart. "See you a minute?" Chris asks. Leaving the chastened girl to lick the blood from the corner of her mouth, Janice steps into the hall and shuts the door behind her. Chris says,
"I just got a call from Egon. They don't have the in-laws yet, but they're still in the chase."
Damn, Chris. We can't hold all these people indefinitely.
Won't have to. A support team of 6 is already on the road from Austin. Be here in maybe half an hour. They'll do sharp elbow one-on-one interviews with all the employees being held in Stable 2. Threaten them with prosecution for aiding and abetting Jane Hawk, scare the spunk out of them, and then send them home.
What about the Longrens?
Injections.
Shit, yeah! Janice high-fives Chris. Maybe we'll get Ansel and Claire before Egon does. Chase and Nick were best friends in high school. If the son of a bitch doesn't know where the in-laws went, if he hasn't been the contact between Jane and them, I'll tongue-kiss a rattlesnake. Chris grins. Probably wouldn't be your first. The quality of men these days, I'm either giving tongue to a rattlesnake or a gerbil. How many injection sets are we going to have?
Egon didn't say what they're bringing. All we need is 2.
If there's extra, I have a use for one. He looks at the closed door to Lori's room.
But she's only 12. Brain's still growing. Inject before they're 16. You know what'll happen.
I know what happened to a few. The sample was too small. It doesn't mean anything. Besides, after we convert the parents, the kids will know. Kids always know. They detect the difference. We'll have to do something with all 3 of the kids anyway. Chris is uneasy. But after the work they've done together, he wants to be a good partner.
All right, but I won't be there when you do it, or through the wait.
Earlier generations of the nanomechanism took 8 to 12 hours from the time of injection to the moment when control of the subject was established, and he or she became an adjusted person. The newest generation of control mechanism requires only 4 hours. Janice says, if they bring just 2 injection sets, we could do Chase first, squeeze him for what he knows. If he gives us Ansel and Claire, we don't want wifey. I'll use the second set. She gestures toward the bedroom door, with the smart-mouthed tomboy in there. She doesn't need a translator to know the meaning of the look Chris gives her, but he's forthright about his desire.
Nobody can get a hate on faster or harder than you. You're so damn intense. I'd give just about anything to know what you're like in bed.
More than you could ever handle, sweet thing. We've been here before, and you know how it is. Partners don't do each other, not if they want to stay sharp on the job. He sighs.
When the revolution's over, I'm gonna want to be totally in you.
She likes Chris. She really does. But his vision is limited to the short term, while she takes the long view. A good revolution, she says, is never over. It's a way of life. Chapter 55. In the library of many chairs, there were also 2 deep, long, comfortable sofas facing each other from opposite ends of a gold-blue-maroon Persian carpet. Cornell often slept in one or the other. When he spent the night in the library instead of in the bunker, he was more likely to have pleasant sleep, as if his favorite authors were writing his dreams. This night, he put plump pillows and a blanket on each sofa. He placed small, chilled bottles of water on coasters on the tables that served the sofas. Beside each coaster, in a small plastic bag, he set a lemon cookie with chocolate chips in case either of them should wake in the night and want a convenient snack before going back to sleep. Travis used the bathroom first and brushed his teeth and put on white and black pajamas like a karate costume. Both sofas were big, but he took the smaller of the 2. When Cornell entered the bathroom and saw what the boy had left there, his heart raced and his stomach turned over, and he needed to leave the room at once. The boy was lying on the sofa, arranging the blanket around himself, one dog up there with him, the other dog on the floor next to its master's slippers. Cornell said, You left a thing in there so I can't use the sink."
"I flushed," the boy assured him.
Yes, you did flush, please and thank you. But beside the sink you left a little plastic glass. And in the glass you left a little tube of toothpaste and your toothbrush. Left it in the little glass, in the little glass, in the little glass.
"Where should I leave it?"
Not in the bathroom. Leave it with your things. On the table, there, with your water and your cookie would be okay. That would be okay. That would be good. The boy folded back the blanket and sat up.
"Okay, sure. Sorry I left it there. But why?"
Cornell stood fidgeting, shifting from foot to foot, wondering if the dogs would decide to attack him after all. Well, it's a toothbrush. And a toothbrush is a very personal thing. Very. And when there's a toothbrush not mine standing by the sink where I'm going to brush my own teeth, it's like being gouged. No, I mean like being touched, and I can never be touched.
Uncle Gavin explained how that is.
The boy stepped into his slippers.
But I guess I didn't know about the toothbrush thing.
Neither did I. Cornell shuddered. It's a surprise. The boy got the plastic glass with the toothbrush and brought it back to his sofa and put it on the table beside his cookie.
"I'm sorry, Mr. Jasperson."
No need to be sorry. No need. No need. You didn't know. I didn't know. Nobody knew.
Cornell went into the bathroom and brushed his teeth and changed into his pajamas, which were soft and blue like the sky. He could sleep well only in soft and blue. In the library once more, he turned out all the lights except for a blown glass lamp at the end of the sofa farthest from his head. A soft, peach-color glow issued from it.
I always leave on one lamp, Cornell said. Is that okay?
Sure. Even though there aren't boogeymen or nothing, it's still nice not to sleep in the dark.
Cornell settled on his sofa, pulled the blanket over himself. He turned on his side and looked across the Persian carpet to the boy with his dogs.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I guess. Are you okay?
I'm okay.
What do you want to say?
The boy asked. Cornell pointed behind his head to the table that stood beside the sofa.
Do you see the iPod there?
Yeah, I see it.
Sometimes, at night, if I wake up and I'm scared, I play music that makes me feel better. Is that okay? I'll play it low.
It won't bother me. My mom's a musician. She plays the piano. She's really good.
I'm looking forward to meeting your mother.
You'll like her. Everyone likes her. Except all the bad guys she puts in prison. She's the best.
Cornell says.
She'll be here soon.
She promised, the boy said.
She always keeps promises.
Both dogs yawned extravagantly, as if the conversation bored them. Cornell didn't want to offend the dogs, so he said no more. Soon, the boy was softly snoring. Cornell lay watching the boy and the big dogs, amazed that they were here, that his guest had liked the lunch sandwiches, also the different sandwiches for dinner. He was amazed that he had read most of the Bradbury novel aloud to the boy. Always before, Cornell had liked everything to be just the same today as it had been yesterday, and he had hoped tomorrow would be the same as today. Now, everything was different, and he wanted tomorrow to be the same kind of different as today. On the other hand, if things could get so different from one day to the next, they could get different all over again, and maybe the next time in not such a nice way. Part 2. While Jane Sleeps. Chapter 1. Lori Longren was a strong and happy girl because her family was strong and happy. She had figured that out long ago. If your family was a mess, your dad a sex-crazed tail chaser and your mom one of those who floated her breakfast cornflakes in booze, well, then your chances of being strong and happy weren't promising. But if your dad and mom loved each other and worked hard, especially when their work brought beautiful horses into your life every day, you were more than halfway to being strong and happy. The rest was up to you. Of course, Lori could still screw up, like when she zoned out or even fell asleep during nearly every Sunday sermon, or like when she used the word horse shit more often than the average almost 13-year-old girl. If you were strong and happy, you were able to recognize those qualities in others. And if you could admit to your own evils, like the overuse of the word horseshit or a tendency to get snarky with ignorant people, just to name two, then you were better able to see evil in others and know them for what they were. For instance, Agent Janice Dern, who was an FBI bad apple if she was FBI at all, who wasn't just psycho-sick, but also as pure evil as Cruella de Vil. Except, if given the chance, Janice Dern wouldn't make a fancy coat from Dalmatian puppy skins, but instead from little girl skins. When she stepped out of the room to talk with the guy named Chris, Janice closed the door, but they didn't lower their voices. Lori could still hear them. She was pretty sure Janice wanted her to hear them. When Janice had first talked about the injections that would make Lori a zombie, it had sounded half true and half like, well, horse shit. But she and Chris talked about 6 more of their kind coming here as backup, talked about injecting Daddy and maybe Mom and maybe Lori herself, and the more they talked, the more real it sounded. Too real by the time they were talking about sex and doing each other. Lori wasn't just sitting there, zip-tied to her desk chair, hysterical about the danger she was in, hoping Ethan Stackpool would miraculously appear and rescue her from death and worse than death. Ethan Stackpool was amazing to look at, sweet, smart, strong for his age, but he was in the 7th grade like Lori, so he was still a few years away from being an action hero able to knock the plumbing out of a dozen bad guys. Although she couldn't help thinking about Ethan Stackpool at times like this, and lots of other times, Lori was busy saving herself the minute Janice stepped into the upstairs hallway and closed the door behind her. Evil is stupid. Doing evil might get you what you wanted in the short term, but it never worked in the long term. Lori had learned this from books, from some movies, and just from general observation of life. For instance, in the general observation category, Janice Dern was evil and stupid. She'd bound each of Lori's ankles to the front stretcher bar of the desk chair and her left hand to the left arm of the chair, but let the right hand remain free so she could make that idiotic, nasty crack about nose-picking and booger eating. Janice probably also didn't cuff that hand because when the two of them were face-to-face and she was ragging Lori, she wanted to be given the finger and really would have used the butt of her pistol like a hammer, as she had promised, to shatter all 3 knuckles in the offending digit. But Janice Dern, agent of the FBEI, Federal Bureau of Evil Idiots, had apparently given no thought to what might be in the drawers of a schoolgirl's desk besides bubblegum and barrettes. Among other things, Lori's desk contained a pair of scissors. The moment the door closed, while Lori listened to the crazy, sick talk of the 2 agents and thought about Ethan Stackpool, she opened the pencil drawer in the desk and took out the scissors. She cut through the thick plastic tie that restrained her left hand. She bent forward in the chair and cut the tie on her left ankle, then the tie on her right. With her left hand, she presented the middle finger to the hallway door, and she kept the scissors in her right hand because they were the only weapon she had. Only a day earlier, she would not have thought she could stab anyone, not in a million years. But now that the choice was between stabbing someone or being turned into a zombie slave, she could be a stabbing machine if it came to that. Waiting for Janice to return and trying to surprise her was a bad idea. Janice was strong, crazy, and evil. Better to raise the bottom sash of the double-hung windows, raise the bug screen, and slip out onto the roof of the veranda that encircled the house. She was on the north side of the house, where she couldn't be seen from the stables, though she was looking down on the Cadillac Escalade that blocked the private lane leading in from the state route. The Cadillac stood under a lamppost. A woman leaned against the farther side of the big SUV, smoking a cigarette, her back to Lori. Because the veranda wrapped the entire residence, Lori was able to move along the shingled roof, around the corner to the back, the west side, where she was not visible from either the driveway or any of the stables. To the west lay a fenced meadow. Beyond that, open grassland and a lot of darkness. Lights at 2 other spreads, one to the north, one to the south, were so far away they looked not like ranches, but like distant ships on a vast, dark sea. She could jump down to the backyard and try to make her way to Stable 5, far from where they were holding the employees in Stable 2. She could find a suitable mare and ride out for help. But in a minute or 2, Janice would discover her prisoner had escaped, and in 3 minutes, every FBEI agent on the property would be hunting her. There wouldn't be time to saddle the mare. Lori would have to ride bareback, which she could do, though there might not even be time for that. Besides, these people were big-time bad hats, rotten enough to kill people, so they might shoot a horse out from under her if given the chance. She couldn't live with herself if she was responsible for the death of a horse. The other alternative was to enter the house by a window of a different room, and then go to a place that these invaders might not know about, where there was a phone that she could use. Her parents' bedroom was here at the back of the house. At this time of year, the upstairs windows were never locked because they were often opened for fresh air. The bedroom was dark beyond the glass. She quietly slid up a bug screen, and then the lower sash of a window. Chapter 2. Several miles south of the town of Borrego Springs, the Anza Borrego Desert, Monday fading into Tuesday, the temperature still at 79 degrees, almost 6 hours after nightfall. The valley floor in this area stubbled with mesquite and sage and nameless brush, but nonetheless ashen under a paling moon, as eerie as some dreamscape where alien terrors wait below to ascend through sandy soil as easily as sharks through water. Along this lonely stretch of Borrego Springs Road, the sign stands where it was erected Monday afternoon. U.S. Department of the Interior, Desert Flora Study Group. Trespassers will be prosecuted. There is no Desert Flora Study Group. Trespassers will, however, be prosecuted, though prosecution might be the least that will be done to them. Beyond the sign is a tent, 40 feet on a side and 10 feet high, with 7 or 8 people busy therein. The tent contains a communications hub through which a task force of 80 agents, already in the valley, is being organized, instructed, and tracked in the search for young Travis Hawk and his mother. 4 computer workstations, manned around the clock, enable field operatives to call in the names of locals whom they determine suspicious, license plate numbers, and other inquiries that can then be expeditiously researched through the numerous law enforcement and government intelligence agency data troves to which Arcadians have access. A freezer full of pizzas and sandwiches, 2 microwave ovens, and a refrigerator containing bottled water and sodas provide minimum amenities, though most agents in the search party will get their meals from fast food outlets in Borrego Springs. Behind the tent are 3 large trucks. One contains tanks of propane and the generator that powers this temporary installation. On its roof, a satellite dish is canted toward the stars. The second truck provides 6 spacious portable toilets with sinks and running water. The third is fitted out as a dormitory, offering beds for 10, though most of the agents will sleep in their vehicles as the need for rest overcomes them. The most reasonable projection of the task force commander and his advisors is that the boy will be found and his mother captured or killed within the next 24 hours. Carter Jurgen stands just outside the open, zippered flap door of the tent, in the outfall of light, staring across the highway at more pale wasteland, and then dark mountains rising like a wall that make him feel as if he's in an ancient crater where a frightful mass impacted millennia ago. When he looks at the sky, the stars and moon seem menacing, as though the universe is a mechanism with a million-year cycle that, in its current repetition, is shortly to arrive at the fateful moment when an asteroid slams into this same ground, instantly pulverizing him so that no scrap of flesh or bit of bone will remain to prove he ever existed. Of course, it's not an incoming asteroid he fears. Irrationally, it's a human being, a mere 125-pound woman with the looks of a supermodel. She has proved so difficult to kill that it seems as though, while still an infant, she must have been dipped in the water of immortality, like the Trojan war hero Achilles, except that even the entire foot by which she'd been held had been submerged, leaving her without a vulnerable Achilles heel. After the shootout in the market, where they killed Gavin and Jessica Washington on Sunday afternoon, Carter Jurgen and Radley Dubose, acting as agents of the National Security Agency, but in fact serving the Techno Arcadian agenda, had called in backup to assist in the search for Travis Hawk, and to prepare for what seems to be an inevitable attempt by his mother to get to her son first, and spirit him out of the area to a new safe haven. Jurgen wishes they had taken the 2 guardians of the boy by surprise, so they could either have tortured them or injected them with control mechanisms to learn the child's whereabouts. If they have the boy, they'll have Jane. Better yet, kill him, and thereby break her spirit beyond recovery. Homeland has run a psychological profile of Jane Hawk. they predict a 90% chance that if they catch and kill the boy, she will be so shattered by her failure to protect him, she'll kill herself, sparing them from having to face off against her. Jurgen might take more solace from the conclusions of that report if Homeland's profiles of potential foreign and domestic terrorists had not usually been woefully poor predictors of those individuals' true intentions, behavior, and prospects. The outfall of light in which Jurgen stands now abruptly diminishes to such an extent that he can be pretty sure Radley Dubose has followed him out of the tent. Dubose, the pride of Crap County, West Virginia, had been accepted into Princeton, perhaps by a chronically intoxicated dean of admissions, and had graduated, no doubt, by delivering in person a threat to disembowel the president of the university if denied a diploma. He stands about 6'5" and weighs around 230 pounds, and Jurgen thinks it's a sure bet that Dubose's DNA traces back to 40,000 BC, to an early Cro-Magnon generation, and an ancestor who was the first hired thug in service to the first petty dictator in human history. Although he fills a doorway with his physical bulk and can paralyze a rabid wolf with his glower, Dubose moves with the grace of a dancer and perfect stealth. Only the occlusion of light from within the tent is a clue to his presence. Jurgen can't even hear his partner breathing. Still staring at the sky, Jurgen says, "I know the valley isn't a crater, but it feels like one. Do you ever wonder if something big and fast is coming out of all those stars? Some asteroid that'll make us as extinct as the dinosaurs?" Dubose says,
"The only asteroid coming down right now is me. And the only shit I'm going to make extinct is that tight-ass hawk bitch and the little brat that popped out of her twat 5 years ago."
Jurgen sighs. Princeton certainly imparts to its graduates a flair for colorful expression.
"What is it with your fixation on where we went to school? You're 37. I'm 35. Princeton was just a stupid thing I had to get through to go where I wanted. Do you have some kind of weird, sentimental attachment to Harvard?"
As Dubose looms at his side, Jurgen says, "Generations of my family's men have graduated from Harvard. It's a matter of family pride, achievement, tradition."
There it is again. That freaky Boston Brahmin way of looking at the world. Going to classes, playing lacrosse, pledging a fraternity, none of that involves risk. And the only reward is the status you have in the eyes of the ever fewer number of people who think Harvard is special. That's not an achievement.
I suppose you'll tell me what is.
Generations of my family have distilled whiskey, grown pot, sold capsules of speed and ecstasy, and never got caught. Now there you have a truly awesome tradition and achievement.
Selling drugs to children might be a tradition, but it's not an achievement.
My old man and uncle never sold younger than middle school. A 14-year-old isn't a child. Hell, that's the age of consent.
It isn't the age of consent, not even in the darkest hollers of West Virginia.
It used to be, Dubose says.
Yeah, and if you go back a century or two, most places didn't even bother having an age of consent. Dubose puts an arm around Jurgen's shoulders in a gesture of unwelcome camaraderie.
Those were the days, huh? Too bad we don't have a time machine.
He pats Jurgen's shoulder.
We've had 4 hours of sleep, some terrific pizza, and enough caffeine to make a sloth hyperactive. Let's get on the hunt.
Like the fearsome, rough beast in Yeats's poem that slouches toward Bethlehem to be born, Dubose moves toward a row of vehicles parked in darkness on the south side of the tent. Jurgen follows. It wasn't terrific pizza, it sucked.
Because you had that pizza for pussies. Nothing on the cheese but black olives, mushrooms, some kind of fairy grass.
It was cilantro.
If you'd had the 5-meat pizza, you'd feel fortified.
Carter Jurgen winces at the memory of the gross slabs of meat and cheese Dubose consumed. In time, that festival of flesh is going to inspire a butt-horn serenade, and Jurgen lacks a gas mask. because the masters of this revolution believe in granting perks to the agents who carry out their orders, especially as the cost of doing so is borne by taxpayers. They provide cool wheels. The pure jazz vehicle recently assigned to Jurgen and Dubose is a Hennessy Velociraptor 6x6, an 800-horsepower bespoke version of the four-door Ford F-150 Raptor with new axles, 2 additional wheels, kick-ass off-road tires, and a long list of other upgrades. It is big, black, glossy, and fabulous. Dubose is in possession of the keys, as he has been since they received the Velociraptor the previous Friday evening.
"I'll take the wheel this time," says Jurgen.
What wheel is that?
Dubose wonders as he climbs into the driver's seat and pulls the door shut. Jurgen rides shotgun. Chapter 3. Lori Longren, in the mystery of her parents' bedroom, the faintest thread of light under the door to the hallway, draperies closed at one of the 3 windows, the other 2 offering only swaths of the black Texas prairie night, the stars too far away to aid her vision. She helped with housework and sometimes cleaned here, so she knew the layout well enough to feel along the bed, past the bench at the foot of it, on which the quilted spread was folded at day's end, and across an open area to a dresser. Magically, the oval mirror in the dresser seemed to gather what feeble light the room contained, presenting less like a mirror than like a window into a deeply shadowed room in a parallel world, where everything had a subtle gloss, and where a figure that might have been a girl, or the ghost of a girl, stood featureless and fearful. What Lori feared was failing to get out of there and up to safety before Janice Dern and Chris whoever stopped talking about sex and death in the upstairs hall. When the vicious Dern beast returned to Lori's bedroom, that horrible creature would realize she had stupidly allowed her captive to escape, and she'd sound an alarm. A search of the house might begin simultaneously with a search of the immediate grounds. To the left of the dresser was a door to the master bathroom. To the right, a closet door. In the blinding dark, her trembling fingers found the lever handle on the closet door, which would make a ratcheting noise if operated too fast. She eased the handle down from horizontal. The door, if swollen, sometimes stuttered against the jamb, so she pulled carefully on it. In the walk-in closet, she closed the door and dared to switch on the light. Standing tiptoe, she could barely reach the loop on the end of the cord that allowed her to pull down the trapdoor in the ceiling, to the back of which was fixed a folded ladder. The heavy springs on the trap protested, but she doubted that the sound could be heard through 2 closed doors and as far away as the hallway. The ladder automatically unfolded its 3 segments as the trapdoor opened. She clicked the wall switch, and in blackness purified of light, climbed monkey-like on all 4s. She scampered into the attic, felt blindly for the recall lever in the trapdoor frame, found it, and grimaced as the 3 sections of rungs accordioned upward with more noise than they had made when descending to the closet floor. Although perhaps still not making enough racket to draw anyone's attention, the ladder-loaded trap returned to its frame with a soft thump. The attic had a finished floor of plywood. In this raftered darkness, which was high enough for her father to stand erect, boxes were stacked in rows, all of Christmas, except the tree, sealed in cardboard, excess books displaced from shelves downstairs, souvenirs of times and places that were too distant to be of current interest, but too important to be discarded. Mother's glorious wedding dress in a zippered vinyl bag inside a cedar-lined chest. With her arms held out to the left and right, her fingertips sliding along palisades of cardboard, Lori inched blindly forward. Her father had installed this flooring when the house was remodeled, not long before her birth. He used the best materials and secured the plywood to the joists with screws instead of nails. But here and there, between the plies, were small voids that squeaked underfoot. This center aisle pretty much aligned with the second-floor hall, where Janice Dern and Chris Horny Dude might still be discussing his inexplicable lust for her and her cool indifference. If enough squeaking arose in the ceiling above them, they might decide that the cause was something more than mice. The attic received a cleaning twice a year, but dust gathered there in the interim, and Laurie disturbed it in her passage. An unspent sneeze teased her nose, and she paused to pinch her nostrils shut until the urge passed. Only she could hear her stampeding heart, though the pounding made it harder to judge how much noise she was making otherwise. With the sneeze quelled, she began to move again, only to press her face through the silken strands of a spiderweb that masked her from brow to chin. Startled, she paused to wipe off those sticky threads, wondering if the eight-legged architect might even now be crawling through her hair. Stay cool. Even if a spider was in her hair, it wouldn't bite. If it did bite, the bite wouldn't harm her unless the biter was a brown recluse. It wasn't a brown recluse. She just knew it wasn't. Suddenly, from below, came the voice of the beast at a volume to rattle windows. "The little bitch! The little shit! She's gone!" Followed by other voices and slamming doors and swift footfalls on the front stairs. Confident that what noises she made would now be covered by the hubbub below, Laurie moved more quickly through the high dark, with her left hand still sliding along stacked boxes, but her right arm extended in front of her. She halted when her outthrust hand made contact with cold steel. She felt her way around the tight coil and entered the open spiral stairs. The treads were padded with rubber, and the handrail kept her steady. She made only a little noise as she climbed into the round room at the very top and center of the house, where the encircling windows admitted the light of moon and stars. This space was 10 feet in diameter, like an enclosed widow's walk where the wives of fishermen went to keep a lookout for their menfolk's boats at sea. The sea, in this case, was the plain that stretched to every horizon, lush with tall grass. And when anyone climbed up here with dread in his heart, he came to monitor not fishing trawlers, but the progress of fire. Some years the rains didn't come, but the sun did, and the wind did, and the sun and the wind made dry kindling of the grass across those thousands of acres. Nature nurtured, but it also afflicted. There were times when thunder seemed to announce a storm, but the sky proved to be filled with more bang and flash than with rain, the latter falling in barely enough quantity to chase the birds to their roosts for a few minutes, while the lightning spat fire onto the plain. If the wind was fierce, the vast fields of wild grass could raise walls of flame 30 feet high, even higher, and the fire front moved as fast as a train. Owning a quantity of horses and not enough transports to move them all at once, you wanted to monitor the burning plain from a high vantage point, to know in which direction and at what pace the blaze might be advancing. The round chamber was mostly glass, but on a shelf between 2 windows stood one of the 8-line hybrid phones that also served as an intercom, featuring an indicator board with labeled buttons for nearly every room in the house and for each of the stables. Laurie was pretty sure they would search the house for her, but that the search wouldn't extend to the attic. They would expect that she had fled, perhaps to mount a horse or to run out to the state highway in hope of encountering a motorist who might help. Whatever these people were, they weren't real FBI. Real FBI agents didn't want to use brain implants to make slaves out of people, and they didn't tear up a kid's book collection, and they didn't promise to make you over into Little Miss Lickspittle. These FBI imposters wouldn't want the county sheriff's department showing up to check out a report of armed thugs holding hostages. Maybe they would just skedaddle. As Laurie reached for the phone, she was struck by the thought that perhaps these intruders were FBI, after all. FBI gone bad, like in the movies, wicked and corrupt. If they had real ID and could prove to the sheriff who they were, then maybe the sheriff would just go away. Or what if some FBI agents could be so evil, maybe the county sheriff and his deputies couldn't be trusted either. Maybe they would take her call and listen with concern and promise to come right away with sirens blaring, but would instead phone the hideous Dern Beast or Chris Sexfiend and say, "The little bitch is in the lookout at the top of the house." Then the FBI bad hats would come running up here and inject her, and she would have to kiss the Dern monster's ass every time she was ordered to kiss it. Laurie stood in the dark room, gazing out at the dark plain, and all that darkness seemed to be seeping into her through her eyes and ears and nose. Although rain had fallen this season, and the grass was green, she wished for fire and wind and walls of flame to scare away these hateful invaders. Then she realized who she could trust. Firemen. The county had several well-equipped fire stations here and there, and a network of volunteer firemen and firewomen who had undergone training. Her dad was one of them. The firemen were all good people looking out for one another. She knew many of them, because they got together on Memorial Day and Labor Day for a picnic and games, and again for an evening celebration at a rented hall in Worsted each December. The chief of the volunteers was Mr. Linwood Haney. His wife, Corinne, was a firewoman. They had a daughter, Bonnie Jean, better known as BJ, who was Laurie's age. BJ, who liked horses and motorbikes, wanted to be a Marine sniper when she grew up, and the Haneys lived only 3 miles away, which was just about next door. So it was inevitable, like destiny or something, that she and Laurie were friends. Mr. and Mrs. Haney would for sure believe her, and they would come with other firemen and firewomen. Until she picked up the handset, Laurie forgot that doing so would cause a green indicator light to appear on the intercom panel beside the label marked Firewatch. In fact, the same green indicator had at that instant lit on every phone in the house and the stables, just to the right of the dark buttons labeled Master Bed and Master Bath. Maybe none of these intruders had previously noticed the words Firewatch on the phone boards. But if one of the creeps happened to be looking at a phone now, he'd wonder where the Firewatch was and who might be using a phone at that location. She quickly returned the handset to its cradle. The green light winked off. For a long moment, she stood shaking, trying to think what else she could do. Nothing. There was nothing to be done but call the Haneys, wake them, and persuade them to marshal the volunteer firemen. Be brief, but persuasive. Brief enough so that maybe none of the bad hat FBI agents would notice the Firewatch light, but convincing enough that Mr. Haney wouldn't think she was pranking him and wouldn't call back to talk to her parents, thereby alerting the Dern beast and her perverted pals. Laurie couldn't stop shaking. She didn't like being a scaredy cat. She wasn't a scaredy cat, just prudent. Mother said prudence was one of the greater virtues. Horseshit! This wasn't prudence. This was gutless fear. What would that cute Ethan Stackpool think of her if he could see her now? She picked up the handset. Green light. She put the handset down. She picked it up. Green light. She almost put it down again, but then she entered the Haney's number. Chapter 4. They cruise in the jacked-up Velociraptor, lords of the night, the engine grumbling low, like the voice of some pagan animal god that, in simmering wrath, has stepped out of eternity and into time to hand down hard judgments. Although he knows the question won't be adequately answered, from his shotgun position, Jurgen says, "What are we looking for?"
Indications, signs, manifestations, clues,
Dubose replies. And how will we know them when we see them?
I'm not sure how you will know them, my friend, but I'll see them as stains on the fabric of normalcy.
So, as sometimes he does, the Hulk is going to pretend to the brilliance of Sherlock Holmes. The 5 hours till dawn might seem like 100 before the sun rises at last. County Highway S3 and Borrego Springs Road are 2 of the 4 principal entrances to the valley. 3 miles south of the junction of those roads, Dubose slows as he passes a truck bearing the power company's name, which stands just off the pavement along Highway S3, as though loaded with materials and parked in anticipation of some project that will be started in the morning when a crew returns. In fact, the truck is the property of the NSA, and contains a bank of lithium batteries that will power its camera and transmitter for 48 hours. The camera is a license plate scanner that reads the tags on passing vehicles that have turned off California State Highway 78 and come north toward Borrego Springs. The image of every plate will be received in real time at the Desert Flora Study Group tent, where agents keep open back doors to California's and neighboring states' DMVs, ready quickly to identify to whom each vehicle is registered. A similar truck is parked along Borrego Springs Road, a half-mile north of Highway 78. At two strategic points just inside the valley, along County Highway S22, which passes east-west through the town of Borrego Springs, other vehicles are performing the same function under different disguises. Every car, SUV, van, truck, motorhome, and bus entering the valley is scrutinized. Any smallest reason for suspicion triggers an investigation of the people in the suspect vehicle. If Jane Hawk uses one of several unpaved tracks to enter the valley, or if she comes off-road altogether in an all-wheel drive vehicle, men positioned at key points throughout that rough terrain will surely see her. They will scope her out, report her, and relay the tracking of her from one spotter to another until she can be intercepted and arrested when she arrives at a paved highway, if not before. They don't believe she will get here before noon tomorrow. She will not rush in pell-mell. She'll take time to think it through, devise a plan. Occupying the driver's seat as if it is his birthright, Bradley Dubose picks at the scab that hasn't healed over an injustice that frustrates him. These desk jockey chicken shits we take orders from. Do they have the balls to do what's necessary to take this country and make it ours? They should have let us inject every sheriff's deputy, use them to augment our forces. Then we could lock down the town and the entire valley the moment we think she's here. Make it a freaking concentration camp and grind our way through it, door to door, till we've found the bitch and the kid. Having long ago taken it upon himself to be the voice of reason in moments when the West Virginia hillbilly wants to do surgery with a chainsaw instead of a scalpel, Jurgen responds in a low and even tone of voice. There wasn't time to inject so many.
Plenty of time.
Dubose disagrees.
The new control mechanism takes just 4 hours to assemble in the brain.
The San Diego County Sheriff's Department maintains a substation in Borrego Springs. Immediately following the shooting of Gavin and Jessica Washington, the watch captain, a man named Foursquare, and some deputies proceeded as if they had authority to investigate. They backed off when Jurgen was able to put Captain Foursquare on the phone with the deputy director of the NSA, a former United States senator who was known as a friend of law enforcement, and who assured Foursquare that this was a matter of national security, though the name Jane Hawk was not mentioned. Jurgen perseveres. Trying to overpower and inject deputies who were well-armed, even off-duty, who were suspicious by their very nature and trained to resist aggression, we couldn't have taken them all by surprise. It would have gotten messy. Mistaking his hardball tactics for brilliant strategy, Dubose says, "Yes, all right, a few maybe you can't take by surprise and inject. Big deal, so you blow their brains out. Then you pin the deaths on Jane after she's either captured or worm food. And what if one of the deputies you intend to kill instead kills you?" Looking away from the road, regarding Jurgen as he might a slow-witted child, the big man says,
"Like that could happen."
"Anyway," Jurgen says, "by the time Jane is here, we'll have that little zombie army you want, all of them locals who know the area, a lot more of them than all the deputies at the substation." Crews have been busy for 24 hours, identifying easy targets for injection, approaching them as FBI agents, converting them into adjusted people in the privacy of their homes. More than 40 thus far. Dubose is dismissive.
"They're civilians, not in uniform. They can't openly carry guns like the deputies can."
"Not every problem can be settled with a gun," Jurgen says. Dubose favors him with that pitying look again, but before the Hulk can reply, Jurgen's smartphone rings. It's from the guy manning the communications hub at the Desert Flora Study Group. Something has gone wrong at one of the houses in which injections are being administered. Chapter 5. Lori Longren in the firewatch room, like a bird in a glass cage, unable to fly away, unable to go down below where all the nasty cats were eager to find her and tear off her wings. When Mr. Linwood Haney answered the phone, having surely been awakened from sleep, Lori said, "It's me, Lori. Lori Longren, at Longren Stables. Terrible things are happening here, Mr. Haney." By the time she had said that much, she became a motor mouth, words spinning from her at high speed. "They say FBI. It's a lie. They're rotten. They want Mr. and Mrs. Hawk where they've gone. Mom and Dad tied up. This crazy woman hit me. She has a gun. All of them guns. 6, and 6 more coming. They want to kill us or worse. I'm in the firewatch. They'll find me soon. I don't trust the sheriff. I only trust you." Mr. Haney calmed her, though she surprised herself when she interrupted him more than once with additional details of what had happened at Longren Stables. She couldn't quite control herself. She was dismayed at the sharp fear in her voice, because she prided herself on being less of a child than some others her age, on being of sturdy Texas rancher stock. However, it was only when she started talking to Mr. Haney that she truly realized the full extent of the danger to herself, to her parents and sisters. Oh, she'd known they were in deep shit. She wasn't stupid. But somehow, she'd not let herself think clearly about the worst that might happen. Maybe because thinking about it would have paralyzed her. When she told Mr. Haney that these vicious, rotten people wanted to kill them, or worse, the possibility of such a horror became more real when she heard herself put it into words. So real that her fear flashed into fright, hampering her breathing and raising a pain in her chest, as if some demonic angler had cast a line and snared her heart with one of those fishing lures that had multiple wicked hooks. She took hope when Mr. Haney believed her. He said,
"Something like this happened at Ansel and Claire's place Sunday night. Stay calm, Lori. Stay where you are. We're coming. Everything will be okay."
Staring at the phone, at the green light burning beside the words Firewatch, Lori said, "Hurry. Please, please hurry." And she hung up. Chapter 6. Fewer than 4,000 residents live in Borrego Springs itself, a desert town that Carter Jurgen finds offensive to his every sense and sensibility. The place is too warm, too dry, too dusty, the backwater of all backwaters, with only a pittance of water. Many of the palm trees appear stressed, and the only real grass of which he's aware is in Christmas Circle, a park in the center of town. There are acres and acres of concrete and blacktop, and more acres of nearly barren desert that reach here and there into the town's precincts. As if the Anza Borrego Desert is aware of this human encroachment and remains determined to reclaim everything sooner than later. He has seen neither a restaurant serving 4-star French cuisine, nor one of any kind in which he would want to eat, nor a motel with even half the number of stars in its rating that he would require before staying there, nor a clothing store carrying the finest designer brands. The so-called art gallery contains not one item that resembles any school of art he studied during his university days, or since. Inexplicably, the people who live here seem happy. They are friendly to an annoying extent, saying to him, a total stranger, "Lovely weather," and "Good morning," and "Have a nice day." He's been in the valley for almost 36 hours. If he had to live here the rest of his life, he'd go into the garage and close it up tight and start the car engine and wait to die of carbon monoxide poisoning. Indeed, he'd get down on the garage floor and suck eagerly on the tailpipe to speed up the process. When this revolution is won, he will spend his time only in the most cosmopolitan of cities and resorts. Maybe the citizens who live in the desiccated heart of Borrego Springs are happy because they feel greatly superior to those benighted souls who live down valley in small clusters of residences, or even in isolated single homes, served by crudely paved or dirt roads. Jurgen and Dubose have been summoned to one of these curious neighborhoods that consists of 4 single-story stucco houses on spacious grassless lots along an unpaved street off Borrego Springs Road. An unmarked black Jeep Grand Cherokee blocks the entrance, manned by 2 Arcadians in jackets emblazoned with the letters FBI. Because of an orientation meeting that they conducted Monday morning, Jurgen and Dubose are known to every operative who has descended on the valley, whether they are FBI, NSA, Homeland, or carry multiple credentials. The Velociraptor is waved through the roadblock, beyond which 4 more black Jeep Grand Cherokees are parked along the dead-end street, one in front of each house. Dubose stops at the address to which they have been summoned, and they step out of the monster Ford. On an ordinary night, this neighborhood, lacking street lamps, would lie deep in darkness past 2 a.m. Now, windows glow in the houses, providing enough ambient light, along with the declining moon, to see large moths capering for the delectation of bats that, with a thrum of membranous wings, swoop low and soar and swoop again, dining in flight. Instead of a lawn, a thick layer of smooth, plum-sized stones surrounds the house, as though giant mythical birds, perhaps a flock of Arabian rocks, have stopped here during the night to cough up the contents of their craws. Here and there, specimen cacti rise from the hard landscaping, shadowy shapes like malformed dwarves out of some Tolkien dream. Following Dubose along a walkway of concrete stepping squares, listening to overhead bats using their sharp little teeth to crunch the crisp bodies of flying beetle entrees that are being served after the moth appetizers, Jurgen feels ever more acutely that he is a stranger in a strange land. One of the 3 agents assigned to the conversion of the people in this residence opens the door. "Ahmed al-Adel," he says, for he doesn't expect them to remember his name from the orientation meeting 15 hours earlier. He is a tall, handsome, 30-something son of Iraqi immigrants. Like the others who have invaded this street with MedExpress containers filled with control mechanisms, Ahmed is clean-shaven, neatly barbered, dressed in a black suit and a white shirt and a black tie. He and the other agents came here a little more than 4 hours previously, at 9 o'clock in the evening, but regardless of the hour, it is always easier to elicit quick, complete cooperation from people when FBI agents are dressed and carry themselves as the movies have long portrayed them. Operating to a degree incognito, Jurgen and Dubose avoid the men in black cliché. Jurgen favors a desert spa look, a sport coat by Ring Jacket, gray with a white microdot pattern, slim-cut white slacks by the same designer, gray suede lace-up ankle-fit trainers by Axel Arigato. In a spirit of fun, he wears a Graph Star Eclipse ultra-slim lightweight titanium watch with an entirely black face, black hands, and black check marks instead of numbers. Dubose, reliably a sartorial embarrassment, looks as though he just came in from plowing a cornfield and didn't completely change clothes, but threw on a couple glitzy items to add some flash for a quick trip to Vegas. "They're in the kitchen," says Ahmed. In these houses reside 11 people who have received nanoweb control mechanisms. They will soon be enlisted in the valley-wide search for the boy and his mother. The residents of these 4 homes were selected for injection because none is a child below the age of 16. Others have been injected before these people, and still others will be injected in the remaining hours of the night. Their controls are the latest generation and include a feature known as the Whispering Room. While activating the Whispering Room feature, they can communicate via microwave transmission, brain to brain, as the celebrated Elon Musk, founder of Tesla automobiles, has predicted will one day be possible and desirable. This makes them highly effective searchers. 50 or more individuals, sharing a hive mind, quickly communicating their positions, situations, and discoveries to one another. This residence is supposed to house 2 people, Robert and Minette Butterworth, both in their mid-30s. He a history teacher, she an English teacher. They are seated at the kitchen table, zip-tied to their chairs, mouths covered with duct tape, though not because there is anyone to be alerted by their cries. Prior to the injections and during the 4 hours after, while the nanoconstructs foil the blood-brain barrier and assemble within their skulls, those who have been chosen to become adjusted people tend to be tedious. They demand their constitutional rights, ask insistent questions, and in general make an annoyance of themselves. Duct tape is the best cure for their tiresome prattle. Robert and Minette are pale, wide-eyed with sustained fright, soon to be under the control of their nanowebs, but they are not the only residents of the house. A younger woman resembling Minette is also duct-taped and sits at the table in a wheelchair. The 2 agents working with Ahmed al-Adel are here as well. Malcolm Kingman is an imposing African-American with the face and demeanor of a caring man of the cloth, but the direct and filleting stare of a judge at the Nuremberg trials. Zita Hernandez, a pretty woman of perhaps 30, rounds out an admirably diverse crew. Hernandez is of the most interest to Jurgen, not just because of her. She wears exquisitely tailored black slacks, a white button-to-the-throat shirt by Michael Kors, a black blazer from Ralph Lauren. The only thing she needs help with is her shoes. Jurgen would like to dress her, after undressing her. Lovely Zita indicates the pajama-clad woman in the wheelchair. This is Glynis Galworth, Minette's sister. She's visiting from Alexandria, Virginia for a week. She was sleeping in a back bedroom. We didn't know she was there till things were well along here in the kitchen. Jurgen finds this bit of information perplexing. Alexandria is an upscale, sophisticated town. He is not able to imagine willingly leaving Alexandria to spend a week in a small house with unfortunate decor on a dead-end dirt street in this desert wasteland. Zita says, Glynis is paraplegic ever since a spinal injury when she was a teenager. She works in the State Department in D.C. She's too clueless about the situation to be in the know, by which she means to say, she's not one of us. Glynis appears to be as terrified as her sister and the sister's husband.
We injected them, says Michael Kingman, but we're not sure if we should inject her.
This is Arcadian 101, Dubose says.
Kingman and Ahmed al-Adel exchange a look, and then both look at Zita. Dubose smiles at Glynis.
Ma'am, I'm sure you don't know what your sister and brother-in-law got tangled in. This is an urgent matter of national security involving a pending act of nuclear terrorism.
The astonished Minette and Robert shake their heads and protest these outrageous charges through the duct tape. Glynis appears both dubious and frightened, but also confused. Dubose says,
We have an emergency FISA court order allowing a deposition to be performed with a truth serum.
As if even a FISA court could order such a thing.
Your name is not in that court order. My associates should have known you couldn't be included in this procedure. But because the nation's survival is at stake, and this involves top-secret information, we can't allow you to witness the questioning of your sister and her husband.
With that, the big man steps behind the wheelchair and rolls Glynis out of the kitchen, into the living room, and back to the bedroom where she had been sleeping. Carter Jurgen smiles at Zita Hernandez, and she holds his gaze in what seems like an expression of erotic interest. Both Ahmed al-Adel and Malcolm Kingman flinch and grimace when the gunshot echoes from the back of the house, which does not speak well of them. Zita, however, remains impassive even through the second and third shots. Jurgen likes her a lot. Chapter 7. Deep in the heart of Texas and high in the windowed firewatch, Lori Longren was up far past her usual bedtime, but she wasn't in the least sleepy. Fear affected her like a kind of caffeine, fear for herself and her sisters and her parents. But there was something else besides fear. She stood in the grip of an exciting expectation, waiting for the firemen to roar into sight, not in a red pumper truck with its deluge gun, but in their many pickups and SUVs, the equivalent of an old-fashioned posse, come in high Lone Star style to chase out the evildoers and save the innocent. What she felt was, in fact, more than expectation, something like exhilaration. Her fear was all mixed up with this crazy wild thrill, a reckless confidence that butt was going to be kicked, the bad cast down, the good lifted up, the world made right again. She wasn't a Pollyanna. She knew good didn't always triumph, not at first try anyway. There were a mega-million ways things could go wrong. Bad people were often more clever than good people because they spent their entire rotten lives scheming and conniving. Nonetheless, she wasn't some piss-your-pants pessimist. The fear that now and then shook a shudder from her was tempered by this electrifying current of delight in the prospect of seeing sudden justice done to these hateful thugs. She hoped this didn't mean that she was going to grow up to be one of those thrill-seekers who couldn't be happy unless they were skydiving or walking a tightrope between skyscrapers or wrestling alligators. Laurie wanted to ride horses and become a veterinarian and marry Ethan Stackpool and have maybe 4 children. Children and alligators were not a good combination. When 2 sets of headlights, one close behind the other, turned off the state route and onto the entrance lane to Longren Stables, the first of a freaking parade of righteous firemen and firewomen, the thrill of delight swelled strong in Laurie and nearly washed away her fear. She licked her split lip, which had earlier been bleeding after the dern beast slapped her, and she thought, "Kiss your own ass, Janice." One thing Laurie didn't need to be told about life was that from time to time everyone was met with disappointments, setbacks that tested your character and made you stronger if you kept your spine stiff and soldiered onward. She knew that, of course, but in her excitement she had forgotten about disappointments and had mistaken this one for triumph. Neither of the SUVs that raced along the lane was driven by Mr. Linwood Haney or by any of his friends. They were black Suburbans, and the woman standing guard down there, the one named Sally Jones, recognized these newcomers and waved them past the Cadillac Escalade that partially blocked entrance. These were the 6 additional bad hats who, as Chris Pervert had told Janice in the hallway, were going to do sharp elbow one-on-one into the employees, scare the spunk out of them before sending them home. Then no one would be here but Laurie, her sisters, her mom and dad, and 12 of them with their guns and their needles and their brain implants. She stared hard into the darkness, where she knew the state route ran north and south, but there were no other headlights, no rescuers imminent. Suddenly, she realized that she didn't have the scissors with which she'd cut the zip ties and freed herself. She couldn't remember where she might have put them down on the way from her bedroom to the fire watch. The scissors had been her only weapon. Chapter 8. When Radley Dubose returns to the kitchen, Minette Butterworth, wrung hard by emotion, is a swollen-faced, red-eyed faucet of grief with an apparently inexhaustible reservoir of tears. Behind the duct tape, when she's not making ba-ba noises like a bleating sheep, she sounds as if she's choking on her grief, swallowing her tongue. Carter Jurgen finds the woman repellent. Excessive displays of emotion are not only undignified, but are always, in his opinion, as phony as a politician's promise, a display to draw attention to the wailer and elicit from others either sympathy for her suffering or admiration for the depth of her feeling. The husband, Robert, is beyond tears, and, he would have them believe, beyond fear as well. His eyes shine with the pure primal hatred of a maddened ape. He shouts his rage to no effect behind the swath of duct tape. He strains against his bonds and rocks the chair in which he sits. Dubose regards this pair not with disdain, as does Jurgen, but as if he is in some zoo, standing before an exhibit of two exotic animals whose droll appearance and antics he would like to have explained to him by a docent. His interest is short-lived, and he turns to address Ahmed, Malcolm, and the lovely Zita.
That should have been an easy call, people. In the utopia that technology is making possible for those of us who control it, do you think we ought to encourage continued production of software that's 4 generations old? Why? For sentimental reasons? Should we maybe keep useless workers on a warehouse payroll just so they can watch the robots do the job more efficiently after the place has been automated?
Ahmed and Malcolm look abashed, though it's difficult to tell whether they are embarrassed by their own failure to act according to Arcadian principles, or are disturbed by Dubos's comparisons of outdated software and displaced workers to Glynis. Dubose continues, "For those who don't belong with us inside this scientific revolution, utilitarian bioethics must always apply. Society can't waste resources on those millions among the masses who receive far more than they'll ever produce. Such profligate spending has collapsed other civilizations." The lovely Zita wishes to contribute. "Besides," she says, "it's a matter of compassion, quality of life. It's cruel to force people who can never be whole to live in diminished circumstances."
Exactly, Dubose agrees. We can stop those with diminished capacities from ever being born, but we also have to show the same compassion to those who, born whole, are later broken in one way or another.
Dismayingly, Zita Hernandez is now looking at the hillbilly philosopher with undeniable erotic interest. In fact, with greater intensity than that with which earlier she had seemed to regard Carter Jurgen.
"For the record," says Dubose, "Jane Hawk attempted to take refuge in this house, and for whatever psychotic reason, she shot Glynis to death."
Ahmed, Malcolm, and Zita all seem to be good with that. When their control mechanisms are in place, Minette and Robert will forget what they are told to forget, and will remember whatever scenario is described to them. Dubose lifts his chin, striking a noble pose, and says,
"Carry on, people,"
as if he is some great general bucking up the troops, or a wise and inspiring statesman equal to Churchill. He leads Jurgen out of the dismal house, into a night of flying beetles and beetle-eating bats, into the astringent smell of coyote urine rising from the surrounding stonescape. In the near distance, the pack of urinators, now on the hunt, issue shrill and eerie cries, as if so maddened by the scent of prey that they must spill its blood at once, or else, in a frenzy, tear themselves apart. Dubose drives. Although Jurgen often finds his partner lacking in manners, crude, and a social embarrassment, he admires Dubose's ruthlessness and implacable intent. "You shot her 3 times, he says as Dubose wheels the velociraptor away from the house.
"Yeah."
"One point-blank hollow point didn't kill her?"
"Put it in her chest. She was stone dead."
"Then why 2 more?
Didn't like her expression."
"What about it?"
"She didn't look dead enough. Just sort of sneering. Smug."
"Well, she worked at the State Department," Jurgen reminds him.
"Yeah, we know the type."
"So the other 2 shots?"
"In the face."
"Do the trick?"
"She looks more dead now."
Chapter 9. Janice Dern is keeping her rage in check. No need for an anger management class. No need to take a time out in the corner without speaking privileges. No need to be sent off to bed without dessert while Francine and her 2 sibling cohorts get extra-large portions of cake, thanks to Daddy's blindness to the meanness with which his precious favorite, Francine, and her 2 sibling toadies treat their youngest sibling. No need for anything now, except a little tough love directed at one freckle-faced, smart-mouthed tomboy, a little necessary discipline. The 6 additional agents have arrived from Austin. They're at Stable 2, giving the detained Longren employees a few lessons in respect for authority before sending them home. They have brought a MedExpress carrier containing 4 control mechanisms, one for Chase Longren, one for Alexis, and 2 more, just in case. Once the Longrens have been injected, once nanowebs have spun securely across the surfaces and into the crevices of their brains, they'll give up Ansel and Claire's whereabouts. Let the others worry about Ansel and Claire. Janice has a project of her own. Although the house and stables have been searched, Lori Longren hasn't yet been found. The consensus is that the girl went overland, intending to intersect the state highway and flag down a motorist. The others, who seem swept up in magical thinking, believe she'll either conveniently step on a rattlesnake or be chased down by coyotes before she can get to help. Janice pities the rattlesnakes and coyotes that try to take a bite of that poisonous little bitch. Pedro Lobo has come over from Stable 2 and is in the kitchen, guarding Alexis, while Chris Roberts is cruising the state highway looking for the girl, hoping she'll mistake him for a civilian and seek his aid. Janice doesn't buy into the consensus. The brat isn't just smart-mouthed, she's also smart. She would never go blundering into the dark, wild fields without a light, with no better plan than hoping to flag down a motorist on a lonely road long past midnight. Her very nature is to be sand in the gears, a clog in the pipe, a monkey wrench in the machinery. She's likely to hang around the property, as quiet and quick as a rat in shadows, looking for the best way to disrupt things. The phone intercom units in the stables have been unplugged and locked away. If the girl fled the house, not just her room, when she went through the window onto the veranda roof, she's probably hoping to sneak back inside just long enough to use a phone. The doors are locked. The windows are now secured on both the first and second floors. However, she might know where a spare key is hidden, or might have a key of her own. Or she might have left the house by one window and at once returned to it by another, aware of some hidey hole where she could wait out a search undiscovered. No one but Janice takes this theory seriously. Lori is a child, they say. They argue that a frightened child would not flee a place of terror only to return to it a moment later. But the child might do that very thing if she's something of a terror herself, has never been punished for her bad behavior, has never learned there are negative consequences because her scheming and trickery are rewarded by her ignorant, deluded father. Earlier, Paloma Sutherland, who is guarding Lori's younger sisters, had searched the upstairs, while Sally Jones and Chris and Janice had hunted for the girl downstairs, around the house, in the garage, and in the stables. Now Janice explores the ground floor and the second floor, as though she's looking for a child half Lori's size, as if the girl must be a contortionist who can fold herself into the most unlikely spaces, in the very back of every closet, behind the solid doors in the bottom third of a china cabinet that features glass doors above, under furniture with even as little as a 4-inch clearance, behind the fire screen, in the inner hearth-place. Wherever there is paneling on an inner wall, she seeks hidden latch releases that might reveal a safe or other secret space. In the master bedroom, her attention is drawn to an incongruous object lying on the white quartz top of a mahogany pedestal dresser. Arranged just so are an antique silver tray that holds 3 Lalique perfume bottles with figured crystal stoppers, an antique silver brush and comb set, and 3 small porcelain figurines of Japanese women in intricately colored kimonos. Lying askew to everything else is a pair of cheap scissors with orange plastic handles. The girl must have cut the zip ties with scissors taken from her desk drawer, but no scissors remain in her room. Maybe she took them for self-defense. Evidently, Paloma Sutherland never noticed the discordant scissors among all the pretties on the dresser. Janice stares into the mother's dresser mirror as though she possesses the clairvoyant power to see her quarry's reflection when the room was dark and the girl paused here and, for some reason, put down the scissors. The ensuite bathroom offers no hiding place. When Janice opens the door to the walk-in closet and turns on the light, Laurie isn't crouched in any corner of that space. From the ceiling dangles a pull cord attached to one end of a trap door. Paloma is the most adamant of those who believe that the girl would not have returned to the house a moment after having fled it. When she searched here, she would not have thought the attic was worth exploring. An only child, Paloma has no understanding whatsoever of the capacity for boldness and deceit of the oldest sister in a family of sisters. The heavy springs of the ceiling trapdoor briefly groan, but the ladder unfolds to the closet floor with hardly a sound. Chapter 10. Although Carter Jurgen is growing accustomed to grotesque sights, he is taken aback when two large, hairy spiders, he assumes they are tarantulas, shudder out of the dark and into a swath of bare earth illuminated by the headlamps of the Velociraptor, where it is parked alongside the airstrip. At first, it appears that the hideous arachnids are proceeding in tandem, the second close behind the first, but that's because, in the harsh angled light, it is initially difficult to differentiate between their busy limbs and the elongated, twitching shadows of their limbs. In fact, the second spider seems to be climbing onto the first, as if to ride it to whatever work spiders undertake at night. The first tarantula appears displeased and impatient with this impertinence, trying to shrug off the lazy, unwanted passenger. Their legs, each the size of one of Jurgen's fingers, jitter and clash, so that they stagger this way and that, proceeding in such a herky-jerky fashion that they make no progress at all, but instead circle back into the darkness out of which they emerged. On any other night, the Anza Air Park would be closed. It allows only daylight takeoffs and landings. Monday morning, however, the National Security Agency negotiated a rich 5-day contract, ostensibly to do emergency testing of an unspecified type of airborne day and night communications equipment in desert conditions, without interfering with the facility's usual business. In fact, they will mount continuous visual surveillance of the valley while fishing from the air, within a 50-mile radius, all conversations conducted on carrier waves assigned to disposable phones. Using an analytic scanning program customized to key words that Jane Hawk might use when speaking to her son, or to whoever was currently watching over the boy, a computer aboard the aircraft can read conversations almost as fast as they are intercepted. When a suspect conversation is identified, that transmission can be tracked to its source and the location of the phone quickly pinpointed. The NSA maintains such aircraft in major cities thought to be likely targets of terrorism. One has been flown here from San Diego, another from Los Angeles, and they stand now on a taxiway. The airplanes are de Havilland DHC-6 Twin Otters with 2 turboprop engines. The longest runway at this desert airstrip is 2,600 feet, but the Twin Otter needs only 1,200 to take off, even less to land. In a standard configuration, in addition to a crew of 2, the craft carries 19 passengers. Customized for this unique form of surveillance, the passenger compartment provides for only 4 technicians and their equipment. A tanker truck stands on a hastily poured pad of quick-cure concrete adjacent to the taxiway where the aircraft wait. It contains sufficient aviation fuel to keep the Twin Otters, which will work in 4-hour shifts, in the air around the clock for 3 days. 4 aircraft mechanics, complete with their equipment, have been brought to the site in a 60-foot motorhome parked adjacent to the Anza Air Park terminal. It is their home for the duration, and it also houses the tanker truck driver and a pump technician. In addition, there is an Airbus H-120 helicopter with pilot and co-pilot to provide aerial search and surveillance as needed. Men are currently placing portable marker lights along both sides of the runway, one every 10 feet. The markers are battery-powered and can be turned on remotely when one of the de Havillands is coming in for a night landing, then switched off when the plane is safely down. The proprietors of the air park must be pleased with the value of the contract they received, but they must also be dazzled, or at least surprised, by the size of this operation. Maybe they wonder why such testing couldn't have been conducted on one of the many military bases situated in desert terrain. Wise men and women, however, know what questions should not be asked, and these days the words, "You don't want to know," are an ever more common American catchphrase. Radley Dubose, who has been talking to the runway lighting crew, returns now to the Velociraptor.
"They'll be done in 3 hours. We'll have an otter in the air by 7 in the morning.
As though this desert possesses consciousness, knows how Jurgen detests it, and therefore resolves to inflame his disgust at every opportunity, it now sends the 2 tarantulas skittering out of the shadows once more, but this time locked in more furious combat. The ridden spider stilts erratically on its hairy legs, rushing forward, then circling in place, twitching, furious, frenzied. The bedeviled creature flings itself onto its back, whereupon it and the rider flail their ghastly legs at each other, their repulsive bodies paled by dust as fine as talcum powder. They erupt apart and onto their feet, face to face, and strain to their full height, on point and legs quivering with tension, so that it seems one or the other will now deliver a lethal bite. Then they relax, and side by side scurry away into the darkness once more. What the hell was that all about? Jurgen wonders.
"Romance," says Dubose. "My friend, if you can't recognize passion when you see it, too damn much time has passed since you were last in the saddle."
Chapter 11. Like some cold haunt that has crossed over from the world of the dead, Janice Dern drifts through pools of shadow and amber light under a series of conical lamps attached to the central roof beam, raising not one squeak from the plywood underfoot. Stacked 6 to 7 feet high, boxes wall the main north-south aisle, except where shadowed passageways intersect from the west and east. In air scented with dust and aging cardboard, the shredded webs of dead spiders hang from the rafters and quiver in a draught, like the gray and tattered flags of forgotten nations. And scattered on the floor are bright flecks of Christmas ornament glitter, sparkling red, green, gold, and silver. Janice keeps her right hand on the pistol in her belt holster. If the tomboy initially took the scissors with her to use them for self-defense, perhaps she'd left them on the dresser because she had since acquired a better weapon. She might have taken a handgun from one of the nightstands flanking her parents' bed. She is not yet 13, a child who should fear firearms, and who should certainly have had no training in their use. However, these days there are a great many irresponsible parents, and it is possible that the snarky little bitch knows how to stand, hold, and aim to compensate for recoil. At first, Janice approaches every intersection with exaggerated caution, until she recognizes that ahead of her an open set of steel stairs spirals up to some higher redoubt. She knows at once that the girl has gone there, that this is why the brat didn't flee the house for the cover of the night outside. The upper room, whatever it might be, provides something that the brat wants. Some advantage, some weapon, some... "Oh, shit," she says. "A phone!" No longer concerned that the tomboy is armed and lying in wait among the stacks of boxes, Janice hurries to the stairs and ascends the tight spirals like a bullet speeding through a rifled barrel. At the top is a small room of windowed walls, offering a 360-degree view of the night, a phone on a shelf between 2 windows, but no girl. Suddenly, a great turbulence of sound and wind arises, the many panes thrumming and, where loosely fit, rattling in their frames. Dust and chaff and dead leaves and shingle splinters are swept off the surrounding roof of the house to flail the windows as though some pestilential swarm has come out of the deep prairie night. A fierce, bright shaft stabs down and sweeps across the glass, flooding the high redoubt with light and with the shadows of mullions and muntins that distort and twist their way around the room as they are harried by the passage of the beam. Janice stands astonished, pierced by a sense of the uncanny. But this disturbance of the mind and heart lasts only a moment before she realizes that a helicopter has come down fast out of the night. Following her realization, the craft appears behind the searchlight, clearing the roof by no more than 20 feet to hover above the escalade that blocks the entry lane. Spotlighted, Sally Jones looks up and waves at the helo as though she assumes it represents some additional support about which she hasn't been told. The little bitch tomboy, the deceitful, smart-ass, sure-to-be-one-day whore, used the phone here, called in someone. Not the county sheriff. There's no law enforcement designation on the helo. Whoever these bastards are, they believe what bullshit the snot-eating geek told them, so they come roaring in like a brigade of Texas Rangers. This is shaping up to be another version of the fiasco at the Hawks Ranch on Sunday night, when that son of a bitch Juan Saba, the ranch manager, stood them off. Abruptly, Jane remembers that she told Lori Longren about the brain implants in some detail. The injections, the nanoconstructs, how they penetrate the blood-brain barrier, how they assemble into a web across and into the tissue of the brain. All that is something Jane Hawk clearly knows, but it's not something that anyone in the conspiracy is authorized to reveal to others. Janice wanted to terrorize the freckle-faced, potato-sucking piglet, and she figured to get hold of a control mechanism later and inject the little rat, or, failing that, to lobby Egon Gottfried to have the injected parents eventually kill the children and then themselves, so that what she revealed to Lori wouldn't matter. Now, it matters. She needs to find the girl. Quick. Chapter 12. The dark Texas plain, infinite in appearance. The sky overhead, infinite in fact. Chris Roberts in his radically hot, bespoke Range Rover by Overfinch North America. On top of the world, an insider in the most powerful cabal of insiders in all history. Techno Arcadian fighter for utopia, one of the rulers of the ruled, destined to live forever, infinite, eternal. If medical technology progresses as it has done in recent years. Puff Daddy on the CD deck, so hard-ass cool. Chris singing along with Puff Daddy like he did when he was 13 so long ago. Puff Daddy and Faith Evans, so hot, pure sex. Thinking about shacking up with Janice Dern for a torrid week. He is cruising back and forth on the 2-lane state highway, all that lonely blacktop to himself at this late hour. He hopes the Longren kid will appear on the shoulder of the road, but thus far she remains missing. His attention is drawn to the running lights of a helicopter approaching from out of the northwest. In even small cities these days, policing is done by air as well as on the streets, and the sight of an airborne patrol spotlighting a fleeing fugitive's car as it races recklessly along a freeway is common stuff on the evening news. In the hinterlands like this, however, the skies are usually quiet at night. Chris intuits trouble in this aerial apparition. The chopper crosses the highway ahead of him on a trajectory that will take it directly to Longren Stables. At an altitude of maybe 300 feet, in the dark, any identification that might be on the aircraft can't be seen. When he returns his attention to the road, oncoming headlamps have materialized. They quickly grow larger, brighter, issuing from the direction of Worsted. In a moment, he can see it's not just one vehicle, but a caravan. They flash past him like a pack of NASCAR competitors in a tight formation toward the finish line. 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11 vehicles, mostly pickups and SUVs, a couple cars. The timing of the helicopter and the cars isn't coincidental, and there aren't that many places they could be going in this empty country. At this hour, at their speed, The only place they can be headed is Longren's stables. No more oncoming headlamps appear. Chris brakes, hangs a hard U-turn, and switches off the music. By the time he reaches the Longren property, the 11 cars are parked along the private entrance lane, this side of the blocking escalade, where Sally Jones and a few new agents from Austin engage in a confrontation with a crowd of local men and women. Chris parks athwart the lane to prevent an easy exit by this self-appointed posse. He gets out of the Range Rover and moves toward the crowd, his right hand on the pistol in his belt holster. Chapter 13. In the attic, at the end of one of the rows of stored goods, Lori Longren knelt with her back pressed against the stacked boxes, out of sight of the main aisle. She'd wanted to remain in the fire watch until Mr. Linwood Haney arrived with other firefighters, and the threat posed by the Federal Bureau of Evil Idiots had come to an end. But when the 6 agents from Austin arrived first, she was kind of spooked. And when she realized that she didn't have the scissors with which to defend herself, a sense of helplessness overcame her. All the windows in the fire watch made her feel naked and vulnerable, though as long as she stayed low, no one on the ground below could see her. Then she realized where she must have put down the scissors. On her mother's dresser, just before moving to the walk-in closet. She decided to go back and get them and return to the fire watch. Feeling her way in the dark, she'd been almost to the trapdoor when someone pulled it open from below. Closet light rose into the attic, and the ladder unfolded to accommodate whoever might be coming up. Lori had hurried back toward the spiral staircase, but then realized the fire watch would be a trap. So she came to the end of this row of boxes and knelt there, a narrow aisle to either side of her, but hidden from anyone in the main passageway. No sooner had she gotten out of sight than the lights had come on. She strained to hear footsteps, detected none. Then the voice of the Janus beast broke the silence. "Oh, shit! A phone!" And the woman was so close that Lori almost cried out, for an instant certain that Janus saw her and was speaking directly to her. Then there were hurried footsteps, and it seemed as though the sulphur-eyed queen of hell must be climbing the spiral stairs into the fire watch. Lori considered easing out of her refuge and hurrying to the trap door and down the ladder to hide somewhere below, where they had already searched. Just as she was about to get off her knees, however, the very skeleton of the big attic, roof sheeting, rafters, collar beams, outriggers, studs, vibrated as hard, rhythmic blasts of sound slammed through it. Gusts of wind hissed as they strained through the fine wire screens over the ventilation cutouts in the eaves, blowing dust off the boxes, tearing the raggedy webs of long-dead spiders from their moorings and billowing them past her like eerie sea anemones. Pinching her nose shut, giggling dust, breathing through her mouth to avoid sneezing, she stayed on her knees half a minute, until she realized that the source of the uproar must be a helicopter, first passing over the house and now hovering near it, whereupon she sprang to her feet in excitement. Mr. Glenn Ailkirk, a local volunteer fireman and once a helo jockey in the Navy, owned a 4-seat Robinson R-44 Raven, with which he surveyed field conditions on his large ranch, made day trips to Austin and San Antonio, and visited in-laws in Uvalde. If this was Mr. Ailkirk, the firemen and firewomen were coming, with a dramatic display of force, and Lori was no longer at risk of becoming the puppet and pet of crazy Janus. She almost stepped into the aisle to her left, but then she realized that her tormentor, having found the fire watch deserted and probably startled by the arrival of the helicopter, would head back to the trap door in the ladder. With all the racket, Lori couldn't be sure where the woman might be. Better to hunker down and wait a few minutes. She sat on the floor with her back to the boxes. The helo kept chugging nearby. She knew that everything would be all right soon. Very soon. Yet her stomach still fluttered. Her heart knocked hard like a fist on a door. The sound of the rotary wing chopping the night air, which had at first been scary and then had been reassuring, began to seem scary again. Chapter 14. The chopper noise like the sound made all those years ago when, time and again, Francine had knocked Janice down and knelt on her chest and boxed both her ears with the flat palms of her hands. Pwah, 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 pwah. Until Janice couldn't think straight, and the headache came, and then tinnitus that continued for hours after the assault concluded. The spiral staircase is like some churning drill bit, so that Janice feels less like she's descending than like she's caught up in the bore and being pulled down, each step like a cutting nub on the shank of a bit, her feet skidding from step to step in spite of the rubber treads, the cold railing vibrating under her hand, the whole construction seeming to turn around her with carnival ride frenzy. Fwah, fwah, fwah. At the bottom, feet on the attic floor, she stands for a moment, swaying, dizzy, the chopper noise drilling fear into her, although she had thought herself long past fear. The unceasing clatter isn't just the sound of this operation at Longren Stables falling apart, but seems also to be the crack and clatter of her future collapsing. She has screwed up with the little bitch tomboy, let her get away, gave her a chance to call for help, and a mistake of this magnitude does not result in just a slap on the wrist or a boxing of the ears. Arcadian discipline is swift and severe, which it must be to keep a secret like the nano-implants from being leaked. If a failure is judged damaging enough to the revolution, then her future will be sealed with a needle, a catheter, and the infusion of 3 ampules of cloudy amber fluid. Thereafter she will do what she's told to do, be what she is told to be, ever submissive. Perhaps she'll be given to some disgusting Arcadian techno-geek to be sexually used and humiliated and physically abused until she ages 10 years in one, then strangled and bagged like garbage and thrown away. Her dizziness doesn't entirely pass, but she begins to move anyway. She's got to find the devious little shit, find her and bind her. There is a way to use the brat to fix this situation. There must be a way. The problem is locating the mocking midget bitch in time. Whatever chaos the helicopter brings with it, if a mob is here in the numbers that came out of Juan Saba's house, the girl can't be allowed to escape among them. Halfway between the spiral staircase and the trap door, several inches within one of the side aisles, lies a spider. Once fat and juicy, it is now deformed in a wet blot of what once had been its internal substance, recently tramped on. Janice has never stepped foot in any of the side aisles. She has proceeded to and from the spiral stairs using the main aisle. It can't be Janice who stepped on the spider. And the glistening ichor in which it lies attests to the truth that it hasn't been dead for days. Her attention seems to have been drawn to the squashed spider by some supernatural power. For it is but a dark blot on the light plywood, and could be so easily overlooked. She stands, transfixed, trembling, as the structure around her is trembled by the fwa, 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 fwa. Chapter 15. The confrontation at the Cadillac Escalade, where Sally Jones and 3 of the agents from Austin face a crowd of maybe 30 people, is not good. Chris Roberts judges the situation to have a low flashpoint. The helicopter moves off a little, hovering over the fenced exercise yard, but it is still loud enough to require those engaged in this tense dialogue to raise their voices. They are shouting back and forth. The volume of the conversation only fuels an expectation of violence. The helo's searchlight is trained on the 4 agents, a crisp white beam that pales them and carves their faces with stark shadows, giving them an ominous aspect that only further unnerves the mob. Sally and 2 men from Austin are flashing FBI credentials, making a case for their authority, but the locals, men and women, are not impressed and are in no mood to back down. They want to see arrest warrants, search warrants, which they have no right to see because this doesn't have anything to do with them. The most troubling thing is the name they keep citing. Jane Hawk, Jane Hawk. Because they understand this has something to do with her, with her in-laws, and with the fact that Chase Longren and the late Nick Hawk were once best friends. They don't speak of Jane Hawk as though she's a traitor to her country and a threat to national security, not as if she's a murderer, but as if she's a victim of slander and libel. Indeed, more concerning to Chris is that some of these people speak of her not just with the affection that she might earn merely by being one of their own, but with admiration and even veneration. It's as if, by foiling the entire apparatus of the all-powerful state that's been pursuing her for months, she has ascended to the mystical status of a folk hero. They demand to see Chase and Alexis and the children. They want to know why the employees are being held. They have no right to see anyone or have any questions answered, and they surely know as much. They are intruders here. They are being told they're engaged in the obstruction of justice, but they aren't going to go away. This is quickly becoming a standoff that may go on for days, unless it becomes something worse. The youngest of the Austin agents doesn't bother to shake his badge at the angry crowd. He draws his pistol, holding it against his chest, as if pledging allegiance to it, which is foolish and likely to inflame passions. Some of the people in the crowd are openly armed, but their weapons are in their holsters. Those who don't obviously carry firearms might have them concealed. In this atmosphere, brandishing a gun is like striking a match in the dark to find the source of a gas leak. Chris Roberts works his way around the mob, toward the wet-behind-the-ears agent, to tell him to get a grip and put the gun away. After all, they are operating far beyond the limits of the law, by the rules of a thugocracy. The Constitution be damned, and there are risks to that approach. They have friends in high places, yes, and judges who will protect them, yes, and friends in the media who will do their best to bury an embarrassing story. But maybe not if a shootout results in a lot of people dead and others wounded. Chapter 16. Lori Longren thought maybe it was safe to move. If the Janus monster had not by now gone downstairs and outside to meet whatever contingent of firemen and firewomen had arrived, then surely she'd gone back to the Black Lagoon or Transylvania, or to whatever hole in the ground she called home. Rising once more to her feet, her back pressed to the stacked cartons at row's end, she took a deep breath, held it, listened. The helicopter moved off a little way, and the attic no longer trembled under it, but the noise from its engine and rotary wing remained loud enough to mask most other sounds. She didn't want to hide like this. She felt childish and weak. She hadn't been born to hide from trouble. Daddy said you couldn't hide from trouble anyway, that the trouble you were hiding from would find you sooner or later, and while you were hiding from it, the trouble was getting bigger, so that when it finally found you, it was harder to deal with than if you'd just faced up to it in the first place. So she turned to her left and leaned forward and peered into the aisle. From a distance of less than 2 feet, she met the eyes of Janice Dern. Even beneath a veil of shadow, something about the woman's face was different from what it had been, distorted by terror or hatred or both, like an early version of the human face before it was refined and the species was put into production. A faint trace of the amber attic light found its way into those fierce eyes, coloring them more yellow than usual, so that they appeared electrified and incandescent. Her voice was a vicious whisper. "My little pet." Before Lori could respond, the yellow-eyed freak jabbed her with something. Even through her t-shirt, she felt the 2 cold points of pressure. Buzzing, both sound and sensation, filled her from muscle to marrow, and disabling pain crackled across the soles of her feet and across her scalp and everywhere in between. She lost all control of her body and went to the floor as if her bones had melted in an instant. She heard herself making wordless sounds of distress as she spasmed like some fish hooked and reeled in and lying on a riverbank, forever beyond hope of water. Chapter 17. The sound softer now. though still bringing vividly to mind the torture of hands clapping her ears, the pressure of Francine's knees on her chest, her heart compressed as the breastbone bends under the weight. While the little whore is paralyzed, Janice sets aside the handheld taser and takes a bundle of zip ties from an inner pocket of her sport coat. She uses one tie to cuff the slut's hands. "You're gonna get what you deserve," she declares. "You're done. You're finished. You're gonna get just what you've always deserved." The girl recovers enough to kick out at her, trying for her face, landing a feeble blow on her shoulder. Infuriated, Janice snatches up the taser and jolts the little tart again, puts it right on her throat, and watches her face convulse and her eyes roll back in her head. She uses 3 more zip ties to fetter the girl's ankles to each other, allowing just enough play in those shackles for the brat to shuffle along, but not run. Chapter 18. Moths, abandoning the boring glow of house windows and driveway lampposts, drawn to the bright shaft, swirling up toward the source as if the searchlight is a tractor beam that levitates them through the night and into some extraterrestrial vessel. As the crowd grows noisier and more insistent, Sally Jones is unable to placate them with reassurances of legal process, and the young agent from Austin doesn't want to put away his gun. "Hell, look at them," he tells Chris Roberts. "They're not just a bunch of hick farmers. They're rough scuff, rabble, with an entire freaking gun store inventory among them, and they're photographing us with their phones." "All the more reason not to be photographed breaking bureau protocol and brandishing a gun. If the shit hits the fan and bullets fly, you want your face all over the internet?" "The internet isn't the Wild West anymore," Chris says. "We've got laws. We've got a boot on it." "Yeah, maybe, but we don't have a chokehold on it." "We've also got high-placed friends on the private side," Chris insists. "Anything gets posted from this tonight, it'll be taken down within the hour, even quicker. They can make it so you Google Longren Stables and it's like the place never existed." The young agent shakes his head, scanning the crowd for the first indication that the worst is about to happen. "I don't like being photographed. Not here. Not like this. Don't like it at all." Chapter 19. The obnoxious little slut doesn't want to get to her feet. She isn't cool with the way the tables have turned. She acts as though she's still disoriented, too loose-limbed to stand and walk, but it's just an act, pretense, deceit. She lives to deceive. She's the bitch queen of deception. Everything she ever says is a lie, and Janice doesn't buy a word of it. "Get your ass in gear! Get on your feet!" Janice orders, looming over her. "Get up or I'll taser your hateful face. I'll make you bite on it, and I'll taser your lying tongue. You want to take a jolt through that dirty little tongue of yours?" The threat works. The girl struggles to her feet and stands swaying. There's such contempt graven on her face, but when hasn't there been? That's among the primary identifying qualities of her type: conceit, vanity, arrogance, and the never-ending contempt of one who sees herself above all others. The shuffling girl weaves along the central aisle, across oval pools of light and bridges of shadow, toward the trapdoor and the ladder, bumping against the walls of boxes, pretending still to be suffering residual effects of the taserings. By clambering to her feet after claiming that she could not, the little slut has proved her weakness is mere pretense. And yet she can't stop pretending, because guile and trickery are no less components of her blood than his plasma. "Move! Move, damn you!" Janice orders, prodding the treacherous little whore. Backing down the ladder, clutching the side rails, the girl hesitates to place each foot, as though her spatial awareness remains disrupted by the shocks she has taken. When the cunning little sleaze is halfway down, Janice follows, but she doesn't turn her back on her captive. She knows too well the danger of letting the bitch get behind her. Instead, she faces forward, perches on the trapdoor frame, and then sits from one step of the ladder to the next. Below Janice, 3 steps from the bottom, the girl looks up, hair hanging across her face, one eye revealed and bright with calculation. Before the hateful little weasel can try whatever trick she has conceived, Janice kicks out, booting her in the chest, knocking her backward onto the closet floor. Off the ladder, Janice grabs a fistful of the brat's t-shirt and yanks on it. Come on, you little shit! You'll never win an Oscar with a performance like this. She harries the girl to her feet, out of the closet door, into the master bedroom, and shoves her toward the door to the upstairs hallway. A girl such as this has a bottomless capacity for treachery, which she proves again when, shuffling past her mother's dresser, she grabs for the scissors that she left there earlier. Janice anticipates this rebellion. As her captive reaches for the weapon, she boots her in the backside. The foolish girl staggers forward and, trammeled by the zip ties, trips herself and falls to her knees. Janice sweeps the silver brush and comb set off the dresser onto the floor, and then the silver tray with the 3 small Lalique perfume bottles. She picks up one of the porcelain geishas with its colorful kimono and throws it at the girl, then the second, the third. She snatches up the scissors. Get up, you little sleaze! Get up! Get up! I'm not going to be injected because of you. I won't be made a slave. Get up or I'll taser you until you swallow your tongue and choke to death on it. Chapter 20. Having locked the employees in Stable 2 with only Alejandro Lobo to look after them, the other 3 Austin agents step out of the darkness into the searchlight, bringing the number at the front line of the confrontation to 8, making a show of force that might dissuade the armed posse from pushing this too far. Chris Roberts hopes that one of the 3 has had the wit to call for additional backup. Even if more Arcadians are en route, however, the odds are they won't get here in time to stop these rednecks from doing something stupid. Sally Jones, thus far the only spokesperson for the government in this matter, understands the need to appear equal to the threat of the crowd. She shouts at the restive mob for quiet. 8 more of us inside the house, 4 in the stables, she lies. We came here in serious numbers because this damn well is an urgent matter of national security, whether you want to believe us or not. The future of our country is at stake. I know you're all patriots here. I know you want to do the right thing. Think before you do something you'll regret. Many of you probably have children at home. Think about them. You don't want to do anything that leaves those kids without a family. They need you. Is that a threat? Shouts a man in the mob. You mean to shoot us down like we're animals? Sally raises both hands in a gesture of placation. No, I'm saying we're engaged in legitimate law enforcement here. Anyone who interferes with us will have to be charged according to their offenses and prosecuted to the full extent of the law. There's no way around that. To the full extent of the law. Your babies back home will be without you for a long time. Doing prison, you'll stain yourself and them, your family name, their reputation, all for what? All because you've been misinformed. A man who previously identified himself as Linwood Haney, and who seems to be the leader of this rabble, speaks up. Bring Chase and Alexis out here, them and their 3 girls, so we can ask 'em, is all this righteous police work like you say? We can't do that, Sally says. You don't understand. Chase and Alexis have agreed to cooperate with us in return for immunity. They're in the middle of giving depositions, under oath. It would compromise the integrity of the deposition process to interrupt the continuity of the recording, and that would jeopardize Chase and Alexis's immunity, which is the last thing they would want, believe me, the last thing. Chris winces at this response to Haney. Sally talks down to the crowd as though she thinks their kind are as ignorant and clueless as the stereotypical hayseeds with which some in the media believe flyover country is entirely populated. Sure enough, a woman shouts an objection. You saying there are lawyers in there with them at this ungodly hour? Hell's bells, woman, their lawyer is Raleigh Capshaw. Old Raleigh goes to bed 8:30 every night, sure as the flag has stars and stripes. He won't stay up till 3 in the morning like this, even if he knows for a fact it's the night Jesus is coming back. Among the crowd, there is considerable agreement with this assessment, and Linwood Haney says, There won't be a damn thing righteous about any deposition taken without they're allowed a lawyer. Chapter 21. The clatter of the helicopter is more muffled in the upstairs hallway than it had been in the attic, but as the deceitful little whore pretends that her fettered ankles require slow progress on the front stairs, and as Janice prods her to move faster toward the foyer below, the rhythmic pounding of the blades grows louder again. The sound echoes inside Janice's skull, and a headache grows, and the shells of her ears burn as if abused by the clapping hands of her vicious sister. And though she's standing up, she feels the weight of her long-ago tormentor on her chest. In the foyer, she jerks the girl around to face her and is satisfied to see stark fear instead of arrogance. "You listen to me, you worthless little slut. Damn if I'm going to have my brain spun up in a control web because of you. I'd as soon kill you as spit on you, so the time for trickery is over. It's over. I'm going to cut the zip ties, and I'm taking you out there on the porch, and you're going to tell these stupid shit-kickers you were wrong to call them. Tell them you didn't understand what was really happening here. You're going to give the performance of a lifetime. And don't tell me you can't, because I know you're kind. You're just like her. Deceit is woven through your bones. Your tongue is a filthy, licking lie machine. You can be as bratty as you want and get away with it because of what you do for your daddy, like what she did for ours, the sleazy little whore. I know the truth. I saw them that one time, and I know you. You're going to stand close to me, lean against me like you feel safe with me, and I'm your best friend ever. Stay close so no one can see I'm holding you by the back of your belt. You're going to smile and charm and lie your ass off. You're going to send these shit-kickers home, or I swear I'll draw my gun and shoot you in the head, right there on the porch, blow your rotten whore brains all over the damn porch." Chapter 22. Chris Roberts doesn't realize that Janice has come out of the house with the girl, Lori, until the helicopter co-pilot sweeps the bright beam away from the line of agents and splashes light across the front veranda. Disaster. Whatever the hell Janice thinks she's doing, it's going to end in disaster. Something's wrong with her. She's always ardent, intense, edgy. But this is not that Janice. This Janice is a human grenade with her pin half pulled. Her shoulders are drawn up, head turtled down. Her alluring body is shorn of curves by tension shaped into the crossed staves of a scarecrow. Her eyes appear sprung in their sockets, like those of some goggle-eyed jack-in-the-box. Her smile is a ghastly slash, and if her face contains any color, the searchlight bleaches it to the pallor of a corpse. The child beside Janice stares out from among wild tangles of disarranged hair. She stands with hands fisted at her sides. Her posture is that of a shocked ledge walker who missteps and is supported for a microsecond by thin air, who stands in the splinter of an instant between the end of the ledge and the beginning of the plunge. As one, every member of the crowd falls silent, and there is just the beating of the chopper's blades, like the tolling of a lead bell. Janice raises her voice. "Lori Longren wants to apologize." She punctuates her announcement with a smile like a sickle. Chapter 23. With her left hand, Janice Dern grips the little whore's belt, preventing her from making a break for the crowd. The thumb of her other hand is hooked on her own belt, at her right side, so that in an instant she can push her sport coat out of the way and draw the pistol from her hip holster. The searchlight shouldn't be either hot or cold. It's merely a light, but it makes the painted porch floor glisten like ice, and it chills Janice. It cuts at her eyes. She can't look directly at it. By the time she and the punk reach the porch steps and stop, the crowd of would-be rescuers falls silent. They stand, expectant, some with their mouths open, their faces as dull as those of cattle. They are all as common as dirt, and Janice can never be one of them, never has been, never will be. She has known herself to be above the ruck and rabble since she was 9, since the day she saw Francine on her knees, submissive and servicing that bastard in the way that he preferred, both of them as base as barnyard animals. In that instant, she knows she is not of their blood. The story of their family is a lie. Surely she was born to parents unknown, a husband and wife of the highest station, and soon after birth was kidnapped, sold into this squalid household for the use and amusement of base and cruel people. Shortly after seeing him with Francine, Janice is alone with their so-called father, and though he doesn't come on to her, she tells him that if she is in line behind her sisters to do what Francine does for him, she will bite it off. Bite off what she can and spit it out and bite off more. She doesn't belong in that family. She doesn't belong among these people here tonight either, and she is too high-born ever to belong among the adjusted people who have in their heads a web of 1,000 filaments with which their betters manipulate them through the puppet theater of their lives. Now, she smiles at the girl beside her and smiles at these upturned faces. This duplicitous little bitch has the skill to deceive the finest lie detector. The brat better con these cretins and send them home to their beds, because if this crisis can't be smoothed away, there is a brain implant with the name Janice Dern on it. Janice will not tolerate being injected, reduced to the condition of property. At 30, she is perhaps too old and not sufficiently beautiful to be stocked in one of the Aspasias, but she will not allow herself to be made property of any kind for any purpose. Aspasia is the name of the mistress of some famous mayor of Athens 2,400 years ago, and it is what they call the palatial, highly secret, membership-only brothels in Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, and D.C., where the Techno Arcadians with the greatest wealth and power go to indulge their most extreme desires. Not common whorehouses, mansions of exquisite architecture, decorated with tens of millions of dollars worth of art, antiques, and furnishings. Palaces of style and refined taste that make it possible for the members of the club to tell themselves that their sickest and most degrading desires are in fact as elevated as the elegant environment. The girls are stunning, each one as beautiful as the most striking supermodels, each one a perfect daughter of Eros, totally submissive, ready to satisfy the most extreme desires. There is no demand they will refuse. Charming, seeming to be happier than angels, they live in Aspasia and never leave, never even have a desire to leave, not one passing impulse to be free. The injections administered to them are different from those used to make adjusted people. This ultimate nano-implant deletes every last one of the girl's memories, deletes her entire personality, and installs a new and much simpler one. She becomes a living toy. The process cannot be reversed. Who she was is gone forever. Janice has been in the Aspasia that is outside Washington, D.C. Because she is judged to be a fervid revolutionary, beyond all doubt devoted to the cause, she was allowed to go there as a guest of a man who is a member. The experience haunts her dreams and motivates her to rise in the hierarchy of Techno Arcadia until she is beyond any risk of being punished with injection. Now, she smiles again at the girl beside her and again at the upturned faces of the rescuers, who seem almost to be a different species from her own. She says, "Lori Longren wants to apologize." The man who took her to the Washington Aspasia is a hugely successful entrepreneur, Gregory, with whom she conducts an intense on-again, off-again affair, which is one way that she ascends the Arcadian ladder. She had heard whispers of the brothels, rumors so vague they weren't credible. Sex with Greg is vigorous, interesting, and edgy. With sly amusement, he sometimes calls himself Jekyll and Hyde, but it turns out there is some truth in this. She had only seen Jekyll, and he wanted her to accompany Hyde to Aspasia, not to participate, but only to watch. Among other things, Gregory is an exhibitionist, and he felt that it would be interesting if, when Janice is in the future bedded with Jekyll, she would have in her mind the threat of Hyde. That night at Aspasia, for more than 4 hours, Gregory indulged in a demonic catalogue of depravities. He subjected the Aspasia girl, who had but a single name, Flavia, to degradations of which Janice never previously conceived.